5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Meters to go. We can see Uno X just in front there.
Sprint, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who crossed the
Come on, come on, come on, let's go. Wow, telah pun tiba pelumba yang pertama.
Astana.
This was the first goal. Try to restart from where I was last year with the victory.
TSG, maybe sometime
29 September
performance.
2025 pagi Isnin yang mendung di utara tanah air untuk perlumbaan jelajah elit kita iaitu PETRONAS Letor Dilangkawi 2025 dan hari ini adalah merupakan hari yang kedua perlumbaan peringkat yang kedua yang akan melalui jalan yang landai saja dari Padang Besar hingga ke Kepala Batas di Pulau Pinang sejauh 166.1 km. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera dan apa khabar semua. Saya Kepala Batas akan bersama-sama dengan anda dan juga ditemani oleh Olimpian kita dan juga pelumba yang berkayuh 7 kali di Letor Dilangkawi iaitu Adik Usaini Osman. Assalamualaikum Adik, apa khabar?
Salam. Alhamdulillah bang.
Teruja hari ini untuk hari yang kedua?
Of course bang. Memang setiap hari excited. Memang setiap hari memang orang cakap even kita tak berlomba pun tapi dia punya on fire tu. Even kita duduk kat studio dia punya nak cerita, nak ulas semua perlombaan ni memang looking forward bang.
On fire. Jangan lupa kepada anda semua yang ingin memuat naik apa-apa status ataupun gambar, caption, apa saja di posting media sosial. Jangan lupa untuk juga meletakkan #BeatTheHit. PETRONAS Letor Dilangkawi 2025 dibawakan kepada anda oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan KBS dan juga Majlis Sukan Negara MSN. Dipancarkan secara langsung kepada anda di rumah menerusi saluran Astro Arena 801 dan juga 802. Begitu juga di media sosial di Facebook dan juga di YouTube Majlis Sukan Negara MSN dan juga LTDL. Jangan lupa #BeatTheHit. Okey adik. Sebelum kita bermula untuk hari baru, hari yang kedua ini, semalam peringkat yang pertama 96 km. Loop di Pulau Langkawi. Apa lagi yang boleh kita kongsikan dengan kejadian? Saya nak highlight atas Nur Aiman Rosli dan kemudian barulah kita cerita tentang Matteo Malucelli.
Okey. Peringkat pertama semalam Langkawi Loop, perlombaan yang paling pendek untuk edisi ke-29. Jadi semalam pun kita boleh lihat 3 zon pencutan dan juga 1 zon pendakian yang ditawarkan di Langkawi Loop. Jadi kita boleh lihat perlombaan semalam memang betul-betul agresif sepanjang perlombaan dan kita boleh lihat juga pelumba-pelumba tempatan kita antaranya Aiman Rosli, Yusri Saari dan juga Haris Saleh semalam.
Pelumba terbaik Asia Tenggara.
Ya betul. Menonjol dan dalam masa sama orang cakap dia jejak kaki di podium untuk hari pertama. Jadi a good start untuk TSG team dan juga pelumba tempatan kita Akbar.
Okey, itu tentang pelumba tempatan. Pertembungan antara pakar pecut Matteo Malucelli dan juga Alvid Decline semalam.
Ya, of course kita tengok semalam Alvid Decline, Matteo Malucelli, Alexander Kristoff dan kita juga surprise kerana semalam lead out kepada Alexander Kristoff iaitu Alan Belka di tempat yang kedua semalam Akbar. Dia pun tak menjangka dia dapat berada di dalam top 3. Jadi dia pun sendiri menyatakan dia hanya lead out untuk kepada Alexander Kristoff. Tapi sudah pasti Akbar, saya memang tak sabar untuk melihat daripada stage kedua sampai ke-8 nanti melihat tim daripada UNO ni membuat keajapan. Saya rasa kemungkinan besar ada peringkat mereka akan habis di kedudukan 1 ataupun 2 dalam peringkat untuk SC kali ini.
Okey baik, sama-sama kita nantikan. Tapi sedikit maklumat saya nak share kepada penonton-penonton semua. Semalam kalau kita mungkin ada yang perasan Adrian Meh pelumba yang cuba untuk merebut jersey untuk merebut ketiga-tiga zon pecutan. Semalam kan kita dapat lihat bagaimana nombor basikal dan juga nombor bodinya berbeza. Jadi hari ini dan semalam juga sebenarnya panel komisar telah pun membuat keputusan untuk mendenda pelumba ini sebanyak 100 Swiss franc kerana kecuaian dia dan juga pasukannya untuk menentukan nombor bike dan juga nombor bodi. Okey, fokus kita hari ini adalah peringkat yang kedua perlumbaan PETRONAS Letori Langkawi 2025. Dari Padang Besar sehingga ke Kepala Batas. Tahun lalu, Arau Kepala Batas. Tahun ini Padang Besar Kepala Batas. 166.1 km di usaha ini tanpa zon pendakian, 3 zon pecutan di Jitra, Pendang dan juga di Sungai Petani.
Baik, peringkat kedua hari ini, kalau ikutkan total keseluruhan adalah 173.6 km termasuk neutral zone. Jadi
termasuk neutral, okey.
Ya, betul. Jadi hari ini 3 zon pecutan yang disajikan dan juga tiada zon pendakian kerana harus diingat esok perlombaan yang orang cakap epik, tapi kita cerita esok lah.
Okey.
Tapi untuk hari ini, settlekan dulu perlombaan untuk hari ini. Dalam masa sama kita boleh lihat perlombaan sejauh 166 km dengan keadaan cuaca yang tidak begitu baik pada awal lagi.
Betul. Mendung dan gerimis di utara.
And then seperti yang kita tahu, forecast untuk minggu first untuk 2-3 hari ini memang hujan. Jadi para pelumba sudah semestinya dia dah set mental awal-awal lagi. Sebab seperti yang saya katakan, perlombaan di dalam wet race ni memang begitu risikonya begitu tinggi.
Risiko tinggi ya?
Yes,
untuk
betul.
Risiko
daripada segi semua aspek, antaranya kelajuan di dalam perlombaan, and then dia punya taktikal semasa cornering ataupun di atas jalan yang basah.
Okey, baiklah, wet race hari ini, tapi kita harapkan agar di penamatnya nanti let's say mungkin 50 km yang terakhir mungkin cuaca baik untuk kita melihat pertarungan sengit di antara pakar-pakar pecut yang akan berhimpun dalam peloton dari awal sehingga ke hampir di penghujung, dan di situlah nanti mereka akan menggunakan semua tenaga yang mereka ada untuk melucut ke garis penamat. Baik, kita nak lihat selepas tamat peringkat yang pertama kedudukan pelumba-pelumba, dan kita mulakan sekarang ini dengan kedudukan General Classification, kedudukan pendahulu selepas peringkat yang pertama di mana Matteo Maluselli, pelumba daripada Itali ini, berjaya menamatkan kayuhan selama 2 jam 12 saat 0.12 saat, dan kemudian ini satu pencapaian yang sangat baik apabila Nur Rahman Rosli untuk berada di tempat yang kedua. Sambil itu, untuk kategori Raja Pecut, Matteo Maluselli dinobat sebagai pemenang JC Oren KBS dengan 15 semata diraih. Kemudiannya Alan Bukra dengan 12 semata. Alvin Declan muncul ketiga terpantas, dan kemudiannya untuk Raja Bukit Bubbles O2 Polkadot JC dimenangi oleh pelumba daripada Australia iaitu Ben Carmen, dan selamat untuk beliau mengekalkan JC pada hari ini tanpa zon pendakian di peringkat yang kedua. Baik, dan kemudian kita nak lihat jersey putih rakan muda iaitu pelumba terbaik Asia Muhammad Nur Aiman Rosli dari TSG. Kebanggaan kita semalam apabila meninggalkan George Matsui dan Harif Saleh di tempat yang ketiga, tetapi Harif Saleh berjaya dinobat sebagai pelumba terbaik Asia Tenggara, satu kategori yang baru diperkenalkan untuk tahun ini, dan satu kebanggaan apabila ada 2 pelumba tanah air kita yang naik ke podium semalam untuk dinobatkan sebagai pemenang JC. Okey, baik. Kita nak tahu sebenarnya keadaan ketika ini di Padang Besar di Perlis. Bagaimanakah suasana keadaannya, kerana hujan dikabarkan sudah turun sejak malam tadi, tapi pagi ini renyai-renyai, masih lagi cuaca sejuk dan berangin, hujan renyai-renyai. Jadi elok saja kita terbang ke Padang Besar bersama rakan tugas di sana, Lili Hamzah. Silakan.
Alright, saya kini berada di Padang Besar untuk peringkat kedua saingan PETRONAS tertua di Langkawi 2025. Sikit je lagi nak masuk Thailand tapi kita kena bertugas. Okey, hari ini para pelumba akan menempuh laluan sejauh 170.1 km menuju ke Kepala Batas. Dan menariknya cuaca dijangka hujan berterusan dan ini bermakna keadaan perlumbaan akan menjadi agak sukar. Satu lagi cabaran wet race buat semua pelumba. Okey, semalam kita sudah pun saksikan beberapa aksi baik daripada pelumba tempatan. Misalnya Harif Saleh yang menghabiskan perlumbaan di kedudukan ke-9 dan muncul Best Asian Rider of Stage 1 dan Aiman Rosli yang benar-benar menonjol dalam perlumbaan semalam menyaksikan misi pelumba tempatan untuk naik ke podium boleh direalisasikan. Dan mampu atau tidak Matteo Malucelli mengekalkan momentum terbaik selepas muncul sebagai Raja Pecut. Dan pendahulu keseluruhan selepas perkongsian beliau yang wet race ni bukanlah kegemarannya. Dengan 3 zon pecutan ditawarkan dalam peringkat ini, ia pasti lebih menarik. Dan juga all eyes on Alexander Christoph yang memburu podium ke-100 dalam karier berbasikalnya dan dia memilih Malaysia untuk menjadi destinasi di mana dia ingin bersara. Dan apapun kita nantikan pelumba mana yang akan menghabiskan perlumbaan sampai dulu di garisan penamat. Jadi jangan terlepas untuk bersama dengan kami untuk mendapatkan perkembangan saingan PETRONAS Tertua Langkawi 2025 di saluran Astro Arena dan juga platform YouTube Majlis Sukan Negara dan PETRONAS LTDL 2025 dengan hashtag kita semua Timuas, hashtag Beat the Hit.
Baik, terima kasih Lili Hamzah. Jaga-jaga jangan sampai ke cross border. Okey, baiklah. Terima kasih perkongsian daripada Lili Hamzah yang menyebut tentang bahawa perlombaan hari ini hujan ataupun cuaca mendung dan gerimis akan berterusan sepanjang perlombaan. Ini seperti yang dikongsikan adik Usaini Osman tadi bahawa ini akan memberikan kesukaran kepada pelumba-pelumba dan risiko berlakunya insiden-insiden yang tidak diingini kerana jalan yang licin dan juga basah. Jadi adik Usaini, itu perkongsian daripada Lili tadi yang menyebut bahawa tapi sebelum tu nak kongsikan juga sebenarnya sebelum bersama dengan adik Usaini, pasukan media Majlis Sukan Negara MSN juga bertugas lumus malam pada hari yang pertama perlombaan Letua Langkawi 2025 untuk memberikan laporan yang terbaik kepada penonton-penonton di saluran YouTube. Okey, jom kita saksikan pakej petugas-petugas media Majlis Sukan Negara.
Pulau Legenda Pulau Langkawi sekali lagi mencuri tumpuan sebagai lokasi pembukaan perlumbaan berprestij PETRONAS LTDL 2025. Namun bukan sahaja perlumbaan profesional yang mencuri tumpuan tetapi juga sambutan hangat yang diberikan penduduk tempatan yang hadir menyaksikan aksi bersejarah pulau mereka sekali lagi dipilih sebagai kayuhan pertama PETRONAS LTDL untuk edisi kali ini. Kehadiran pengunjung dan peminat sukan berbasikal memberi gambaran jelas keterujaan penduduk tempatan terhadap acara bertaraf antarabangsa ini. Bagi penduduk tempatan, Letua di Langkawi bukan sahaja menghidupkan semangat kecintaan terhadap sukan berbasikal, malah membawa limpahan ekonomi apabila ribuan pengunjung membanjiri pulau ini.
Kami sebagai penduduk Langkawi, kami seronok sebab ramai orang di luar tu mai Langkawi kan. Okey, orang cakap sambutan dia memang menggalakkan. So peniaga-peniaga pun boleh orang cakap inilah untuk mencari income ke apa dalam masa yang sama kan. Membangunkan lagi Langkawi di mata dunia sekali. Okey, alhamdulillah lah.
Selepas sekali lagi dipilih sebagai lokasi pembukaan Letua di Langkawi 2025, penduduk Langkawi melahirkan harapan agar acara bertaraf dunia itu terus kekal dianjurkan di Pulau Legenda ini. Bagi mereka, LTDL bukan sahaja mencetuskan kemeriahan, malah membawa limpahan manfaat kepada komuniti setempat.
Kami ni orang Langkawi ni kira macam free event lah. Boleh tengok kan benda yang kau ni kan. Seronok lah.
Ya, pada masa yang sama kita nak promote juga
Langkawi kan untuk orang pelancong datang.
Mereka turut menyifatkan LTDL sudah sinonim dengan identiti Langkawi sekaligus mahu ia kekal sebagai lokasi tradisi penganjuran. Tambahnya, kesinambungan penganjuran di sini bukan sahaja mengukuhkan jenama LTDL, malah mengangkat Langkawi sebagai pusat sukan berbasikal serantau.
Saya sebagai orang Langkawi ni rasa bersyukurlah Sebab event ni menggalakkan pelancongan untuk di Langkawi lah kan, membantu ekonomi orang tempatan lah. Kalau boleh teruskan lah, kita tak tahu macam ni. Support orang lokal sama lah.
Sokongan penuh penduduk serta sambutan hangat pengunjung, Langkawi sekali lagi membuktikan bahawa Pulau Legenda ini bukan sekadar destinasi pelancongan unggul tetapi juga lokasi ikonik untuk penganjuran acara sukan antarabangsa.
Okey, kegembiraan penduduk-penduduk di Pulau Langkawi dengan kehadiran dan juga perlumbaan peringkat yang pertama dilangsungkan di tempat mereka, dan sudah pastilah ini memang satu yang sangat sinonim dengan Pulau Langkawi untuk perlumbaan ini dimulakan di Pulau Legenda itu. Okey, baik. Banyak lagi yang nak kita bicarakan bersama dengan tetamu Adik Husaini Osman mengenai perlumbaan peringkat yang kedua PETRONAS LTDL Langkawi 2025. Bagaimanakah jangkaan daripada Adik Husaini? Siapakah yang akan berjaya mengungguli setiap kategori yang dipertandingkan? Jangan ke mana-mana, kita berehat seketika dan kami akan kembali selepas ini.
Tebus macam-macam dan tebus minyak di PETRONAS. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di PETRONAS guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Okey, baik. Terima kasih kepada anda semua yang terus bersama dengan kami selangsung. Tak kira di mana platformnya, sama ada di Astro Arena ataupun di Facebook dan juga YouTube, MSN dan juga LTDL. Untuk sama-sama kita menyaksikan hari yang kedua perlumbaan PETRONAS LTDL Langkawi 2025. Hari ini akan bermula di Padang Besar dan akan berakhir di Kepala Batas di Pulau Pinang sejauh 166.1 km. Wet race hari ini tanpa zon pendakian, ada 3 zon pecutan Jitra, Pendang dan juga di Sungai Petani, dan kami mengharapkan agar hari ini kita akan dapat melihat satu persaingan yang sengit, terutamanya melibatkan antara pelumba legenda iaitu Alexander Kristoff yang pernah berkayuh di Grand Tour di Tour de France, dan hari ini dia akan bersaing bersama dengan Avid Declan bersama dengan Matteo Maluselli dan juga pelumba-pelumba lain untuk merebut ataupun merampas hari yang kedua sebagai pemenang tempat yang pertama. Okey, baik. Bersama dengan saya Adik Husaini Osman. Okey, baik. Sebelum kita ceritalah tentang pertembungan antara pelumba-pelumba sensasi dunia di depan, kita pun dah cerita banyak tentang Harif Saleh, dengan Aiman Rosli. Hari ni kita nak cerita tentang pelumba yang digelar Acik. Wan Abdul Rahman Hamdan, TSG. Okey, mungkin Alik lebih mengenali pelumba ini.
Okey, Wan Abdul Rahman, pelumba yang orang cakap sekarang ni memang dia mempunyai feature yang besar lah untuk arena lomba basikal lebuh raya di Malaysia ni. Bukan saja di Malaysia, Akbar, mungkin di persada dunia. Jadi Wan Abdul Rahman atau dikenali sebagai Acik, dia juga merupakan saya punya junior lah.
Okey, the special one.
Ya, betul. Dia merupakan salah satu pakar pecut yang akan mengganti Arif Saleh mungkin in future yang akan datang. Jadi Acik memang sinonim dengan Raja Pecut, dan semalam kita boleh lihat beliau berjaya menamatkan perlombaan di tempat ke-12. Dan di peringkat pertama, walaupun ini merupakan first debut untuk beliau. Dan of course saya rasa kemungkinan besar hari ini mungkin Acik dia akan lebih orang cakap comfort dan juga akan lebih macam open mind untuk membuat pejutan nanti di Kepala Batas untuk peringkat yang kedua.
Okey, baik. Acik tahun ini pencapaiannya sangat cemerlang, menakjubkan apabila dia di Tour of Thailand dan juga di Grand Prix Alanya di Turki sebulan sebelum itu. Dia berjaya memamerkan kayuhan yang cukup bertenaga, dan saya tidak menyangkal tentang apa yang dikatakan oleh adik tadi, dia akan bakal memikul tanggungjawab untuk Arif Saleh. Apabila Arif Saleh mungkin sudah tidak berkayuh, jadi harapan kita kepada the special one ataupun Acik. Baik, jadi kita nak tengok juga tumpukan perhatian anda juga kepada Wan Abdul Rahman ini untuk peringkat yang kedua, di manakah kedudukan beliau selepas tamat peringkat yang kedua nanti. Baik, seterusnya. Okey, pelumba ini tidak berada di podium semalam. Alex the Great. Alexander Christoph Uno X. Ini ramai nak tengok ni kan. Tadi Lily dah sebut dia nak mencapai podium ke-100. Kan, okey. Jadi adik Usani, ceritakan dulu tentang Alexander Christoph.
Baik, Alexander Christoph pelumba yang memang very orang cakap, even saya pun teruja bang. Dia datang ke Malaysia. Dan dia juga menyatakan ini adalah perlombaan terakhir beliau sebelum beliau bersara.
Ini okey.
Betul. Ini memang betul-betul real bersara. Dia betul-betul retired lah.
Bukan macam Arif Saleh ni.
Bukan Arif Saleh. Jadi dia memang betul-betul cakap dia pilih Pulau Langkawi ataupun dia pilih race di Malaysia ni untuk dia target dia punya 100 victory sepanjang karier beliau. Jadi macam semalam kita lihat kalau berikan teammate beliau cuba untuk lead up beliau untuk Alexander menangi peringkat, tetapi semalam dia hanya berjaya menduduki tempat kelima. Tapi sudah pasti kebiasaannya bagi saya untuk Alexander Christoph untuk adapt dengan situasi di Malaysia ni. Even kita pun tahu humidity di Malaysia ni amat tinggi ya Akbar. Jadi kemungkinan besar saya rasa untuk hari ini dan esok saya rasa Alexander Christoph akan berada di dalam performance yang terbaik dan kondisi yang terbaik, dan sudah pasti.
Maknanya kita kira betul dapat melihat kelibat satu sebab Christoph nak menamatkan kariernya di sini.
Betul.
Di LTDL.
Betul.
Dia pernah berkayuh di Grand Tour.
Ya, betul.
Jadi kita nak tengok dia berada di podium, dan kesilapan sikit strategi semalam. Saya rasa hari ini malam tadi team meeting mungkin dah merencana strategi, dari hari ini tidak syak lagi. Kemungkinan besar dia akan berada di podium. Tak tahulah terkuliah tempat yang keberapa. Seterusnya, pelumba semalam Christoph tempat yang ke-5. Tempat yang ke-6 pelumba daripada Serbia. Iaitu Dusan Rajovic. Kita nak ceritakan tentang peluang ini. Semalam dia menduduki tempat yang ke-6 di belakang Christoph, Alexander Christoph. Jadi hari ini apakah kedudukan itu akan sebab kita hari ni flat race.
Betul.
Tanpa zon penakian, dan peluang saya lihat sama rata. Tumpuan sekarang ni ada ramai top 5 ni. Semua ni memang berapa second jarak mereka nanti di finishing.
Okey, baik. Kalau kita lihat perlombaan semalam di last 500 ataupun last 700 meter yang terakhir, pasukan daripada Vini Fantini daripada Itali ni, mereka meletakkan pelumba pecut mereka iaitu Dusan Rajovic yang semalam berjaya menduduki tempat yang ke-6. Jadi kemungkinan besar ada di saat-saat terakhir di mungkin last 100 ataupun last 150 meter to finishing mungkin lead out kepada Dusan Rajovic ni tidak dapat menyempurnakan dia punya job. Kemungkinan besar di situlah berlakunya kelewatan untuk Dusan Rajovic untuk membuat penciptaan. Jadi ya sudah pasti mereka mempunyai peluang lagi Akbar, kerana ya seperti Akbar sendiri tahu, perlombaan di edisi kali ini memang ada peluang banyak untuk pakar-pakar pecut untuk memenangi peringkat.
Baik, saya masih lagi sebab semalam kita dah tengok bagaimana riak wajah Avid decline di atas podium. Dia langsung tak senyum semalam. Langsung rasa dia tak happy dengan diri dia sendirilah. Mungkin dia kecewa dengan diri dia sendiri. Jadi hari ni kita dah sebut Alexander Kristoff, Malucelli, Dusan Rajovic. Tapi Avid decline ni sebab dia pun dah berjanji tahun ni memang dia nak buat dia punya. Tapi sebelum tu saya nak share sikit kepada penonton, perlumbaan dia tertangguh seketika. Pasti ada faktor keselamatan pelumba-pelumba, saya rasa. Dia tengok dapat, mungkin kalau dapat visual live di sana, kita cuaca sangat tidak mengizinkan hanya dia. Jadi okey adik, satu keputusan tepat daripada UCI sendiri, Komisa buat keputusan untuk melewatkan perlumbaan ni. Kita dapat lihat di kaca televisyen sekarang ini. Bagaimana? Nampak macam makin lebat dia.
Ya, kebiasaannya Akbar. Untuk perlombaan seperti hari ini, kita pun tahu perlombaan hujan daripada awal dari pagi tadi, hujan yang lebat. Azlan Mubin juga menyatakan dia berada di Padang Besar di Perlis. Hujan memang lebat daripada pada pukul 2 pagi lagi.
Okey.
And then sampai pagi ni Akbar, masih hujan. Tapi ya, kita pun tahu Akbar, di musim akhir tahun ni dia punya season raining ni memang musim ke-7 lagi orang nak katakan.
Musim ke-7 ya.
Jadi kita tak boleh nak expect cuaca yang baik sepanjang perlombaan pada minggu ni.
Okey, daripada segi pengetahuan adik sendiri, sekarang ni dia dah delaykan perlombaan. Jadi apakah keadaan ini akan, kalau berterusan macam ni, macam mana?
Okey, baik. Pernah terjadi pada edisi yang lepas Akbar. Perlombaan di peringkat ketiga ataupun keempat, tak silap saya. Ketika itu mereka melalui Pekan Seremban. Dan di situ ada orang cakap laluan yang penuh dengan air. Jadi pihak judge dan organizer dan juga komisa memberhentikan perlombaan tersebut untuk berbincang, untuk meneruskan perlombaan ataupun menamatkan perlombaan di situ. Dan di situ seperti yang Akbar maklum, jika perlombaan habis di tempat situ, maknanya dia akan mengambil siapa pemenang peringkat di last zoom pecutan yang ditawarkan. Jadi seperti hari ini, saya rasa kita tengok macam mana perlombaan hari ini.
Betul.
Kemungkinan besar jika ada banjir ataupun perlombaan harus ditamatkan atas faktor-faktor keselamatan. Jadi dia akan kira, kemungkinan besar dia kira sampai zoom pecutan yang pertama saja Akbar nanti. Kebiasaannya macam tu.
Baik. Maknanya akan sampai di Jitra sajalah.
Betul.
Untuk kalau keadaan tidak mengizinkan. Jadi saya kira mereka terlibat di sana telah pun melakukan pemeriksaan, sedang melakukan pemeriksaan di sepanjang 166 km demi keselamatan para pelumba yang akan mengharungi perlombaan peringkat yang kedua. Okey, baik. Elok saja kita terus saja ke Padang Besar untuk menyaksikan permulaan. Nampaknya sudah pun bersedia Kebawah Duli Yang Teramat Mulia Tuanku Syed Faizuddin Putera Jamrul Lail, Duli Yang Teramat Mulia Tuanku Raja Muda Perlis bersama dengan tetamu-tetamu yang lain untuk melakukan pelepasan peringkat yang kedua LTDL 2025 bersama dengan Kulas Izzuan Muhammad Noor.
Kepala Batas. And before we start, selamat pagi. And Denny?
Dosan and Kariwarikum.
Okay, yeah, you got the whole languages covered.
Yep.
All right, so Denny, yesterday they were racing in the beautiful touristy island of Langkawi, very scenic location they've gone through, and then afterwards, quite a shorter stage yesterday, about 2 hours. They finished a 100-kilometer stage in 2 hours and 22 seconds. Imagine that. And then I looked at one of Malaysian sprinter, Elmi Jumari. His average speed was about 47.8 kilometer per hour.
Yeah, I think the winner's average speed was 48 plus 48 km per hour.
Yeah.
So yeah, but different time today, and we start off in the rain, heavy rain, this morning, and it's quite. We can hear the raindrop just from the camera crew.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's been a wet start. Yesterday it was quite a slightly wet start. Today it still is raining. Although the hashtag it's beat the heat, it's quickly turned to beat the rain now.
Yeah. We're in Malaysia, in the Southeast Asia tropical weather. So when it rains, and it really is a heavy downpour. Sometimes the visibility can be very low. So. It is not raining super heavy, but obviously the wet roads certainly going to add unpredictability in today's race. And of course, it's still raining, and so that actually it's actually cooler weather for most of the riders. So that could actually inject additional pace into the race. And can potentially spur breakaway opportunities for some more riders looking for intermediate sprints, bonuses and seconds as well. So it will be interesting. You can see some very heavy puddle they're going through. And I think a couple years ago they had to, neutralize some part of the races
it was,
because of heavy rain.
Yeah, it was stage, I think it was stage 4. But from Kuala Lumpur to Malacca, they had to stop at Seremban because it was proper flooded, the road.
Yeah. But fortunately, it was good generally, and the flood goes away fairly quickly. The draining system here in Malaysia is fairly good, but sometimes, just so much rain. There's just nowhere for the water to go, and hopefully this heavy rain does not interrupt today's race.
Yeah, so I think for the local people that actually knows, and I'm included. My family, my extended family is from northern side of Malaysia. I think we can all agree that in many cases, riding in the northern peninsula of Malaysia is so much more hotter than riding, I guess, in Kuala Lumpur or in Johor, for whatever geographical reason it may be. But I think being it, with a little bit of a rain, I think can put the heat a lot lower, and then I think the climate made it a little bit more bearable for the riders. Obviously, it comes with the obstacles of potentially losing a little bit of traction, and probably you need to plan your braking a little bit earlier than normal. You need to be a little bit more alert on the road for the riders, and then obviously I think from the technical standpoint, riders that are a little bit more marginal gainy would tune their tire pressure a little bit more, probably drop it down 10 psi, a little bit less, to have a little bit more contact patch on the road.
All right, so I was going to ask you as a tech geek. So, for viewers who are not familiar with riding in the rain, so do you use the different tires? Obviously for cars, for automotive racing, auto racing, Formula One, there are wet tire, dry tires, and so for cycling, do you have? Is there such a different type of tire for different conditions?
I mean, normally they do have, you go to the shop, you do your tire shopping, there is some sort of what we call like all-weather tire, normally have a little bit more groove, but I think in racing situation, you can pretty much get a little bit more grip by reducing the tire pressure, because they still want to prioritize speed. By reducing a little bit of the tire pressure, allows you to have a little bit more contact on the road, which technically automatically increases your grip on the road as well. But then again, you know, even though you're using the all-weather tire, no one would want to, you know, lean into the corner, like although you have that some kind of confidence. So I think just being a little bit more cautious, avoiding the things that makes the road slippery, like white lines or even reflectors, you know, avoid those, or even like rail coverings, drainage cover.
Right.
Yeah, avoid those, because that can really, doesn't matter what tire you use, that's just gonna slip. Okay, so just tune down the tire pressure a little bit. You know, 5-10 psi is a good mark of whatever you are normally riding, and that should sort you for the rainy weather.
How about the width of tire? So, like, from what I understand, that the riders are going to wider and wider tires.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
30, I think back in the old days, riders are using 23, very common. 23 was considered wide, and some riders even using 21.
That's your era, Danny. You're racing on 19 millimeter.
No, I'm not old. So, but back in the old days, 21, you know, was very common. 23 was considered wider.
Yeah.
And then the guys are going to 25, and now they're up to even 30.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so before I answer any questions, we're going to have a little bit of a course profile, seeing where the riders are going to go in today's stage 2 of the 2025 or the 29th edition of this year's PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi. So basically, they're going to be riding into 3 different states today. So they're going to start their state in Perlis and then goes into Kedah, and then finish it off at Kepala Batas. So here, for those of you that are viewing at home, so this is where they started, pretty much at the border of Thailand, Padang Besar, and then to first intermediate sprint in Jitra. You know, Padang Besar, or the local would say it as Padang Besar. Okay, and then straight into second intermediate sprint in Pendang. Okay, and then from there, they're gonna travel. You know, the rider's gonna view Gunung Jerai on their right, and then head into Sungai Petani for their third intermediate sprint at kilometer 143 before finishing it off in the state of Penang, a town called Kepala Batas. Kepala Batas is what the local would say it. You know, and we're looking at the course profile today. It's going to be pretty much a pancake flat the whole way. And then looking at the wind speed, there isn't much wind going on. We saw a little bit of a glimpse earlier this morning at the live feed. It's about 5 km/h wind. So we're going to see a fast one today, Danny. Yeah, so Danny, I'm going to ask your permission. You know, because a little bit of a context, my wife and my in-laws are from the northern region of the peninsula of Malaysia, and they have a little bit of a different accent of saying the name of the places. Okay. So, and, you know, I'm going to make them proud today.
Okay, very well, very nice. So just for the viewers out there, so Malaysia generally, the Bahasa Malay,
Bahasa Malaysia,
is the official language.
Yep.
But even though everybody speaks that, but then different regions of Malaysia, especially from East Malaysia, Terengganu, and then they all have their own dialect or accent.
Yeah, dialect. Yeah, it's more dialect rather than accent.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more dialect in terms of like how they pronounce a particular word or sentence, or even some of them. Like for example, there's a set word in the standard Bahasa Malaysia, but it's a completely different word in that that region.
Okay.
Yeah. It means the same, but it's a completely different word almost. Yeah. But you can get the idea. Yeah.
It's and then Bahasa Indonesian. You know, a lot of Indonesian, and we're very close to Indonesia.
For sure.
Bahasa Indonesia is very similar, but it's not the same.
It's not the same. Yeah. It's almost like I mentioned today to you. It's almost like a different dialect almost. I mean, we're sort of the same roots, I guess, the Southeast Asia. Like even some words in the Philippine language. You know, we can sort of like understand a little bit. I guess, you know, you look at the history, it's pretty much the same roots. You know, Southeast Asian, Nusantara roots they call it. Yeah, the Nusantara roots. Yeah. So before we start the stage, they normally have a neutral zone. So what is this neutral zone, Danny?
Well, neutral zone, typically in the professional races, generally speaking, you know, typically you start off, let's say, a stage of 120K, but then 150K or 200K, but generally they provide between 5 to, I think, 10 kilometer neutral zone just to get the rider into their rhythm and to sort out any potential mechanical problems. That's you know, a lot of time, especially in cases where there's weather issues, and you know, imagine the mechanics got to sort out 7-8 bikes for the team. So some of the bike may have a mechanical issue, and some riders also may need to relieve themselves early, you know, before the race, official race start. And so it is time where, you know, the rider actually chat a bit among each other, even with the different teams, and you know, and it's almost like a rest before the storm, just you know, just a calm before the storm, and then they are fairly relaxed, and then once the official flag off, then the race really kick off from probably like 30 km/h to immediately like 45-50 km/h. So yeah, it's a little warm up, which is nice, and especially in weather like this, right? So
that's right.
They need the riders are obviously in the rainy weather. The body get cold fairly easily, especially with the moisture. So these guys really need a good warm up, a little bit of warm up of 10-15 minutes, and before the race really kick off to a higher gear.
Yeah, so we got see here a few riders at the back here just chilling a little bit. Some of them are, you know, trying to warm up the tire. Here's some visual, a few riders from the Equipo Confirma in the green, and that purpley blue helmet rider from the Rockets, Unibet Titama Rockets. The Rockets is what they would like to be known as.
Yeah, this year we have a lot more French teams, you know, compared to previous year. So we have Unibet Rockets from France, obviously Total Energy. Total Energy is so that's a major, that's like a Petronas of France, I believe.
That's right. Yeah, it is.
So it's a big energy petroleum company. If you ever drive in particularly in France, different part of Europe, you will see Total Energy quite popular along the petrol stations. Petrol stop. So,
I never knew.
Yeah, so if you're driving around France, go and watch the next Tour de France, and if your cars are running out of petrol, or if you're driving on a petroleum car, but a lot of days are EV car now, but yeah, so look for Total Energies to top up your fuel.
Yes. So as we're going to be a little bit more active on the live comment section. So for those of you that are viewing in the English live commentary, there's a few questions asking at what time they're going to reach at Kepala Batas. So they're going to be, I think, roughly for those of you that want to go and watch the finishing. So I think the earliest they're going to be there probably roughly about 3. About 2. I think it's good to just be there about 2:30, 2 p.m., you know, just to find yourself a good parking spot or whatever, because whatever you type on your Google Maps is going to be quite tricky with all the road closure. So the finishing would be at the, let's see, where is it actually? Advanced Medical and Dental Institute, University Science Malaysia. So that's where it says there. So
if you want to get your dental teeth checked out, before the stage finish, then better get there early and maybe have a teeth cleaned. I didn't know there's an advanced medical and dental institute.
In Kepala Batas.
All right, future dentist. So if you're a cycling fan, get out there to watch the finish. So the expected time. Expected time is about 3 p.m. But if the speed, that's based on a average speed of 44 km/h. So if it goes faster, especially in the rain condition, likely to go faster, so it could finish even like 2:50 p.m. So. But just watch out the traffic. There will be roadblocks and along the way. So you want to get there early and get a good spot to watch the finish. And you know, talk about finish. So yesterday we saw Maricelli won the sprint. So based on the course profile, it should be a bunch sprint again.
Yes, again.
So
for sure.
do you suppose the Maricelli is gonna repeat today's victory, or Alva Decline, or Uno X? is going to be able to bring a victory for Alexander Kristoff.
I think we had a chat a little bit before the stage started. Now, considering that now Malucelli is the wearer of both jersey at the moment, the Petronas green jersey and also the KBS orange jersey for 2 classification, GC and also points classification. So the workload mainly is going to be to Astana. So Astana is pretty much going to do the workload, you know. So like, oh yeah, I think the other teams, the other sprint teams is going to go like, oh yeah, you want to defend the jersey, all right, you do the fair share of the work, right? So I'm just going to be here and sit in, right? So we're going to see. But although we've seen in the past years, Malucelli has been one of those guys, a little bit like Peter Sagan, can carry himself without any lead out. But obviously, yesterday's stage was pretty much from the perfect lead out by Anton Kuzmik. But we will see. I'm going to put my bet still on Malucelli, but I know you have different opinions on this.
Yeah.
So what do you think?
I think the task I mean, yesterday, XD Astana did have a rider in the Peloton doing the work to make sure the breakaway doesn't succeed to the end. But I think today other team is gonna lay the majority of the work on them. So they're gonna have to burn a few rider, during the process. And today is a 166K stage, so it's not, it's not super long, but it's definitely not short by any means. So they're gonna have to use up a few riders, so they may have less riders in the lead out to at the end. So I think, so I would actually think, I think Uno X looked really good. They had basically 2 riders in the top 4 yesterday, and I think there's probably a little bit of miscommunication, but I think today they would have another shot of getting Alexander Kristoff the 99th victory, professional victory. And also, Ava Decline wasn't far off. I mean, Ava Decline started off maybe a little bit early and ended up pretty much did a perfect lead out for Malucelli. So Ava Decline, obviously, you can see on the podium, he was definitely not a happy person, because I know his ex-teammate told me that he really loved winning. I mean, really dislike losing, so I'm sure he will give himself another opportunity, and I think they can organize a lead out a little better for him. But yeah, it's going to come down to who is going to have the freshest leg and also the best lead out in the finish. But of course, there's also opportunity, potential for breakaway. Unlikely. We also have to see how the wind plays a factor, right? So sometimes I know in the northern part of Malaysia, especially during the early part of the year, I have been there, and it's there's some biking there, and it's there's just a lot of crosswind, just a lot of wind in general, like European kind of wind, So, but I think this time of the year is not as high, not as much. But let's say if there is a tailwind. So after the rain stop, and then that could actually help the breakaway rider to succeed. But again, it is unlikely, but I'm sure there are a lot of teams who don't have a sprinter. They will certainly try to go again and trying to get the opportunity.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, but we overheard an interview between Jeff and also Ava Decline earlier today. The teams were pretty keen to get it down to bunch sprint, and considering a lot of these sprint heavy teams are the big teams in the peloton, so we will see what happens. It's good to be at a little bit more diversity in terms of how the stage is going to play out. So those of you that have joined, so by default the race should have started. We have actually passed the 0 kilometer, but I think due to weather factor, due to the rain, they had to delay they have to extend the neutral zone a little bit, making sure they're in a quite safer region, quite safer road before they actually get the official start going. So these are the aerial shots of the riders. So for those of you that are viewing us live, feel free to comment through on our live comment section. Obviously, we're the English commentator. And if you have any questions in regard to the race or trying to understand the sport a little bit more, yeah, feel free. Feel free to type down your questions, and then we can sort of get into it. Today's stage is definitely going to be a little bit longer than yesterday, so we'll have a little bit more time to talk about cycling in general.
Yeah. How did Malaysian do yesterday, Nizan?
Oh yeah, Malaysia did pretty well. To have number one, obviously, Ayman Rosli secured himself the best Asian rider. Did pretty well in the breakaway. Second on GC at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's gonna carry on that ambition. Most likely. He's going to be aiming for the best Asian instead of a general classification.
Yeah.
But he did well. You know, he was surprised as well to be second in the GC, considering he was not there in the mix for the sprint. So that was on the side of Ayman Rosli. Number two is Harif Saleh. He got himself top 10. A big motivation booster after a crash, and also a disappointment from last year's Tour Langkawi, and also being, I guess, the top Asian rider that have finished in the race. It's a big motivation booster for him, and that's going to carry a long way. You know, the motivation is going to help him legs, going to help him the confidence, going to help him be a bit more alert, and we'll see how this stage is going to go. Obviously, tomorrow is going to be more climbing stage, a little bit more hurt to the sprinters. So hopefully, you know, as much as we betting on the big name sprinters like Malachali and Decline, but we would like to see Malaysian sprinter get the mix of the sprint, the likes of Elmi Jumari from Malaysian cycling team, Izzat Hilmi from the Malaysia Pro Cycling, and obviously Harif Saleh from the Terengganu cycling team.
Right, and Terengganu cycling team also had another sprinter, Hamdan, who did also pretty well. I think he was going side by side into the finish sprint, but he finished number 12.
Yeah, just outside the top 10. Yeah, we had a look at the result.
And it's his first participation in the Tour Langkawi. So hopefully he gets another opportunity for a good finishing sprint.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a good result for a first time participation.
Absolutely. And yeah, it's really good to have a Malaysian rider sitting second in the GC. Obviously, we know that's not going to carry out to the finish, unlikely. But it's good, you know, because. So for the viewer who may be not familiar with the GC classification, like because he wasn't involved in the final sprint, but how did he become second in the GC?
Yeah.
Because of the intermediate sprints.
Yes.
So because he was in a breakaway from not from the beginning, but I think about 20-30K to go, and then they broke away with a total 4 riders. And Ayman took the first intermediate sprint. There was a 3-second bonus, and then on the second intermediate sprint, he was third. He got 1 second bonus, and then the last and third intermediate sprint, he got another first. So that's a 3-second total. There's 7-second bonus time, and then the winner, Marichelli, had 10-second bonus time. So so that all add up to the general classification. So Marichelli had 10-second bonus, means whatever the finish time, they took 10 seconds off, and that's his actually the finishing time. And then Ayman Rosli had a 7-second taken off his overall time. So he is he's second in the GC, 3 seconds behind. So now we're looking at the official start. The UCI Commission finally decided it's safe to start, and the race is on the way right now.
Yeah, we see straight from the gun when the commissaire waved the flag of the race starts, the rider from Isan immediately stomping on the pedals to initiate the first breakaway attempt for today's stage from Kepala Batas. Sorry, from Padang Besar to Kepala Batas.
There are still a lot of water on the camera, so it's going to be hard to spot who the riders that in the breakaway. Where we're trying to on the front, so we're going to try to get that information to you as soon as we can. But right now it's just all one big bunch, and everyone are. The Peloton is pretty much straight out, and it's not a one line, but it's going. I assume it's going pretty fast, and everybody is trying to stay ahead and trying to avoid any incident because it is super slippery and potentially dangerous racing condition.
Yeah, so I think this is going to be. I think the camera is showing us the the POV of the riders. That's pretty much what the rider's lens is going to be when they're looking at the road at that moment.
Yes, through
they
their
can't see a thing, just as we do on the live commentary.
Yeah, it is. But the good thing is that generally the roads here are not super slippery because in some countries, yeah, the roads, especially the white lines, are very slippery. But yeah, the front of the race, back to the front of the race, Unibike Rockets are pushing again. So yesterday, yeah, we had a funny incident yesterday that we couldn't really tell. We didn't really know who was the Unibike Rocket rider in the breakaway because on his body number was 62.
That's right.
But his bicycle was 61.
Exactly. So yeah, so apparently the bike number was correct. You know, lucky we had friends in the race that actually knows the whole situation. So apparently the bike number was correct, the body number was wrong. So Baptiste Vuillet was getting the whole limelight.
But it was actually Adrian Mayer.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So here back at the front of the race, and again the riders are super active, trying to get in the breakaway. But the Peloton is actively chasing right now. So I think for the first, I remember a couple of years, many years ago, that also a raining start. And I think the Peloton was averaging 49 km/h for the first 1 hour racing
really
because of the rain. As you can see here, the Peloton straight off to pretty much one line, and that just shows you the speed of the race is well, it's at a maximum pace. Even though the guys on the back seems like they're just strolling around for a Sunday ride, for a Monday ride. But yeah, the pace, believe me, the pace at the front is probably going at 50 k an hour, potentially even higher.
Yeah, so it's like a Terengganu cycling team rider in front there, judging from the gesture, potentially maybe Vadim Plonsky.
I think that's Adnan.
Adnan? Okay, yeah, that's your rider. You probably know a little bit better.
Yeah, he's a Dutch rider.
A Dutch rider.
But you know, not typical Dutch rider. Typical Dutch rider, you have someone probably like 5'10" and 1.8 meter. He's a fairly small guy, but a great climber. Excellent climber.
So there you go.
He just won a race in Oman with the mountaintop finish. So he's certainly in a really good condition right now. And he will be one of the contestants for the mountain hillier stage on stage 5, going up to Bukit Fraser.
Yeah.
Although he probably wished to be Genting Highland.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So,
but that makes it a little bit more interesting, wouldn't it, Danny? Obviously, like with Genting Highland, it's pretty much, you know, you can sort of segregate and pinpoint who would win the GC. But then again, with this kind of stage, where it's sort of a little bit similar to last year, where the fight for GC pretty much can be an 8-stage kind of thing, instead of, you know, for the last, I think, 3 years where it finishes in Genting, that's pretty much set. Like whoever wins at Genting Highland is pretty much confirmed GC, and then from that stage on, there's no more fight for GC almost.
Right.
But what do you think, Danny?
Yeah, so like you said, exactly. You know, with the Genting finish, typically the winners would be winning by like a minute or more, right? With such a big gap, the ladder stage would be pretty much meaningless, like because the winner just need to follow the next guys on the GC, and you've seen it in the bigger race like Tour de France whenever the gap, let's say Pogačar has like a 3-minute gap, 4-minute gap, then the racing actually become a little bit less interesting. But whenever races like Tour Down Under, they're one on a climb, but the gap are only seconds.
That's right.
You know, so that that really actually makes the race more interesting, because the second or third, some cases even the top 10 guys all within 30 seconds of each other. So there's opportunity for any of them to potentially break away and gain some time and won the race in the end. So that actually adding unpredictability. And so that's So we should see more a lot of activities even after the Queen stage. Fraser. Tour de Langkawi on Sunday. They were finishing in the KLCC. And then you have to get to pretty couple climb, Bukit Hantu and Bukit Ampang, in order to get to the finish line. So, and that's by no means an easy climb for the riders who ride locally and who have written those climbs. Certainly can spur some surprises.
Yeah, so we had a little bit of a glimpse on the front of the race earlier. We see rider from Bardiani have been a little bit more active in today's stage. Not much of the visual of them on yesterday's stage, but today it looks like they're initiating a breakaway attempt, and we can see that the road was proper wet when he had to sort of like be careful, even a simple turn around the roundabout. So just a little bit more careful. So these riders are, they spend hours on the bike, they're attuned to what feels like grip or no grip on their tires.
Absolutely. So right now, fortunately, the roads are pretty straight, pretty wide, and again, the road conditions are very smooth, which is great. So we hope this condition, this roads will keep to be smooth, keep the smoothness. I don't know how to say it, but yeah, because also if we have a lot of bumps and that would potentially cause the rider lose traction. So we see the riders are trying to making the attack on the right side of the peloton.
That's right from my son.
Is I read it from my son? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It's a good eye.
Yeah. No, POC helmets, their bikes.
There we go. There we go. Talking of a tech expert.
I think,
I wouldn't call you tech geek, but tech expert. There you go.
Yeah, so I've latched on immediately by Ayman Rosli from Terengganu cycling team, currently in the white jersey of the best Asian rider. So there you go. So their bikes, POC, POC helmets, so they are Isan.
Yeah.
See, I was right.
Excellent. Yeah, that bike used to be written by the Uno X mobility team.
Yes, you're right.
But now their Uno X has changed to Ridley.
Yeah.
So all these teams tends to change bike every couple years. And that seems to be a common, obviously because of sponsorship and so forth. But and sometimes, when a bike company actually targeting a specific market, so they actually sort out the teams that are popular in that particular market. So I think that's the case with Polygon as well, with TSG. Polygon was really looking to expand their market out of Indonesia, so Malaysia is the next country, but also Terengganu cycling team obviously being a fairly global team, as we talked about yesterday. They are the top-ranked continental team in the world. They have riders from all over the world, South Africa, Eritrea, and Danish, Netherlands, we just talked about Ednan, and as well Kazakhstan, Vadim Pronsky, and also Ukraine, represented and by Anatoly.
Yeah.
And in fact, he was in the World Championship yesterday in Takali, Rwanda. So for those guys who watched the World Championship yesterday, what an exciting race that was. It was. I think it was definitely a hard race. It was by far the riders saying that was one of the hardest, if not the hardest World Championship race course. I think it was only 30 finisher. Of the
only 30
finisher.
Wow,
from yesterday.
That has to be a tough.
From yesterday's race.
That has to be a tough race. So has it 269 kilometer?
Yeah, right. Yeah. And I think about over 5,000 meters of climbing.
That's tough. That is tough stage.
Around there. So and it was won by no other than the king of cycling right now, Tadej Pogačar, of the UAE team.
Yeah, congratulations.
Well, from Slovenia. So since
Slovakia.
Slovenia.
Sorry, Slovenia. Yeah, I got confused. Yeah.
Don't confuse Peter Sagan with Slovenia.
I was thinking of Slovakian rider in the race. Dusan Rojevic. Yesterday's.
He laid out the early lead out. I mean, he started sprint early. He's a very good rider, and he started sprint early, and then but it was caught by by the
pretty much latched on by Arvid Klein and then Malucelli straight behind Arvid.
Yeah,
and then
but
like you said yesterday, it was
Uno X also did the
Blicker.
Did the Blicker, and it was almost he was doing after the race he explained he was actually doing a lead out for Alexander Kristoff, and but he definitely had a speed. I mean, he was, and Blicker was also a former stage winner of Tour de Langkawi and also a green jersey.
Orange jersey.
The orange jersey. Sorry.
Yeah.
Back then was green jersey.
Back then was
actually was a green jersey. So he was a point leader. So he's definitely a fast sprinter. So it will be interesting to see the finish today. If it comes down to a bunch sprint, would Blicker once again work for Alexander Kristoff, or would he fancy his own chances of sprinting for the victory?
All right. So that's the first sprint point location. So that's, you can see the cavalcade. So cavalcade are the cars at the beginning of the whole convoy. So cavalcade will go ahead and pretty much clear the road and signaling the people around that it's going to be a convoy coming behind us. So these are a shot of where the town of the first intermediate sprint is going to be, which is, let's have a check, it is in Jitra. Okay, Jitra.
That is still fairly far away. We're still that's going to be a 54 kilometer from the start.
From the start, yeah.
So right now on the screen, you're looking at a 152 kilometer. That's the distance to the end of the race.
That's right. Yeah.
So we still going to need to travel about 40 kilometers before we get to the intermediate sprint. That's so give it a chance, give chance for the peloton to sort of settle down, and then let's, it'll be really interesting to see which are the teams controlling on the front. But right now, still full of attacks. I mean, there's still multiple teams I see from Thailand. And from other teams, that I think the smaller team without a sprinter, and they are certainly fancy. Well, they fancy their chances of trying to get in a breakaway, especially with the weather like this.
Yeah.
And there's Badiani. I'm pretty sure that's Badiani.
Yep, that is Badiani. Yep.
The green helmet.
That's right. And then we've seen quite active a few teams, Southeast Asian team, like 7-Eleven, and then we've got Nusantara. BYC was being a little bit.
Mata ganjaran tanpa kad di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
guna masa reward sayang. Isi senang, tebus macam-macam, senang. Beli jiwa pun senang. Senangnya, ini baru Masa Rewards.
But now he's under the national team.
Yeah.
And preparing for the SEA Game later in December. Yeah. That's his big target for the year.
All right, SEA Games is this December. All right, so that's definitely a target for a young upcoming rider. How old is he?
He's 22.
All right,
22.
still pretty young.
Yeah,
Still pretty young.
22. So he actually just did a month and a half racing in Spain under with Kyle Royal under 23 team. So yeah, he should be in really good condition, and it's really good opportunity that he actually managed to do a little more racing. But I see a group of 4, 5, but well, a lot more, maybe 7, 8 rider, but there's still rider trying to come across this breakaway. Obviously the Peloton sense that's danger that these guys can has a good chance. It's a strong group, has a good chance to get to the finish line. So more rider wants to get involved in the breakaway.
That's proper amount of rider. I think Uno X also sent one rider to sort of limit the gap. A few riders from Polti visit Malta as well. A lot of these few riders that coming into the established breakaway are sprinters team. I think the goal is not to let the breakaway gone too far.
Yeah, so that's I think
Total Energies as well.
Total Energy, yeah. So if you have a breakaway group of containing all the major, like a lot of the major teams, so that actually the chance of succeeding to the finishing is actually increased dramatically. So let's see, Polti, we have Polti, you have Total Energy. So we're looking at suddenly the 3-rider trio have grown up to like maybe like 15 rider.
Yeah,
already.
that's a proper amount. I guess we're just trying to understand for a lot of these teams. Obviously, Confirma is there pulling at the moment, but we have Uno X, we have Polti, also Astana up in front here. What would be the motivation? Obviously, they're not trying to get the breakaway to go a little bit further, right? Considering they have sprinters.
Yeah.
So, like from your understanding and what your thought would be, why is that the case?
So it obviously the reason I think they're not, the Astana XDS are not committing 100% on the front of the peloton to do the chase. And when other riders and the team see that they are not committed to just control it from the beginning to the end, as we talked about earlier, it's going to be a 166K stage. If Marichelli decides to just go ahead and use up all his troops and controlling from the kilometer 0, he won't have any lead out left. So maybe it was a good idea just not over controlling at the beginning and let the sending one of your rider into the break. So put the responsibility onto the other team, because they can easily say, well, I have a rider in the break, and I already won a stage. So if you want to win the stage, then it's your turn to do the work.
Right.
But we also see Tudor also have a rider in the breakaway, and I think Uno X also have a rider in the break. So
yeah, we saw that. Astana have a rider in that breakaway as well. So it seems like the Polti as well. Obviously, they have a mission with Peñalbe.
Peñalbe, yeah. So they're sort of like everybody's pushing the responsibility into somebody else. So again, it's a moving chess game, a poker game, however you want to call it.
Yeah.
So they are sort of pushing the responsibility into another team, but 166K, still 144K to the finish line. It's a long way to go. But I think, again, it's the weather condition that makes the first hour racing so fast. Everybody, whenever you're raining, and it actually makes everybody on the alert. Everybody becomes super reactive and active as well, and you're not worried about overheating for sure. So it's actually safer in a way in this kind of condition by going one line. because the last thing you want is a big group bunch together, and then there's the touch of wheel, and you can easily bring down 20, 30 guys in wet roads like this.
Yeah, so looking at the weather at the moment, Denny, it's not slowing down. The rain is definitely not slowing down. We had some information from the start line. A few of our compatriots of the Petronas Sri Lankawi gave us information that it has been raining pretty much since last night, about 2 a.m. or so. Yeah, we can see on the screen now, like it's not just raining, but also the sky is pretty dark as well. So it just indicates that it's more rain to come.
Yeah, it's the monsoon season.
It is monsoon season.
Getting close to monsoon season. So, in tropical southeast weather, you have these. So the rain comes generally in the so-called the winter time. But there is no winter season, so end of the year. So I guess the cold air from the Himalayas and sort of carry down to Southeast Asia and then brings a lot of moisture. But generally, you see, the guys here, you can see a lot of teams, a lot of riders not even wearing a rain jacket or shoe cover because the weather still, even though despite the rain, it's not super cold. Especially when you're racing at 50 kilometers an hour, so your body is generating massive amount of heat. But the only problem is, you're drying up the shoes later in the hotel room.
It's a lot more work for the staff after this.
For the staff as well to clean the bike.
Yeah.
But we just hope right now so far we don't see any rider with a mechanical issue. That's good to see. Although I don't want to say too much. That's always the commentator
Don't
curse.
jinx it.
Don't jinx it. Hope everybody stay upright, stay safe.
Yeah.
Baniani again. They are super active in launching another attack because they were not present in yesterday's breakaway, and they didn't get involved too much in the sprint. So obviously the only way is to try to win the stage is by breaking or by getting the breakaway. Yeah. But the Peloton is so active. Unibet again, Unibet Rocket, followed by Uno X, and then you have the
looks like a Vini. Looks like a Vini Fantini just now.
Okay.
Yep, that's Vini Fantini.
So everybody are active and
very active
chasing.
at the moment.
And I think this is going to be carrying on for at least another, I would say another 10K or so. Until the Peloton finally tires from chasing after every move.
Yeah.
But I think the first 1 hour of racing, you're going to be covering 50K an hour, and it's going to be active until the first intermediate sprint.
Yep.
I would say, and then maybe there will be a breakaway, will be let go. It's
Santara, rider from Nusantara, Nusantara BYC, sort of initiated another attack to establish a breakaway with 141.5 kilometers to go in the race. It's been very, very active. Follow along. Looks like Ayman Rosli from the back with laser helmet and white jersey.
Okay.
Yep. And then joined also by another rider. Looks like, yep. The visuals are not very cooperative at the moment due to the heavy rain. Totally understandable. Monsoon weather.
Yeah.
Monsoon weather at the moment.
There we go. The rider just moving along right now.
Yeah.
These guys on the back, they're getting a lot of water.
Oh yeah,
shedded,
for sure.
Yeah, onto their bikes and their body, but. Yeah, it is. Again, fortunately, it's not cold weather. If it's in Europe or Northern Hemisphere, this kind of rain would just drop the temperature by 10 degrees Celsius easily. Yeah. So fortunately, most of the riders still look to be fairly good, but you just, one good thing that you definitely don't need to go back for the team car for a lot of water.
Oh yeah, for sure. You're not that thirsty. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, absolutely right. So yeah, the back here seems a little bit more chill. Not a lot of chaos, whereas here in front is a completely different business. Attack after another attack, trying to establish a breakaway. Another attempt by Nusantara BYC, a team from Indonesia, the only team from Indonesia in this year's edition of Petronas Sri Lankawi.
Yeah, and it looked like followed by 7-Eleven.
7-Eleven, yep.
Okay. So the two Southeast Asian team, 7-Eleven and Nusantara from the Indonesia, and one from the Philippines trying to break away right now. but the Peloton is still very active. Either by the rider, still lack of control. I mean, I don't see Astana XDS coming to the front just yet. I think they are happy with current situation where a lot of riders trying to bridge across, and whenever there's a rider trying to bridge across, that sort of actually sort of tempting the next rider from chasing, and then they become a big echelon. You know, a few riders become a big echelon, and so everybody will be back together again. So there's a lot of these washing machine effect right now.
Oh yeah, for
guys
sure.
going to the front, and then get caught, wash it out to the back, and then the next round of fresh legs ready to take over, trying to launch the attack. Because with a big wide roll like this, it's going to take multiple effort before it succeeds. So yeah, for the riders watching at home, you know, if you're just starting to get into cycling events, cycling racing, you know, it's not always just one rider. Just let go on the front, and that's, you know, you establish breakaway. There's going to be multiple effort, so multiple attempt. So that's what those are intervals. Intervals are very useful.
That is right.
Going to the max, and then, you know, and
recover.
then ease off, recover, and then go it again. You know, so that's but that's you know, that's going to improve your power output, and your stamina, endurance. And here goes look like Ednan from Trengganu cycling team again on the front, and followed by
Chengdu, I think it's Chengdu.
Okay.
Yeah, looks like Chengdu.
Yeah,
Chengdu DYC, or maybe HKSI.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, some of the jerseys are fairly similar.
That's
very
right.
difficult to tell
Especially
apart.
with this visual.
Yeah, especially with the wet weather like this, it is absolutely difficult to tell. But however, I do see a bit of light in the sky. Seems like there potentially is the rain is gonna slow down.
Yeah.
So one good thing about, you know, Southeast Asian rain, monsoon rain, it doesn't last all day.
Yeah.
I mean, you get a fairly strong downpour, and then it clears up. So hopefully it will be the case. I do see the sky is getting brighter. So hopefully the rain will stop. Then we can see what is the actual situation at the race. So right now, a group of look like 7-8 riders again trying to make the junction, make the breakaway. But the guys in the peloton are chasing and are not letting up the breakaway go just yet.
Oh yeah, very active still, Denny. I think we've only just 137.4 kilometers to go. We're looking at probably, we've only done no more than 30 kilometers, and the race is very active still. Pretty much the same as yesterday. Very active. We haven't yet established any breakaway, no control from the main peloton by any of the big teams, and super aggressive still. In front here, Trengganu cycling team, followed by looks like a Nusantara. Just behind them, Kin Pharma.
Thailand.
Thailand Continental cycling team is there as well. 7-Eleven is there, trying to establish the breakaway. But yes, as much as as hard as they're working in front here, we see just right behind there, Peloton is still chasing, Denny.
Yeah, it's you know, there's no letting up right now, and I think it's because the XDS Astana are still refusing to come to the front to just shut down the shut down the pace and set a steady pace and let a break go. It's really really interesting to see. It's which team is going to take over the control on the front, and when they're gonna start coming to the front. And I think this situation will continue until a small group of guys finally break away, and the peloton is happy with the composite of the breakaway, and then they will probably sit up. But for the time being, everybody are still extremely active and trying to get in the break. And
yeah, I think we briefly saw just now, I think, a signage on the side where it's a waste zone 1 start. So Denny, for those of you that doesn't know, that these riders can't just simply litter. You know, they can't just throw their gel packaging anywhere or food packaging anywhere or bottles anywhere, right?
You are absolutely right.
Apparently, you're going to get fined for that.
Well, yeah. So in the old days, in the old days, you can pretty much throw the bottles or waste throughout the race. So we'll just hear the disc brake
I was just going to say, I just cannot not hear that disc brake squeak.
It's so loud.
Carry on.
Yeah. So in the old days, you can.
Makes me cringe. Sorry.
Yeah, it is. It does. So in the old days, you can just pretty much throw the gel wrapper or the bottles anywhere. But it is really good that UCI have decided to, and that actually brought us such a bad image for cycling, because it's supposed to be a clean sport, good for the environment, less cars, and more people riding bicycle, less cars. But if you're just throwing trash, plastic bottle is pretty much non-biodegradable. I mean, it's going to be there for years, and especially in a beautiful country like Malaysia, it's just bad for tourism as well. So UCI had put a very strict rules, and not only fining the rider for throwing bottles or waste outside the waste zone, but also there are severe UCI points deduction. So not only especially nowadays the points ranking are so important. So not only you're going to get a big fine of I believe it's 100 plus Swiss franc. That's a lot of ringgit. Then you're getting 5 to 10 points, up to 15 points deduction, points deduction. So that's all that is certainly that's definitely reduce the number of littering, but still you look at the results, you still see some riders either accidentally or intentionally litter. So hopefully we see less of that, because we do want to see cycling with a good image to the environment, and trying to get more people into cycling. Because they are. We should have brought it up, and there are certain incidents happen in Malaysia that have brought a lot of conflict between riders and the drivers and the cyclists. And I understand that issue is not even isolated to Malaysia.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, just generally, I think after COVID-19, there was a lot of new cyclists on the road, and that brought in a lot of frictions and a lot of conflict between the drivers and the motorbike and the cyclist. So we certainly don't want to add more to that potential conflict.
That's right. Yeah, for sure. So we're about 132.7 kilometer to the race. We see on the visual now is Matteo Malucelli with number 3 jersey, wearing the class. He's the last one on the wheel. He's probably suffered from that washing machine effect.
No, I don't think so. I think he's carrying out. He's probably doing some domestic duty to help his teammate take the jacket. I see there's a rain jacket in his hand, left hand.
So I think something shoved in the front part of his jersey as well.
Yeah, I think he's actually helping his teammate to take the raincoat back. Because we talked about earlier that even though it's raining, but the temperature is still fairly high, probably around 20 to 30 degrees. So the rider heat up. I mean, they certainly put in a lot of effort, generate a lot of heat. So they already warmed up. So they are time to take out the rain jacket, and maybe he's sending his troop to the front, controlling the pace, and he's the one that bring the jacket. So
I mean, respect goes both ways, right? Like you're like, obviously you want people to work for you. In the case of Matteo Malucelli, you want your teammate to deliver you to the finishing line, but also when in times of your riders needing your help while you're not needing to do the work on the bike, you have to sort of support them as well. So the respect goes both ways. We probably only see that these riders are being delivered to the finishing line, the star riders, so-called, the race leader. But then obviously these are the kind of things that we don't see, that where the race leader or the main person in the team actually going back to the team car, doing a little bit of domestic duties, and that way you build that I guess team chemistry and team bonding, and then from there you create this trust and relationship where you don't need to say anything, like you know what to do kind of thing, right?
Yeah. So definitely, it is. We talk about cycling as a team sport.
Yep.
It is individual winner. Only the winner gets to go on the podium at the end of the race. However, but it is also a team sport. In order for the winner, for the leader to continue winning, he needs a team to support him to win. But there is also team prizes, you know, for the best team performance, because the top 3 finisher of the stage, you know, the time as you adds onto the team classification. So there is also a team classification at the end. But generally, those are the minor prizes. The main prizes is to protect the leader. So all 5 rider from XDS Astana right now are working for the team leader Marcelli. So Marcelli decided he'd go back and take the rain cap, rain jacket back. And back to the front of the race. So finally, Confama, 1 solo rider are attempting to break away right now, and the peloton is looking a little bit. They're still chasing. I see that there's riders still chasing. We can't tell who, but they're looking back a little bit. So
maybe Ayman Rosli.
Maybe Ayman
Yeah,
Rosli.
it looks like Ayman Rosli.
It's possible.
Yeah.
And Confama from Spain. They're a pharmaceutical company from Spain, and that's with their green jersey and green bike.
Yeah,
it's quite nice to see.
Yeah, it's,
but he's sitting up.
Sitting
That's
up.
what we're talking about. He's trying to break away. He's actually sitting up and taking off his gilet. Wind vest or jacket.
That's right, the rain jacket. And then, we see riders are still chasing. Well, we saw, Uno X is there. The Astana rider is there as well. Looks like they're going to call out like another breakaway attempt potentially from the rider from Terengganu cycling team. Is that Adne, Denny?
And I think that could be Vardin.
Yeah, looks like Vardin Pronsky. Yep. And then follow suit by a few riders from the back chasing again. Judging from that, we can't see that St. George. St. George followed the initial breakaway attempt. The initiated breakaway attempt from Vadim Pronsky. School day today. So we just reached into the state of Kedah. I think we're just passing a town called Koh Diang. Same as last year. It says Koh Diang, Denny, but the correct way of pronunciation is Koh Diang.
Koh Diang.
Koh Diang. There's like a K in front of that O. So Koh Diang.
And I think that's the rider on the front. It's from St. George. It looks like Daniel Whitehouse. And that's an ex-Terengganu cycling team rider. And followed by Bogos. Bogos has been fairly quiet so far this race. And finally, it's good to see there on the front and pushing the pace. And look like 3 riders giving a bit of daylight. And Terengganu, I can see Terengganu cycling team, Bogos, and St. George. Look like Daniel Whitehouse. Go Daniel.
Go Daniel Whitehouse, Bogos rider, Bogos Borbele BH. And then also rider, is that Matthias Bernhold?
That could be Matthias or Vadim, one of them. I can't tell. They're very similar in terms of heights, but it looks like 3 are given a bit of daylight, and you see the peloton immediately going across the road. Hopefully, this is actually a great opportunity for the trio to actually finally go, because whenever you see a peloton spread across the road, that means they actually decided to let the breakaway go. The rider is sitting up, and that's Vadim.
Vadim Pronsky. Vadim Pronsky.
We just want to get a visual on who is the Bogos rider. The riders are sitting up. You can see the Uno X rider on the back. He's probably going to get some waters, or probably potentially a nature call. So 163. 163.
163. That is Nate Haddon.
Nate Haddon.
Nate Haddon. He was in the breakaway as well yesterday. Vadim Pronsky and a rider from Burgos. Burgos is rider number 76. Let me see. 76. That is Jose. Jose Gallego.
Jose Gallego.
Jose
Manuel
Gallego.
Whoa. 76 from Spain. Gogos, yeah. So 3 riders, Vadim, Nate, and Jose are
Jose.
certainly open at daylight. I mean, these are 3 strong riders, and they are able to open a daylight. And seems like I think there was a little bit hesitation in the peloton, and I think teams are finally getting organized and setting a pace on the front. And my guess would be XDS are on the front now working and controlling. They're happy with just letting 3 guys go because there's still a long way to the finish. 127K to go. Well, unless you're Tadej Pogacar, you can just attack with 100K to go by yourself. And that's but for general, that is generally that's 3 riders. That is good to let these break go and bring them back a little bit later.
All right, so it looks like pretty much established at the moment. We're seeing a little bit of a gap between these 3 riders that have been in the breakaway. They just initiated, and looks like that is going to be the case. We have, here you go, on the head of the race, we have Jose Gallego, Vadim Pronsky, and also Nate Haddon. 3 riders have finally formed a breakaway. We are yet to find what is the time gap between these 3 breakaway riders and the main peloton.
Yeah.
Looks like the rain has eased off a little bit, and also water droplets have cleared off from the lens as well.
Yeah, it's getting, you can see there are more spectators coming out on the side of the road, but the roads are still very wet. But fortunately, the heavy rain has finally eased off, and then potentially the peloton has eased off just a little bit to let the three gentlemen to get on the road, take away some intermediate points, because we're about 14 kilometers from the first intermediate points.
Yeah. So for those of you that have just joined us in the live commentary at the moment, so we have started the race from Padang Besar, in Perlis, and then they made their way now already in the state of Kedah. They just passed Koh Diang. And then now they are in their feed zone. So a little bit of a tip for those that are viewing at home. If you wanted some bottles from the riders, just stay at the feed zone.
Yeah. That's weight zone or the feed zone.
Weight zone or the feed zone.
Yeah, that's what the rider is gonna give throughout the bottle here. But Confarmer riders are not satisfied for missing all the break, and it looked like he's trying to go across. Because you see on the front of the peloton, there's still lack of, I don't see the XDS coming into the front controlling it. I see Uno X, I see Tudor, and then and so I think there's still lack of commitment from the leading team, leader team to controlling it. So we don't have Confarmer rider in this breakaway, so they are still very much intent to get in the break.
Oh yeah, for sure. Being a team that is more heavy on the GC, not into the sprint, so they would want a representative in the breakaway to care either number 1 to get as much time bonus from the intermediate sprint, and also the potential of being in the breakaway and won the stage in the breakaway. Yeah. Although the sprint teams will have a completely different idea, they want it to come down to sprint. But yeah, we'll just see how the stage is going to play out. It'd be interesting to see, considering none of these sprint teams are actually still in front controlling the main peloton.
Yeah, the gap is 14 seconds. This trio has 14 seconds to the main peloton, and but then the chaser are about 10 seconds behind them. So it is now if the chasing guys are here's the time gap down to 10 seconds now. So if the chasers probably end up just brought the peloton back to them and look like they start looking behind to see the time gap. So 10 seconds is not a whole lot. And they look like they're being caught right now.
Yeah, that's it. The peloton is still very aggressive. We thought the breakaway is gonna break away from the peloton, but unfortunately, quickly brought back by the peloton by the likes of some riders, a few riders from the sprint team. We've got the Uno X, and then as we expected, as soon as the breakaway being caught, another rider from Looks like Burgos.
Burgos, yeah.
Yep.
And
Burgos, Purple BH, Ken Farmer, and immediately followed
by Poti, Visit Malta. So yeah, it's still, you see there's a lack of full commitment from XDS Astana. So that's really smart. So they you know, it is you don't have to do the work.
Yeah.
You don't have to commit your rider just yet because everybody are still active, letting the herd do the chase, right? So that's
one way to put it.
That is really smart. Obviously, we know, you know, the team DS for this race, Mark Ruscio, who is an expert, a very experienced rider. So he is not over-committing just yet. So here we go, XDS. Instead of working, they might as well get to the front, just controlling it.
That's right. Yeah. That's exactly what he did. You know, once he reaches the front after the Burgos Burpele BH rider peel off, he just pretty much ease off the pedaling, not pedaling at all. And then by the looks of it, he's not interested to carry the pace. But the rider from Bardiani have a completely different idea, initiating attack from the left side of the road, followed by a 7-11 rider and a rider from Polti Visit Malta. Not intending the breakaway to go away, rather to control the pace.
Over decline, as you see, the little gorilla are taking out his rain jacket, and yeah, so they see the rider are putting it in the jersey. Yeah, he's wearing a speed suit. He's probably wearing a skin suit. So he can't just put it behind him. So he's actually putting it in front of him. And actually, from the aerodynamics perspective, it actually potentially is actually more aero, right? We've seen Renko Evenepoel, who is the world time trial champion. So which just happened last week, and then he put the race radios, and even bottles in the past in his jersey to make him more aerodynamics. Peloton is still super active right now, and look like another attack launching by the Tringano cycling team. Certainly being super active from the right side and trying to spur out another attack, keeping the pace super high.
And then I think he completely lost interest in it after seeing everyone just pretty much been very active towards that breakaway attempt. Right, 31 over decline, very massive chainring.
Yeah.
Want to have a guess? Probably 55, 56 probably.
Sure. Here is the interview.
With the top 3 yesterday, not knowing before if your condition was at the top. What do you make of this top 3 yesterday?
I think we are really positive about it. I think we should aim for more, of course. I'm not coming here for a top 3, but it's a good start of the stage race. So I'm looking forward to today to sprint again.
Have you evaluated your adversaries, how they are organized?
Yeah, and I think we have a good team and compared to the others to bring me there. So UNOX also has a good lead out, and they will also have it today. So it's nice to see that we have different cards to play.
Do you think it will be another match with 3 teams today? Tudor, UNOX, Astana?
I think normally we would take control, the three teams, and then we will make it a sprint normally, because I think we have the 3 fastest sprinters in the race.
Raining at the start, do you hope for better weather at the finish?
I hope so, but I don't expect it.
So that was Ava Decline from Tudor Pro Cycling. He got himself, he was the KBS Orange jersey holder 2 years ago in 2023. A very close fight last year with Matteo Marcelli with just 2 points down. And here he is again in Tour Langkawi, the 29th edition for a redemption. And we're back on the peloton in front here. Vadim Pronsky leading the charge on the breakaway attempt, followed by the Rockets and also Total Energies rider just behind them. And as we have seen for the past tens of kilometers, the peloton is not sitting up. It is very active, very aggressive at the moment. So if spectators on the side of the road, considering today is a working day, it is quite impressive to see people are out spectating and watching the race.
Yeah, it's amazing. The Malaysian public has always been very supportive of the Tour de Langkawi race, and certainly without the support of the public, this great race wouldn't have been held for 29 editions. So back at the front of the race, yeah, 120k to go. Everyone are just still juggling, and the Confarmer are not giving up on the idea of breakaway. And but at least the roads are dry.
Oh yes, it is. It's significantly dry. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's what we talk about in Southeast Asia weather. So you can literally go from like torrential downpour and to clear blue sky and dry roads in literally 5-10 kilometers.
Oh yeah, for sure. I have an aviation friend. He's a pilot. It says like for these Malaysian rain, give it about 20-30 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll have like a super very heavy downpour, like proper downpour. You can't even see the road kind of downpour, and normally it sort of eases up. So if you're riding in Malaysia and you're stuck in a heavy downpour, just find shelter for a little bit, half an hour or so. Normally it will ease off, and then it's it's not proper dry, but then you can sort of carry on riding because it's not safe. Because with that heavy rain, you can see some of these potholes. You can barely see it, so it can be very dangerous.
Yeah, and also the driver has very little visibility of you. But yeah, generally when we get a drizzling rain in the morning, then you know, oh no, that's gonna last the whole day.
That's it. The complete opposite.
Right. So you're hoping for downpour, a quick downpour, and then versus a drizzling rain, because in other parts of the world, typically it rains and it may potentially rains like multiple days in a row. So. We're looking at the back, as this should be on the back of the peloton, and you see the Tudor and Poti riders are asking for water and asking for food and water. That's the feeding time, typically the feeding time. Oh, here we go, 3 riders. And finally look like opening up a significant daylight again. Confarmer, Total Energy, and look like a rider from Thailand.
No, it's Total Energies. I'm Rosli.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Yeah. It's interesting to see his setup. Saddle push all the way forward.
Yeah, and it's super low. You can see his
saddle height. Yeah, probably because of him sitting at the nose of the saddle. I mean, if he sits, a little bit forward, a little bit back, where the widest part of the saddle, that's probably a normal seat height. But yeah, I think he just prefer that. That position, I think.
Well, he's a time trialer. He's a great time.
Makes a lot of sense.
Time trial champion, and he certainly will try to go for the SEA Game, Southeast Asian Game time trial. So he certainly is one of the major favorites.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's riding like a time trial bike, literally, and hunching over, but these threes, well, it looks like they're getting some clear daylight, and. If Confarmer rider is in the breakaway, so very likely they could be, the peloton could be happy that these 3 guys are up on the road. And if Ivan Rosley collects some more bonus time, bonus second, and he could be technically a virtual yellow jersey, Petronas green jersey leader. virtual because and it's still going to be depending on the finishing time.
That's right.
And but he could collect points.
I mean, that could be his interest, because we are actually approaching the first intermediate sprint in Jitra.
It looked like he's suffering a little bit on the wheels. He was in the break all day yesterday.
Yeah.
And so he's actually skipping a turn, and that could be
not a good sign, you reckon?
Just a little bit of fatigue, and obviously that's you can't just keep firing away all day long. But he's great at this kind of road, flat, fast road. He will recover, I'm sure.
Okay, so we've got 3 riders.
Yeah, 3 riders, and we're approaching the intermediate sprint in less than 4 kilometers.
Yeah, less than 4 kilometers. So we've got Delbov from Total Energies. We have Chobo from Confarmer, and also Ayman Rosli. Yeah. So we have Confirma on the Giant Propel.
Okay.
Yeah, the Giant Propel. I believe that's the only bike they're going to bring, considering the profile of the race. Nothing super steep. And then we have Total Energies on NV Melee.
Yeah.
And NV Wheels, and then obviously is Trengado Cycling Team on the Polygon Helios, and also Dura Ace Wheels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a pretty expensive bike, NV wheel. NV bike.
NV bike, NV Melee, and also NV wheels, same wheels. I believe it's the same wheels that Pogacar is using, but I believe Pogacar is using the Pro version, the latest edition.
Okay.
214, Elmi Jumari, I believe.
Yeah.
Rider 214, Elmi Jumari last year.
Yeah, he had a horrific crash. Yeah.
I think almost the same course as last year, except that last year. All right, with 1 kilometer to go. To the first intermediate sprint. Looks like Delbov actually initiated a quite early ramp up into the pace, and then followed by Chobo just behind him. Ayman Rosli looks like he's struggling for this first intermediate sprint, and let's see who's going to score the maximum points for the first intermediate sprint. Still riding together, Danny, these three riders heading toward the first intermediate sprint.
And I see Ayman just have a quick look back to see the gap, because I think they're approaching the, let's see, the 500 meters. So there's still 500 meters to go. So it's still a little too early to start a sprint. They want to wait and they probably want to wait until the last 100 meter to actually do the sprint, especially this is an intermediate sprint. There's only 3 of them carry the momentum.
Yeah, Ayman Rosli playing a little bit of a cat and mouse, baiting one rider, see who's going to bite, and Ayman Rosli looks like he goes. He goes before. Looks like he's losing the wheel. Chobo looks like leading the pack, followed by Delbov. And is it Chobo going to get? Is Chobo going to get the maximum time bonus? Looks like Chobo, followed by Delbov. And then looks like they have almost swallowed by the main peloton.
Yeah, and the peloton is already, literally caught up to them at almost reaching the sprint line. So they're back to one group again. So yeah, I think the Tudor rider got actually the last points and last time bonus. So we're all back together in one big group again. So that's Ayman's good effort. Didn't pay out, but immediately there's a counter-attack happening. That's
yes.
Something we discussed earlier that could happen. A break may finally let go after the first intermediate sprint. Let's see if the peloton decide to sit up, or we're still chasing. They're still chasing.
They're still chasing. We can see from the body gesture of the rider in front, he's absolutely putting the power to chase the breakaway attempt. We got 3 in front and a few riders that are actually chasing the 3 riders that are formed in front. And again, we see in the main peloton, they're not sitting up. They're still chasing with 110.9 kilometers. We have raced for about 40 kilometers, and the riders are not actually sitting up.
Yeah, well, we actually covered
50, yeah, I was going to say, yeah, 50 kilometers, yeah.
Yeah, 56 kilometers, and I think they averaged, easily averaged 50K for the first 1 hour racing up to now, right? So there was 3 riders, and I think joined by another 5 riders. Now we probably should have 8 riders on the front, and but they only have about 150 meters in front of the peloton, because the peloton are strung out in one line. And I'm wondering how long they can keep this going, because it looks like they are just motor pacing throughout since the whole day. Yeah, so we're going to get a result of the first intermediate sprint. We're looking at Alpha Decline.
Looks like just testing.
Make sure you don't have a puncture.
Yeah, look at that. It just really likes riding.
Yeah.
Big gear. It's interesting because Tudor this year comes with a 1x chainring in front.
Oh.
Yeah, single chainring in front. More aero.
They're on the BMC bike, right?
BMC bike with SRAM Red group set. 1x chainring. I believe they're on 36 cassette.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So full range, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know unless they bring spares to go up the hills.
Okay.
Spare chain rings or whatever.
Luckily, there's no Genting Highland stage because I doubted many people will be able to climb that with a 55 chainring of with a single chainring of the Genting Highland. So back on the front, everyone looked like back together once again. No one is letting go. Here's the intermediate. Here's a replay of intermediate sprint.
Yeah.
And look like
Ivan Chobo with Delbov fighting together, but it was quite obvious that Chobo had the better of Delbov, and Iman Rosli just had no more legs to follow the two riders for a maximum point. So first, second and third by Badiani. So Chobo, I think he's more interested in the time bonus. Obviously, he is one of the better contender for general classification in the Ken Pharma.
Right. So that's what exactly I was thinking, that he's probably trying to get a few bonus seconds in order to help on later. I mean, it's not important right now, but in the later, as we talk about the Fraser climb, it's going to be separated by seconds. So that even just a 1 second, 2 second time bonus, it would be different. Could be different between top 5 in the GC or top 10 in the GC. So here, Iman Rosli did a massive amount of work getting in the breakaway, and now it looked like he gone back to the team car to get some nutrition, some water.
Yeah.
And back on the front, looked like rider.
That's Nusantara.
Yeah, Nusantara with a blue jersey.
Looks like Trengano. Yeah. Trengano cycling team.
There you go.
Again.
Again, yeah. Super active. That looked like Matthias, if I'm not mistaken.
Matthias Brenhoy, yeah. He says he has a particular way of wearing helmet and sunglasses.
Yeah. All the riders, they have a little bit of their own personal preference.
That's right.
But look like the position. He uses a fairly small bike frame and a fairly low handlebar stack height. And they were looking good just a minute ago, but now look like the Peloton will start chasing once again. It's
there have been lots of attacks. Normally on a sprint stage it's quite calm. We see from the previous stages, or even different types of races in other countries, we do see that in the sprint stage it's normally quite calm. 10-15 kilometers in, to let the breakaway go. But I think, like you mentioned, like no one's in the bigger team is sparing any of your riders to control the peloton. So XDS is not doing anything to control. The same goes to Tudor or even Uno X. So they're both having a little bit of a game going on among these three teams.
A little bit of poker game, but again, XDS can say, hey, I already won a stage.
You guys haven't won a stage.
You guys haven't won a stage, then you want to win, you control. And Uno X could be saying, hey, you have the fastest rider, you have the leader jersey, why should we do the work? And Tudor will be saying the same thing. So unless the three teams reach an agreement saying that we all put one rider on the front and set a pace and then let it duke it out in the end. So they did that yesterday.
Yes, they did
yesterday. So they probably need to reach that agreement again in order to let a break go. Otherwise, it will be non-stop chasing and attacking and then counter-attacking.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's been super aggressive race so far. Normally, I think a lot of the riders that when you hear this interview to some of these riders, some of their favorite moments in the races when the breakaway actually got away. I remember, I think there was an interview, I believe, I can't remember, I saw on YouTube, it was Mitch Docker. No more professional cyclists. I think he retired riding with the EF Education. He has his own podcast, but yeah, he said that when the breakaway finally got away, he will have that sigh of relief. Finally, everything is calm. Now, as we're seeing, everything is very aggressive still.
Yeah, and look like one rider able to make a cross to Unibet Rocket rider once again who managed to get across to the Nusantara and Matthias on the front.
Matthias Brenhoy, Nusantara, and also rider Adrian Mayer.
Yeah, there you go. Finally the right body number with the right bike number.
Yes,
and
we see that number yesterday. Very so often we didn't have to check the riders list.
Yeah.
Adrian Ryan in the breakaway again, followed by a rider from Nusantara 174 is rider Asnan Maulana in the breakaway alongside Matthias Brenhoy.
Okay, we got 2 polygon bike.
Oh
in the front.
yeah, you're
That's
right.
good.
2 polygon bikes,
Nice to
representative.
see.
2 polygon representative. Riding in the breakaway in proper aero position by Asnan Maulana. You want to save as much watts as you can being in the breakaway. And followed by Adrian Mayer from the Rockets. Someone asked, is there any KOM points contested today? There are no KOM points today. It's very pancake flat stage today from Padang Besar to Kepala Batas.
Yeah, it's that's why yesterday it was very important to get the KOM jersey because as we mentioned yesterday that you get that on stage 1 you are able to wear that. You can just basically keep that for today and then be able to wear on the 3rd day. But obviously tomorrow it's very likely the KOM jerseys will be swapping hands.
Oh yeah.
But for now, for today, is just I wouldn't say I would say pancake flat for these guys. Yeah.
For sure.
2 riders decide to well, Matthias look like having a chat with Adrian
Mayer,
and look like he's not happy that he did.
People always makes Mama smile, and he can do magic. That's why I love my Papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points. Redeem all kinds of rewards. And easy to win hearts too. Senangnya. Ini baru Mr. Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Hah? Buat apa tu? Wah.
Petronas, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna Settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
That's their best finisher yesterday. And then the lead out, so he was already doing the interview. He said he had some stomach problem. So he was obviously not feeling great. And then I think he's finally Dosan. I think it's Dosan. And then I think he's finally succumbed to the stomach bug. And that's very unfortunate. And because I mentioned he's a very good rider. He just let out the sprint a little bit too early yesterday, and got overtaken. We certainly hope he recovers. But you know, in the UCI race, for the viewers who are not familiar, because it is a stage race, so if you get sick or DNF today's stage, you cannot start the next day.
Yeah.
So that is what makes the bike racing so tough, right? You can, I mean, imagine you're doing a 21 stage Grand Tour, like the Giro, the Tour, and you have one bad day, you got sick. And let's just say if your intention is to continue to finish, you could easily drop, massively in ranking or very bad performance. But and a lot of them still suffer and trying to make through the stage in order to carry on to be able to race the next day. And we saw famously in the Tom Dumoulin, it was I believe that was in the Giro. He had a stomach problem. He had to relieve himself on the roadside. It's so serious, and but he had to continue. He's not like you're sick and you get a replacement and
there's no substitute, unfortunately, for bike racing.
Right? Literally, he had to do his business and then quickly get back on the bike, and even with a stomach problem and trying to chase back and fight on. So that is makes bike racing really tough. I mean, you're 5-6 hours. Imagine you're working 5-6 hours in the office.
Yeah.
And you're not working well. You're not feeling well, but you still have to have all that things, and you cannot call in a sick day. And you got to carry on and get the job done. So. It looked like again, Terengganu cycling team is just in the break with Thailand and Isun and Unibet.
Unibet again,
but this time Unibet Rocket is working now.
Oh yes, so, maybe a different rider.
Yeah, different rider. It's not. I don't think it's Adrian Maria. And so
looks like the rider number 63. So that is Christopherson. Yeah, Christopherson
and Vadim.
Yeah, Vadim Pronsky.
And let's take a look at who is the Thailand rider and the Isun rider.
Right, so the Isun rider, 183, Hayatu Tobaru.
Okay, 83.
183, I believe that's 183, Hayatu Tobaru, yep.
And then the Thailand rider, we'll see if we can get a visual on his number.
That's 231.
231. Good eye, gee. Oh yeah.
Is it no? No, it's not. 213, I suppose.
213.
No, they can't be.
Okay, let's take a look at it again. Yeah,
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
There you go. Sorry, 1, 2, 3. I'll say he was there in the breakaway as well, trying to bridge to Ben Carmen yesterday. Tanakan Chaya Sombat.
Okay. All right. There we go. 2, 3 Asian riders and 1 Unibet from Norway.
Yes.
Excellent. So the 4 riders look like working well together.
Yep. Let's hopefully this one sticks, Denny.
Yeah. There's still 8 kilometers for the next intermediate sprint.
It's wide open space. I think it's going to be windy in this particular area.
It does look windy. It does look potentially windy, absolutely. So whenever you see there's no trees anywhere around, there's hills, so the wind comes over the hills and then, must be, then blowing through the wide open space. This looks like cowboy country.
Almost, but it is quite common in the state of Kedah. So you can see that's the paddy machine.
Yeah.
The paddy machine. That's paddy field. They're actually riding through some very nice paddy field. Obviously, it's they've just actually how do I say, cut the paddy for lack of a better word.
They just trimmed it.
Okay. Whatever the word may be. So you can see from the aerial view at the moment, they're not as green. Some of them are still green. These paddy, where rice actually came from, if you're wondering. They are actually at the moment they just passed the capital city of Kedah, Alor Stan.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and they're heading towards, I think, Gurun Sungai Petani. That's where they're heading. And then I think if you look at the course profile, they will be riding they will see Gunung Jerai on the right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Gunung Jerai is a big mountain, but unfortunately we can't. The race is not going up there.
Oh no, definitely not.
It is probably the only mountain only major mountain in the northern part of Malaysia. But it's a couple years ago, the Jelajah Malaysia did go up there. But it's a one-way up and a one-way down. So obviously, for a race like this, it's not possible to, unless they decide to finish on top of that.
Yeah.
But it's a pretty steep hill with a narrow climb. I enjoyed that. It was nice. But it looked like the Peloton are finally under control. And I would have presumed that's the XDS Astana team.
Looks like XDS.
On the front now. Keeping the pace fairly steady. Not saying slow, but fairly steady. But you can see some of the riders decide, need to relieve themselves and get some feedings. And Poti Visit Malta team are moving up a bit. So it looks like there's at least organization instead of complete chaos earlier. So good job for the 4 rider. Managed to finally break away. And I'm wondering who's going to be the most aggressive rider of today's stage, because everyone would deserve an award. I mean, all the riders attempted would certainly deserve an award, but Terengganu cycling team certainly tried many attempts in order to make the stick. It was Matthias, Adnan, Ayman Rosley. So everybody certainly have given a go in order to help to trying to get in the break.
Right. Yes, someone corrected. It's paddy harvesting. Yes, that was what I was looking for.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Sometimes you're in the moment, you forgot what words you're supposed to say. Thank you. Who was that? Irfan Shatiran. Thank you very much.
All right. So, just on the front of the group, XDS are working on the front. I'm wondering if that's the son of Alexander Vinokurov. That should be, most likely should be Alexander Vinokurov. And that's and the 2 riders. So these 2 riders on the front, just controlling the pace. The gap is 50 seconds. So that is the time gap to the Peloton, to the breakaway. It's going to be, I think it's going to be kept at this minute mark, a minute to 2 minute mark. So everyone are just finally happy If Mitch Stalker is here, and he'll be saying, finally,
the brake got away.
Decided to let the brake go.
I think a lot of the riders probably be relief as well.
Definitely there's a sense of relief, absolutely.
Like especially those that sitting at the back, you know, hoping that it's going to be a cruisy ride, but you know, just over almost 70k in.
That's
finally.
That's professional racing.
So that's the town of Limbong. That's the town of Limbong. They're gonna do a left turn here. They're about to reach Limbong, not far before they reach the feeding zone number 2.
Okay. Here's the back of the peloton. So rider's gone back feeding. This is the
perfect time to feed after everything, you know, calmed down.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it's. They get a little bit of these riders talk about they had to do basically carry their business, and the peloton doesn't stop, and so they have to do their eat, feeding, drinking. So they typically go back to the instead of getting from the they could get the food from the feed zone. Here we see Brett Dalton, feeding the riders right now. As you are driving a team car, you have a rider coming back to the. That's very dangerous. You know, if you slam on the brake, the rider could. You know, he's following your wheel and then could just slam into the car. So it's a DS. That's what you always worry about. That to make sure the rider doesn't hit you or you don't hit the rider. So
this is the iconic of riding in the northern side of Peninsula Malaysia in Kedah. Seeing paddy field. It's still pretty green. Some of the spots are still pretty green. Very luscious around the paddy field. So these are definitely one of the highlights of riding on the north. And in fact, you know, I like I said earlier in the live commentary, my in-laws are from the north. You know, I always make it a point to bring bike and ride up the north. You know, riders are a little bit more accommodating compared to the big cities. They understand, like, they're accepting that bike is another form of transport, give them away as it should, and obviously while doing that, you get to enjoy some beautiful views. XDS Astana in front here. Looks like one of the Vinokurov. We couldn't be once they were there. The riding gears, we can't really tell unless we see.
I think it's Alexander Vinokurov.
Okay, Alexander Vinokurov.
Slightly smaller stature. He has a twin brother. So for those who are not familiar, they are the twin son of the famous Astana rider, Kazakhstan rider from. Kazakhstan rider, I think Alexander Vinokurov. So he has two. He has a twin son. One is Nicholas Vinokurov, and the other one is named after him, Alexander Vinokurov. So they are from representing the XDS Astana team, doing the work right now for the team race leader, Matteo Marcelli.
Oh yes.
And I'm just wondering who is going to be the. I think his brother Nicholas is going to be one of the contestants for the overall GC. He just finished the Giro. Finished the Vuelta in pretty good form. Back at the front, this is the front of the race. We see a blue train.
A blue train. Oh yes.
Different shades of blue. Different shades of blue. We see the Unibet rocket. Light blue with the Thailand team, and Tringano cycling team. They're darker blue, very similar to the Isun. And the four quartet are working pretty well together. They're not doing a crazy pace. They know if they go faster, the peloton probably happy to keeping the gap to about a minute plus. As long as they're not threatened, they don't have to go pushing too hard, then the peloton will speed up again, just trying to limit the gap. So here we get the aerial shot where they're actually in the race. You see the orange dot is ahead of the race, and I don't see where the peloton is.
Probably not far from there. Yeah. So they are heading towards south of Kedah before they reach into Penang. So they are heading. They just passed the town of Langgang. They're heading down to the second intermediate sprint, which is Pendak. Not far now. So I think we are at 91 kilometer. Still actually almost 20 kilometers into the second intermediate sprint in Pendak.
This is a quick look at the Malaysian team riders. This year they have a new jersey, quite colorful jersey.
Oh yeah.
Typically they're sort of darker color, but this year it's multiple color jersey, really stand out. I like that's a good idea.
Oh yeah, definitely. Last year was blue, another blue. Yeah. So this year, they make it a little bit different. So that I guess among all the Malaysian teams that are here, if you looked at last year, all were blue. Like Terengganu cycling team, MPC, Malaysia Pro Cycling, also Malaysian national team. So I think they made a good choice to stand out a little bit. Otherwise, it's just another blue.
Well, I heard rumors that the Terengganu cycling team is going to have a different color jersey next year.
All right.
I won't tell you what color is it.
Oh, now that you've said it, I'm interested to know.
That you're going to have to wait for the team launch.
All right.
For the review of the new color.
Yeah, they've been blue for a while.
Yeah, they've been blue for a while, and partially it was because it's one of our major team sponsors been with us for so many years, Shimano.
Right.
That's their company color, the blue color. So we're trying to represent these sponsors. But the Polygon bike, actually, one of the things they're doing, they don't have a company color. I mean, it's a black and a bit of red, but the Polygon bike, they're trying to sort of have that customization, so you can actually get it customized, sort of like the Trek Project 1 many years ago, and you can literally customize it any color you want. And my friend from Shimano, Eugene, and he was actually recommended, why don't you have a different color for each rider? That's actually pretty cool, right? That was a good idea.
Yeah.
So that rider, you can always tell what bike the bike whose bike it belongs to with a different color, and then that's also a good way to showcase.
Yeah.
And look like the rider Peloton on the front, they're just chit-chatting right now.
Oh,
they're
yeah.
A bit of,
some food delivery. Uber Eats or whatever. In Malaysia, we have Food Panda.
Food Panda. Uber Eat. Uber, So, no, not Uber Eat, Grab.
Grab. Yes.
We don't have Uber.
No, we don't have Uber here in Malaysia.
No Uber. So if you're visiting Malaysia, don't try to look for a call Uber because it will never come.
Yeah, it's useless. The Uber app is usually here. So get the Grab or Food Panda.
Yeah, Food Panda for food delivery.
Yeah.
For cars, and you can get
Grab as well. Yeah.
Here's the teams are very happy, just keeping the current pace, and the rider are chit-chatting with each other. So
finally they can
chit-chat, right? So they can actually this is a time where rider actually talk about everything from life and training and the teams. So it's nice to the calm. Again, we're gonna get probably a couple hours of maybe an hour and a half of calm before we're hitting probably most likely after the third intermediate sprint will be 20 kilometers to go to the finish.
Yeah.
And then I think the pace will speed up. But they just need to keep the time, the gap to around a minute, and they can shut it down. I mean, general rule of cycling is, let's say Peloton will only take about you need every 1 minute for every 10 kilometer.
Right.
So if they're behind the breakaway by a minute, they technically need just 10 kilometers to shut down the breakaway. But however, in the actual race situation, it can be different. It can bring a surprise. And also yesterday, if you're watching the World Championship, I think Pogačar had like a minute ahead of Remco Evenepoel and Ben Haley and Skjelmosen.
Yeah.
And then he actually managed to keep that gap and increase that gap, 60, 70K to the end. Here's the feeding by the Unibet Rocket.
Yeah.
Unibet Rocket team.
That's right.
And now the road is completely dry, and it's some dark patch of clouds, and but the roads are quickly dried.
Yeah, looks like a bit of headwind as well, judging from that coconut tree where but definitely windy.
Yeah.
You can see the flapping coconut trees on the sides.
Alright, Lily sekarang ni bersama dengan Anis, salah seorang volunteer untuk Kapal Kit. Anis, apa tugas awak untuk Kapal Kit?
Saya untuk pembahagian goodies, saya bagi goodies dekat orang-orang ramai.
So, goodies apa yang adik
Orang dapat macam botol air, bag, and berbagai lagi.
so the riders are taking so much more carbohydrates, right? And then I was reading about the latest carb, and they are taking, I think some people even go up to 100 gram of carb per hour. To give you an idea, for those who probably don't know exactly how much is 100 carb, like generally a gel pack is like 20 to 30 grams of carb.
Right. Yeah.
So you're literally taking 4 to 5 pack of gel per every 1 hour. So that's that's the latest racing nutrition is high carb.
Yeah.
And then in order to fuel these riders, because they can easily burn somewhere between 3,000, 4,000 calories per day. So they really need to continue and not only to replenish, but also to improve their performance. In the old days, I think you take 1 gel for every 20 minutes or 30 minutes.
That's right.
But now they are doubling that, and some riders even going more than that. I'm wondering what would be what is the drawback, or is there going to be any future effect health effect for taking such a hard carb? But I guess if you're racing, your target is just to win the race.
That's right.
But you just gotta fill up, and also even in trainings. Trainings, the rider are taking a lot more carb because you need to get your stomach and get your digestion system used to it.
Right.
So we're about 10 kilometers from the next intermediate sprint. And meanwhile, the gap have just slightly increased to 1 minute and 15 seconds. But still 85K to go. I don't think there's any particular danger. So the Peloton are just XDS and just happy to set a steady pace. And the Breakaway guys also, there's really no need for them to keep pushing faster. They might as well just keep the current gap and save a bit of energy. And that maybe, I've seen it before. Like 30K to go, and when the Peloton really start to chase, a rider in the Breakaway maybe have very much, still have fresh legs, and they may be able to keep pushing on, trying to survive to the finish line. So
that's right,
it's a bit of a cat and mouse game right now.
So we've got these minute and 15 gap, and they're pretty. The gap grew a little bit from 1 minute, but actually, Tudor Pro Cycling just in front here, driving the pace. We've got back the 3 teams in front. We've got Tudor, we've got Astana in front, a representative from the team, and also Uno X just behind them, controlling the peloton. Again, these are the 3 big sprinter teams, pretty much the same lineup as yesterday, as they are now in front of the race, in front of the peloton, controlling the pace of the peloton. 1 minute and 15 seconds gap, with 84.5 kilometers to go. Danny, you were talking about carbohydrate intakes earlier. I think I briefly saw Harry Sweeney. He does a lot of YouTube video. And in recent Tour de France, on that stage where he initiated the break for Ben Healy to finally score the yellow jersey, he was pushing, I think 3 hours normalized, about 400 watts.
Wow.
Right, and he was consuming about 160 grams per hour of carbohydrates. Wow. That's a lot of carbohydrates, That's a lot of carbohydrates.
That is a lot of carbohydrates, yeah. So there you go. So, talk about maximum carbohydrate. That's 160. That's equivalent to,
let's say, for easy math,
5 gel.
It's like if you're like 30 grams per gel, 5-6 gels.
5-6 gel right there. All right.
That's
there
a lot.
You go.
Yeah.
That's a lot of gel right there.
But I think a lot of these gels and nutrition company have come a long way. They've introduced something called cluster dextrin.
Okay.
Yeah, so cluster dextrin is a kind of technology developed by Glico. That Pepero candy, that biscuits or whatever. So it's Glico. They developed this technology called cluster dextrin, where it releases the carbohydrates in a very slow and stable manner, so that people, when you consume that big amount of carbohydrate, does not have bloated upset stomach.
Right. So it's easier to digest, and also don't give you the sugar spike or something, right? Just let it steadily. Technology,
hey.
Okay, yeah, it's something to learn. Yeah, so that's something that yeah, it's super important if you're training. I do some riding, casual ridings with friends, and I find a lot of them. They told me that they don't eat breakfast, which was a big surprise to me. I mean, it's important to have some food before you start riding. And then that's important carbohydrate that can help you fuel, especially you're doing a race like this. Yesterday, you talked about Ben Haley, who finished third on yesterday's World Championship. He was super happy, to finish among to stand on the podium with the two of the best rider in the world, and he certainly is one of the best ones. I remember watching the race yesterday, and all the rider had a lot of gel in their pocket. I can see there were so many gels, and every one of them had basically gels over the pocket, and so that's just they are just taking it constantly, steadily and constantly. So there you go. And then so if you are out there for a long ride, a hard ride, so make sure to fill up and take the carbohydrate, sufficient amount of carbohydrate.
Yeah, of course. Even if you're not like a racing cyclist as well. For example, like myself, I do a lot of my ride. And then they say, here, before we move on, so here a bit of a view from the team.
This is the Stringano cycling team with Saiful and the iSports sponsor.
Yeah.
He's helping out.
Yeah.
So iSports is the official clothing apparel sponsor for the Stringano cycling team. So he's fill up the, and then here's the iSun rider also getting the fuel. So that's super important to have.
Oh yeah, I think for us, when you look at how, for example, the way I approach it, it's not so much about the performance gains. Obviously, you get to do a more productive workout when you fuel yourself right. But I think more importantly is that when you finish your ride, right, you don't feel like you need to crash afterwards, right? Especially for me, a lot of the times. I have to work straight away after my ride. You don't want to be flat while you're doing your work. So make sure you consume your carbohydrates. Eat during your ride. And sometimes when you start working, you have to go straight to work without actually having anything to eat. So that kind of delays that feeling of crash, allowing you to be a little bit more productive afterwards.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's a good point. I remember. I used to not eat breakfast and just coffee in the morning, but then you end up become super hungry by lunch, and then you end up eating an early lunch, and then you get hungry really by dinner time. You're eating a bigger dinner, and then you just end up gaining weight. So
that's right,
having actually a healthy breakfast, and so I don't feel hungry at lunchtime. That you eat a regular meal, and then you have a regular dinner. So for those who are health conscious, so I think that's a good habit to establish. So I find so now every morning I have a habit of eating a pretty healthy breakfast. But again, that's something it's individual, up to individual. But I think generally as a health someone, if you participate in the sports, cycling, and the general purpose is most of them, 99% of us are never going to make it to the pro.
Oh yeah,
so
for sure.
the reason you're doing it is definitely for better health.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
100%.
I had friends, two of my friends, close friends, and they are training riding partners, and they were 100 kg.
Oh wow.
I mean, they were 100 kg. And they are in their 30s, 100 kg in their 30s, very unhealthy.
That's pretty young still. Right?
Very unhealthy. Then they were on the verge of seeing the doctor, and the doctor was telling them that you need to be either on a blood thinner or cholesterol medicine. And once you start taking it, and you need to do it for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And they're in their 30s, so they decided now they need they asked the doctor what's the other option. Well, exercise and live and eat cleaner and healthier style. And so that's what both of them did. And amazingly, absolutely amazingly, I have to shout out to them. And with discipline and consistency, and they've gone from 100 kg down to, one of them is a little taller guy, so he's down to like 70 plus kg. Another person is 60 kg, and they are extremely, extremely healthy. And it's just a matter of discipline. And they did it pretty much in a period of less than a year.
Wow.
So
that's pretty good.
For those out there, and those out there that are looking for a healthy lifestyle, bicycle cycling is great because it doesn't hurt your knees. I do a little bit of running, and I don't do it anymore because I'm getting too old, like a dinosaur. So my bones are fragile, but I still can get out there and cycle because without hurting the knees.
Right.
So we just that was just interesting to point out at the back of the Quate, the Thailand rider, he actually had the shoe cover and the helmet cover.
Helmet cover. Yeah, interesting.
To prevent from the rain, and also provide a little bit of aero benefit as well. So I see that he's he's prepared for the rain.
Like I think, like judging the way he is, like the kind of details that he put on the bike. He would put the kind of detail on that sort of thing, because he has an OSPW aero. So that means he's particular about aerodynamics. He's wearing a shoe cover. And also he's wearing the helmet cover. So wherever gain you can get.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then here they have the aero cuffing.
Yeah, you see the rider on the front.
The rider on the front here from Uno
X. So explain to us what is this aero cuff thing?
So this aero cuff thing, it's basically a form of cover. It's not a full shoe cover. Some people might not be interested in a full shoe cover. So this aero cuff provides the biggest chunk of the benefits of a shoe cover, which is covering the either lacing system that you have, whether it's shoe lacing or the boa dials, because that's most cases is providing a lot of air disturbance, causing a lot of dirty air and air turbulence. So by smoothing out the lacing system, whether you're using a shoe lacing or a boa dial, can actually give you some kind of aerodynamic benefits. And you're looking at, I think both me and you know that testing it at Silverstone Hub Engineering, that is easily about 2 watt savings at 40 km/h. And these riders are traveling at 50 km/h. That could potentially be 4 watts of savings. That is pretty much similar, or even potentially greater than an oversized polywheel system.
Absolutely. For a lot less money. So talk about these. So the dials for those who are not super familiar with it. So the dials and the buckles on the cycling shoes, they are really easy. Great way to tighten the shoes and releasing the shoes, but they are bulky, right? You stand out. You have a very smooth shoe surface. Your foot is actually very aerodynamic, but you have these big dials and sitting on top of your shoes. Typically you have 2 on each side, right? So you have 4, and that actually generates a lot of turbulence, and that's unaerodynamic. So that's why they even tested it. So the shoelaces, like Pogacar wears the shoes with only shoelaces, and that has less bulk compared to the dials and dials. So that's actually more aerodynamic. And then if you have the dials, which 90% of shoes using the dials, you might as well have a cuff that covers it, smooths out the surface, and then make it so much more aerodynamic. And I think those are fairly cheap, for basically $10. I mean, you can get a pair to cover up and improve the performance of your aerodynamics, and then it's compared to the oversized pulley, it's a lot cheaper.
So we're about just under 1 kilometer until the second intermediate sprints, and they are heading into the town of Jitra. 4 riders. Looks like a little bit of a cat and mouse game going on. Looks like Vadim Pronsky is seeing. So who's gonna get the maximum points for the sprint intermediate here? And Vadim Pronsky, obviously, he's interested in the best Asian rider. 500 meters to go. He is placed strategically behind this Isan rider, Hayato Tobaru. Taya Sombat just finished his pull. Rider 63, Christopherson, also looking at pounds, hands on the drops. Hayato Tobaru also looking back. Obviously, he's an Asian rider looking to score some points to get into the classification. Taya Sombat unleashes the attack. He attacks the breakaway group, trying to score maximum points. Caught the other 3 riders by surprise. Hayato Tobaru straightly lashed behind him. Taya Sombat still in the front. He's still in the front. He is still from the front. Is it him? Is it the Thai rider going to score the maximum point? Yes, he did.
maximum points for Chaya Sombat from Thailand Continental Cycling Team. Very well tactically played by him.
Yeah, it was a nice job. He did the lead out and he ended up taking the maximum points. And it looked like the Iceland rider got second, and Pronsky, Vadim just barely nudged out the breakaway companion.
Yeah, that he got third, I suppose.
Yeah, he got third. Yeah. 1 second.
1 second time bonus. Maximum for Chaya Sombat.
Yep.
And
well done.
Yeah. And
that must be the aero shoe cover and the aero helmet.
Oh yeah. He put a lot of thought into this. Yeah, he definitely put a lot of thought into this.
Now after the battle, then immediately you see these guys just get back to the task on hand and keeping the.
It still baffles me, you know, like just a while ago, you know, like you were competitors, and now like, okay, let's just ride together again. Yep. Still baffles me is how you can do that in cycling and not in other sports.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, well, I guess they're all professionals, so they know, you know, and there's a task. When the time comes, they need to fight for that. But then immediately after the sprint, the task has been done, and then they need to get back and trying to keep the gap going, keep the group going. But there's no fighting on the back on the peloton. That's all very well managed and controlled by Team Astana XDS, and they're just keeping the pace rolling and. Keeping the gap at about 1 minute.
Yeah. So, sorry, just a bit of an information correction. I said Jitra actually in sprint 2 in Padang. My apologies.
Yeah, the replay of the sprint right there.
Yeah, he carried a lot of speed when he attacked behind these 3 other riders, and then just left everyone else unable to keep up with the speed differential. And the rider from Iceland almost there. He nearly got it, but it's just too late for him. That was sprint 2 into the town of Padang. My apologies, I did say Jitra just now, but actually it's Padang.
Okay. All right. There's a replay again on the front view.
Yeah. He's super aero.
Yeah, super aero. Yeah. He's a fairly small guy, but he can definitely carry some speed. Very nicely done.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think probably had a little bit of a downhill. I'm just assuming, you know, probably a little bit of a downhill. Yeah. He marginalized on that, capitalized on that. You know, a little bit of the road.
Oh, here.
There you go.
Sending them kisses.
Yeah. Probably for the Thai fans viewing on the live.
Nice. There we go.
Nice one.
Well done. So if team manager Visud is watching from his team car, good job.
Oh yeah, it's probably a very good highlight for a small team like Thailand Continental.
Yeah.
You know, to have won one of the 3 sprint intermediate, one of the 3 intermediate sprints offered in this stage.
Well, Thailand team, the Continental team is fairly small, but in terms of their performance in the Southeast Asian games, they're obviously preparing for the Southeast Asian game. So they have done very well in the Asian Cycling Championship earlier this year in Thailand. I think they got second.
Yeah.
And I think it was from their rider Parapul. Parapul, yeah. And I saw him in yesterday's World Championship in Rwanda.
Right.
He participated in that, but obviously that was a very hard. Majority of the riders didn't finish. Only 30 riders finished. I see him pull off, but certainly he gave a try. But it's always good to, regardless, it's always good to go to those big races. And it's not, obviously the intention. They knew the chances of getting a podium is 0. But even finishing the race is hard. But however, until you expose yourself to the bigger races, riding among the more experienced rider, then you can learn from them, and that's the whole purpose of going to the World Championship. So I highly, it would be good if more Asian countries sending their riders to the World Championship just to get them that exposure to the bigger races. And Thailand has certainly done a good job. They have sent their rider before to under 23 races, and then they're able to qualify a rider for the elite race. So that's all, good job by them for getting that. And that takes a lot of planning and take commitment, right? Because you're sending your riders over. I mean, it's not going to be cheap. and you know you're not going to walk away with a medal. So the argument would be, then why do you even bother to send a rider there? Aren't you just wasting money?
Exactly.
The answer is no. If you want your rider to develop, and nobody become a champion overnight.
No.
And this is a part of cycling I've been talking about. Actually, in fact, now I'm talking with John Beasley, who has been involved with the Malaysian cycling for so many years, and now Shane Menon, who is a major part of the Singapore Cycling Federation. And we actually talk about what do we need to do to develop to improve the Asian level, the cycling level. To see here, they have certainly improved, but if you compare to the global standard, they are still a bit way off. And that improvement takes a commitment of development. And development is something that it's difficult to explain to people. So if you say, okay, here I'm making a team, I'm setting up a team, I'm going to hire the best rider in the world, we're going to go and win the Tour de France, and I need X amount of millions of dollars. Oh, okay. Well, there are probably big companies willing to do that. They say, that sounds good because that's great marketing. If you win the Tour de France, if you win some big races, okay, it's going to cost me, let's just say hypothetically $50 million, but I'm going to get probably $500 million worth of media returns and marketing and the branding exposure. But if you're telling guys, big companies say, hey, I only actually need $500,000 or $100,000 for the development of the rider. And
you go there to lose.
The company says, well, what do I get out of development? Because they say, well, what are they going to win? What are they going to? Well, they may not win anything because it's a part of development, and you may not get any major immediate result. But that's like education. Just because you don't have a result, but that's why you still send your kids to college, to schools, right? Because you need to develop them, and then hopefully, out of 100 students, there will be 1 or 2 that become ultra successful, or even they're not become ultra successful, they become an important part of society, contribute to that. So, and that's the hard part of getting people to understand the development, because a lot of time people say, okay, we want a result, we want an immediate result. I'm going to put this so much in, and what do I get out of it? Well, in terms of development, you have to commit to that, and it's going to take time. But again, if you look at the strong cycling countries, I mean, Pogačar wasn't developed overnight. I mean, there wasn't any Slovenian. I don't believe there was a major phenomenon champions, but they were small teams, like his teams. The Gusto team, the Gusto team, and then there was so many smaller teams. There was also Andrea, because I remember Trengano's, not before Trengano's cycling team, the Japanese team I work with, actually had a Slovenian rider. So before that, there was another rider, obviously riding for the U.S. Postal team, but they were Breakaway, right? So there was very few Slovenian riders, but they were development. They were ongoing development. And there were a lot of ongoing development. They never won any major races, but they were development. They were junior team, younger team, and then took many generations of development.
I was going to say.
And then you produce a rider like phenomenal, like Tadej Pogačar,
like Roglic,
exactly.
Roglic was from Slovenia.
He was with the Andrea Mobile team that my friends was racing for. So all that takes time. It takes time, and there's
we're talking easily 15, 20 years, I suppose.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's how old I am. I was if I've already back then with the Japanese team.
Right.
So it was so it takes Gregor. I'm trying to remember his name. Gregor. Right. So he was racing with the Japanese team for a couple years. Before he was at the Andrea Mobile team. So again, that takes time. So I hope for those who are listening, watching this, and there will be the Malaysian government, the Southeast Asian government, be putting more effort in the development of their riders. That's the only way you're going to produce future champions.
Yeah, exactly, for sure. I mean, you was talking about development rider, development team just now. We just have to get this conversation going, get it more mainstream, and then I think from there, people are going to start notice, right?
Yeah.
People always talk about results. Maybe we're going to start to talk about development. And I think as the conversation continues, it becomes more a bit of a norm. People buy into it, and then from there, people can start put a little bit of a value and sponsorship values and that sort of stuff. I think, it's not going to be solved in the next probably 5 or even 10 years, right? Yeah, it's going to be the conversation needs to start now, and it needs to be a continuous conversation for years ahead.
Yeah. But it's a crucial part, right? It's just a crucial part because I want to, I had a fortune to go to Spain. My friend Aniko was, inviting me to go to Spain and to see their junior development, junior teams. They had, I was in a fairly small town in Spain near Basque Country. They had local teams, and even just a small local team. They had team buses, team van, team cars.
Pretty proper.
The sponsor bike from Obia. It was it was just a small town, and probably no more than 5,000 to 10,000 people.
Wow.
And so they all had a small little development team, and then passionate cyclists and volunteer their time.
Wow.
And to support these young kids from racing. And then I had a fortune of one of the Malaysian cycling legends, Siang Seng Hong. His second son was actually sent over to Spain to follow my friend Aniko, and then they put him in one of the top junior team in Spain, it was in Victoria, Alenco, and so he actually did racing. Then they were literally racing. I was asking him, so how much racing? When is next race? And the team to explain to me that they have raced 3 times a week.
Oh, wow.
And they will be racing on Wednesdays, and then Saturdays, Sundays, and then at the age of 18, 17, 18, they're already exposed to there's a stage race already, 4-day stage race. And I'm thinking 16, 17 years old, so they already start doing that. So yeah, this is what's much needed in Southeast Asia for sure.
For sure, more exposure, and then from there, I guess it builds that quote unquote muscle memory for them to learning how to race. I suppose.
And also at a younger age, they have a chance. So Siang Seng Hong's younger son Ranhan. So the brother, the older brother is in that team.
The younger brother of Sam racing
who is racing for St. George. He was so he actually did a couple races in Spain, and these are fairly high-level junior races in Spain, and he actually got second, and I believe a fourth, and couple really good results. So we hope that it's and it was all done by a private effort. But if this was with a bit of support from the National Council, Development Council, he could have easily stayed there and done more races. So we hope people are listening, and then they can support the government to do a little more development for the entire Asia region. Literally, we're not just talking about Malaysia, in Thailand, Indonesia. I know Hong Kong. Actually, Hong Kong sends out. They had a team Supernova. They are actually racing out in Spain as well. And guess what? Their lead rider is the ACC Junior under 19 champion.
Oh wow! Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, and he had a podium finish in Spain. In the Spanish races. So I think if you want to catch up, because we've seen the riders, the younger riders in Europe are just become so. You've seen the 21 years old guys are winning the World Tour races racing into the Grand Tour. So if you want to catch up, you got to start them young, develop at a younger age. Yeah.
Obviously, there's that technology, and there's the whatever stuff that you can do. But at the end of the day, time is part of the equation as well. So if you start too late, you can never catch up. So we got to start them young. We got to start them early. We got to get the development goals going. But I know this the likes of race like Langkawi is good for the local development for Malaysian local riders to get things going. And then obviously for the past 29 years, we do see some development teams. For example, like the establishment of Sapura, which is currently Malaysia Pro Cycling, Terengganu Cycling Team. Has been around for quite some time, and then also Malaysian Pro Cycling having the opportunity to be among the mix of these top teams from your pro teams and also your world teams.
Yep, absolutely. So back to the back to the race. So it looks like the time gap has shrunk down a little bit, 40 seconds now. And it looks like still the Peloton is not going fast by any means, but the quartet breakaway companions are still working on the front. They're trying to drive on and trying to keep the gap. Yeah, I think it's important they got to keep the gap to at least a minute in order to prevent any counterattack to happening. So they need to the next intermediate sprint still quite far away. Still at least 40-some kilometer away, so they may not be able to reach there before the next intermediate sprint. Although, from judging from the back of the peloton, the speed isn't going very fast. But I know that's very deceptive because they look like they're just traveling at like a 30K an hour.
That's right.
But believe me, trust me, they are doing a 40+ K an hour.
It takes a lot of skill, right? Like running at 40 km/h, taking both hands off, you know, put the bottle back in, or take the rain jacket off. It's skills. Yeah, it's skills.
Absolutely, absolutely. But these guys are, you know, they ride their bike, you know, pretty much every day.
Yeah.
And I mean, it is their job. I mean, it's their daytime. I mean, they spend the hours on the bike, and then be racing so much on as well throughout the year. So it is second nature. I think a lot of them are more comfortable on the bike than off the bike.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. And I think a lot of the cyclists would say that like driving, let's say, 6 hours away is not as hard as riding 6 hours.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. I see the front of the guy. See our Thai rider. He actually took the helmet cover off, and that was it. The rain had stopped.
The heat. Yeah,
the heat, and so that was really convenient, right? So you put it on when it's raining, and then just simply slip it off when it's not raining. So now he's getting some airflow. Yeah, he's. I wonder what helmet he's using. It's pretty slick.
HJC, yeah, that's a HJC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Normally they have that big
the
logo.
IBEX 3.0.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had one of those before. Yeah, IBEX 3.0 because I had it. No?
Okay.
Because I had it. Yeah.
You just have amazing knowledge of all the equipment.
Man, that's what I do for a living, right?
Yeah, that's great.
He's enjoying the crowd, Chaya Sombat. I mean, that's what sometimes a lot of these spectators want that, right? You know, a little bit of, you know, when they cheer for you, a little bit of recognition, just wave back to them goes a long way. Isn't it? They can help inspire a new generation of cyclists as well. You never know.
Yep. Yeah, it's very nice of him. Very nice, very friendly. He's waving into the crowd, and so you know these spectators, they've been standing there for for quite a long time, and then really.
At this point, probably what, 30 kilometers now? 40?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, absolutely. So they've been there supporting the guy, so it's really nice for the rider to acknowledge and wave back and to show some appreciation. And it's great to see. And good to see good control also, like road control. There's no it's very safe, very well controlled environment. Meanwhile, in the peloton, so you see here, 2 XDS Astana, 1 Uno X, and I'm sure there's a Tudor rider right behind.
Yep, you can see that. Yep,
doing the work,
just behind the third wheel.
So it's very well divided. Since you have the sprinter, so we all put 1 each. And since you have the leader jersey as well, then you put 1 extra to do the work.
That seems to be the case. Look at that. Look at the kids on the side of the road, just doing a little bit of formation.
There you go.
So that is probably, we mentioned a shout out here. That's a primary school of Bukit Jenun. Sekolah Kebangsaan Bukit Jenun. It's a primary school. Yeah, shout out for the school for putting the effort to celebrate these professional cyclists coming into the this year's edition of 2025. The 29th edition of PETRONAS Wisata Langkawi. Speaking of the state of Kedah, they're actually one of this year's main sponsor, Experience Kedah. One of the tourism, which is labeled under Experience Kedah, is actually one of the main sponsors for this year's PETRONAS Wisata Langkawi.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Langkawi Island is actually in the state of Kedah, right? So they exited off, they went to Perlis
for a short while, and then all the 3 intermediate sprints will be in the state of Kedah before they actually go into Penang.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Here's we talk about here's the tutor rider just adjusting the shoes a little bit. The boa dial, Fabian.
Yeah, Fabian, you're right.
It's that's one thing with the dials, still easy to adjust. Easier to adjust. I have both the dial shoes, boa dial shoes, and also with laces. I have to say, like the boa dial is definitely easier to get on and easier to adjust during the race. But I do like my lace shoes. They're very comfortable, and once I tie them, I don't really need adjustment.
Okay.
And especially, but when I'm late to go meet up with my friends for riding, then I'm definitely going to use a boa dial. I'm just going to slip in and tie. You can literally tighten it while you're on the bike.
That's true.
You can't do that with the shoelaces for sure. Yeah.
But I think at the moment, if you're seeing it, you mentioned a little bit like today Pogacar is using the laces. I think most of the time, number one is probably because of the tension system. You can have a little bit more, places where you can adjust the tension on the shoes.
Yeah.
But also riders that are a bit more, I guess, marginal gainy minded. Even Remco Evenepoel uses laces.
Okay.
Let's see. I think Jonas Vingegaard uses the nimble but laces.
Okay.
Who else? Ben Healy also uses laces.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So although it's not as easy, but I think if you're a bit more aero-minded, I think I saw who's that Stefan Kung on the time trial.
Right.
Yes, it ripped off his boa dial.
Oh wow.
And put the laces on it.
Customized it.
It was a Shimano shoe. He customized it, making it into laces so that it is more aero.
Wow. Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
So for those aero-minded riders, so laces,
more aero.
a good pair of laces shoes would be good. But I think a lot of sprinter will probably prefer the dial.
I believe so, for sure. You need that retention.
They need to tighten it. Yeah, it's individual.
For sure.
Sometimes come down to individual preference. But again, if you with the shoes, it's tricky, right? You need to find a pair of shoes that really fit you well, and then it's like you wouldn't want to change that all the time.
No.
Because it takes a little bit of time to get fit into it. So get comfortable with it, and everybody's feet are a little bit different. Than each other, so it's not easy. It's not easy to get something to fit them perfectly. Yeah.
The thing with the cycling shoe as well, it's not like you're buying a sneakers where you can just you size up to accommodate for the width, because your foot is doing a mechanical work of pedaling the bike, right? So you want a shoe that fits. You got to find out whether the shoe actually have the correct width or not. Some shoes are a little bit narrower than others, so that affects your control on the bike when you're enjoying cycling.
Right, but you can always put on a aero cuff to make it a more aero.
That's right.
So that's the easy way to do it. So yeah, it's something that for those getting more serious into aero gains, those are the small little thing that the professional does to improve their performance. Yeah. So, and it's I think I've seen even like soccer players, football players, and then they have these kind of things that's on their to cover up. Not so much for aero, obviously.
Okay.
but for to prevent the shoelaces from coming loose, or they obviously gone through different kind of ruggedness usage of their shoe.
I agree. All right.
The four still working very well. The time gap has gone to over a minute now. So as we mentioned earlier, just it's important not to bring them back too early, but not let the gap grow anything more than a minute. And so they four riders must know that there's pretty much no chance to go all the way to the end, but they need to keep the pace going. So I'm sure they want to get to the next and the last intermediate sprint point, trying to win some more bonus second. So they need to keep it going. Meanwhile, to trying to conserve as much energy they can, not to over exert themselves trying to get a larger time gap, because the Peloton can easily close that gap. You can see that they're still traveling a pretty good 40-45 km/h for sure.
Yeah. What's going to be a pick for the average speed for today, Denny?
My take is about 44.5.
The average speed?
Yeah.
It's a bit low, but anyway.
Yeah, because I think it's well, the starting was super fast.
Okay,
There's no
I
question.
agree,
They did a 50k an hour, over 50k an hour. But I think right now, because they're sort of the four riders being very smart, not killing themselves. They're just keeping a steady pace going.
Yeah.
So well, maybe 44.6.
44.6.
You want to be precise. We shall see after the race.
Yeah. So I mean, judging from how fast yesterday was, I'm gonna go 48.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 48.
48 over 144k, 166k.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go. Like, I'm not gonna lose anything or win anything from this.
There's no prize money for this. No. We're not uni betting.
No.
I think uni bet. I talk about uni bet. That was funny because I remember that they were gonna sponsor. They were the sponsor for, if I'm not mistaken, for the Baden Cook team many years ago.
Maybe, yeah.
Right, but I have to look it up. My apology if I'm wrong. I need to look it up, shoot down my homework.
Yeah.
Because I remember Baden Cook was gonna do this team, but then somehow UCI didn't allow them. They ended up putting a question mark on the jersey to replace the logo. I'm wondering if that's the same company or not. So I apologize again. I need to do some homework to make sure.
We still have 200 plus kilometer stages to talk about different kind of team sponsors in here.
Okay. Yeah. Should we talk? Yeah, we'll be saving that.
It's good. Like, we try to understand. Like, for example, probably people that are watching at home or trying to understand the sport of cycling. Might actually wonder, for example, you watch English Premier League, Manchester United is always Manchester United. But, for example, you look at Terengganu Cycling, for example, there were times it was Terengganu, there were times it's Terengganu Polygon, and there were times it was completely different name as well.
Yeah.
You look at, for example, Ethics Quick Step back then, and now they Lotto Quick Step, and then they Sudal Quick Step, different changes. So I think it's probably good to shed some light in the upcoming stages as well. When the stage is a little bit longer, we can talk about that a little bit more, get people to understand like why are the team names actually changing. So yeah, follow along the live commentary to find out.
Meanwhile, get back to the front of the race.
Still four riders. We have Tanakan Chaya Sombat in front, followed by Hayato Tobaru from Aisan, and then Christopher Sun from Unibet Tetema. Look at the amount of pins they have on the the race numbers, and then followed by the last one, Vadim Vronsky. That's a good thinking by the Rockets. Trying to make sure the numbers are not flapping around.
Because I remember a couple years ago that they allowed this race number pocket, so you can sort of they sort of stitch in or build into the jersey. But then I think the racing organizer was having a hard time reading the numbers. They still allow that in the time trial, but they don't allow that in the road race anymore. So, but I like that. I'm a traditionalist. It's the idea of pinning on a number. That's always like sort of like you're racing, you're going for racing. The things you do is pinning on a number.
That's right.
So I don't think it's I think it's good that they keep a little bit of that tradition. But although the Thai riders, I can see they definitely need a few more pins because he was being an arrow by having a helmet covered and a shoe cover, but now he's not being a very arrow. He's probably losing a couple of watts just on the flapping race number.
So someone asking in the live commentary, Kepala Batas Penang, what time are they arriving? So we are looking at probably in less than 2 hours, definitely. About an hour and a half, maybe, Danny? With 56.4 kilometer. So about an hour and a half from now. So you're looking at so now 1:30, probably around 3 o'clock.
Probably
around 3 o'clock.
That was the estimated time. I think a little bit before 3 as well. So I think if you can get out there at latest by 2:30, 2:45, 2:45 is you're cutting into it. You estimated 48k an hour average, so they better get out there. 2:30, you better get out there.
Get there 2:30.
Latest,
latest. So that's where they're gonna have the finish at Kepala Batas. Kepala Batas, as the local will call it. The race finish at Jalan Tun Hamdan Sheikh Tahir, Kepala Batas Penang. ILP Kepala Batas is the institution that will be there. Yeah. All right. So again, we have 55 second gap between the riders and also the peloton. We see these team car. Looks like Isan Racing Team giving some feeding to Hayato Tobaru, rider number 183. So you see, riders are giving the bottles back into the car and getting new bottles back. It's going to be a lot of work for the race mechanic after this, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of riding in the rain. It's going to be a lot of sand, a lot of dirt, a lot of road grit and grime, getting stuck into the frame, the drivetrain, the brakes. You know, some brakes might have some kind of sound after this. You know, you can get some oil from the road flinging into the brake pads, and then you're not going to have a very good braking performance afterwards. Yeah. So speaking of mechanic, we have a lot of local mechanics working for international teams. So, for example, we have, Uno X. We have Faisal from the Uno X team, and then we have Chetlan is from St. George. He's been with St. George for the longest time. Chetlan Kuman, Lan Kuman is his nickname. We have Haikal for Solution Tech Fantini. We have Sulhi for Badiani. We have Yin from KSPO. Right, so a lot of our local mechanics here, and obviously a lot of these mechanics occasionally they would bring their own team mechanic, and I think because you know they have a lot of faith in the local mechanics, so they decided to just, you know, instead of flying an extra team mechanic from home country, we're just going to hire the local mechanics here to look after their bikes, look after the equipment side of things, so that the riders can actually focus on just riding the bikes instead of worrying about, you know, things are not working the way they should do.
Yeah, absolutely. Good team mechanic is crucial, instrumental to the success of the team, because years of working with teams, I have experience. I have seen, unfortunately, with the mechanics we work with all really good.
Yeah.
But I have seen some of the smaller races. I remember I was in Mexico, and one of the local team mechanic was using tissue paper to clean the chain.
Oh wow! Okay.
I am not joking.
No, I'm listening to that. I'm cringing at the moment. Don't show that to me, Danny.
No, I was shocked, and so that's certainly. And I think I was talking to Rambal, who's in the race with St. George. I think they said they were racing in China just earlier. They had in Huangshan, and they had a mechanic from one of the sponsors. Won't name names. One of the sponsors company. And came over with the tools in a cardboard box.
Oh wow! No.
So
no.
on the penultimate, on the crucial penultimate crane stage 3, or three or 2, three, and he lost massive amount of time because he had a multiple mechanical issues. So
that's not good.
Imagine, so you're the rider. You're putting 110% effort to get in the brake or to fight for the finish, to sprint, and your bike fails.
Yeah.
So no matter how good rider, I mean, you can be Tadej Pogačar in this race. If your bike keep on having mechanical problem, I'm sorry, you can't even win here.
Yeah.
So it's just we saw yesterday in the World Championship. Evenepoel had multiple mechanical issues on the carbos, and they said, I think it was said, the seat have basically dropped.
Right? His seat dropped.
And there you go. I mean, he's probably, and otherwise he probably it would have saved a lot more. I mean, still, I think Tadej Pogačar would won. but he certainly Remco certainly wastes a lot of time.
Yeah.
Getting the bike change and then also not just the physical but the stress and mental stress level of trying to get the bike fixed and fix it up. Yeah. So yeah, good mechanic is absolutely crucial in the success of the team. And imagine they are looking after 6 bikes, or 7 bikes, and in the Grand Tour would be like 8 bikes.
Oh yeah.
So those cases typically they have at least 2 mechanics.
That's right.
2 or 3 mechanics in the team. So and that is absolutely crucial. Yeah, that's you have to say in terms of importance, all the staff are important, but you need to have a great team mechanic to ensure, and not only ensure the product perform well, but also in terms of keeping up with the latest technology. Right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So to make sure you're using the right amount, the right chain wax, and I know you're a big fan of hot wax.
Yeah. I haven't used chain lube for a very long time.
So that's certainly all that, and how you set up the bike and correctly, and because there's a lot of times the riders nowadays are so educated, and they themselves have very specific requirements for their own personal bikes. However, if you have a good team mechanic and also imagine they're trying to follow everybody's their own preferences, own height, own saddle, tilt, angle, so forth. Yeah, it's you're trying to do that for 6-7 riders.
Oh yeah.
In a lot of smaller races, there are 1 mechanic for 6-7 riders. So it's really and imagine in some races they do it in China. We do it in China, and then you have literally you race 150 kilometers, then you have a 300 kilometer transfer to the hotel, and literally the team got there at the middle of the night. I mean, 10 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah.
And so the rider has already gone to the eat and to the dinner and bed, but the mechanic are just literally.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points. Redeem all kinds of rewards. And easy to win hearts too. Senangnya. Ini baru Mr. Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Buat apa tu?
Hey, free barang kepala rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go! Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. Top 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna Settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Sofia sayang Papa.
Lah, guna Mesra Rewards sayang. Isi senang, tebus macam-macam senang. Beli jiwa pun senang. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Always makes Mama smile, and he can do magic. That's why I love my Papa so much.
I just use Mesra Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
pretty much wait until probably after the third intermediate sprint, the last intermediate sprint at Sunapatani before they decide to reel in the breakaway. Because if they get it too early, then that will probably spur up some sprinting, fighting for the points among the sprinters. And I think the top sprinter team, like you see here, Tudor, Uno X, and the XDS, just want to save their sprinter and let them battle out for the finishing line, because it is pretty much guaranteed to be a sprint finish, drag race to the finish line. And if we look at the finishing profile of today's stage, it is pretty much a dead straight on, like arrow straight into the last 5 kilometers. So it's going to be fast and furious for the last finishing sprint. So if you're watching, don't go away. You know, the most exciting sprint finish. Who is going to take today's honor? Yesterday was won by XDS Astana Maruchelli, who was last year's multiple stage winner, as well as the orange KBS orange jersey winner. So he showed his dominance, was not a fluke from last year. So this year he won the first stage, but obviously Uno X team leader Alexander Kristoff, and as well as Tudor Pro Cycling Team Alvin Decline, would like to get their second chance to take their victory on the top of the podium. So it will be a fight to the end. But right now, 3 teams are sharing the workload and letting their sprinter to rest to battle later.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see as well. We see the presence of Thailand Continental Cycling Team just behind the Uno X rider. What would be the case, Denny? What's the interest for Thailand Continental Cycling to be there in the mix in the front of the peloton?
Yeah, I think they want to make sure that these the 4 breakaway, they have their teammate in the front. So they want to make sure there's 4 breakaway to get to the next intermediate sprint. Obviously, they know they cannot keep them all the way to the finish line, but they obviously the first sprint, the second sprint was won by the Thai rider, so they know that he has a very good high chance of winning the third and last intermediate sprint, and that would be 6-second bonus. Right, so he can take 6-second bonus. So he literally that would have put him second in the Asian classification behind Iman Rosley, and so that's why they want to sit behind the 3. So the reason to do that, they want to do that so they prevent the other team from coming in and contribute to the chase. So just limited 3 against 4. Obviously, these 4 riders has been on the front for a long time. But they just want to keep the gap steady. They don't want them to be caught too quickly before the last intermediate sprint. So it's good. It's good that they are the Thai Continental team is on the front and doing their work, or doing their policing duty, I would call that.
Yeah, pretty much. I think good thinking by the Thailand Continental Cycling Team. It's pretty good, and I can say that they are only Continental Cycling Team. I mean, always amazes me to see the bike of Tanaka and Chaya Sombat. Yeah, that's the Aero oversized pulley wheels.
Yeah,
that's the Aero oversized pulley wheels. Saves you, I don't know, probably 2 to 3 watts.
Okay.
Yeah.
He has a cover. So basically, he has a cover over his pulley wheel. Yeah.
Maybe some shoe cover.
Yeah, he has a shoe cover. Yeah.
Still got the shoe cover. And remove the helmet
cover,
ones. Remove the helmet covers. Still have the the rain shoe cover, I suppose. Yeah.
I see Vadim has the Aero socks, and that's also talk about watt saving. That's also apparel that can really save 4 to 5 watts for the riders. You know, it's interesting. It's amazing that just a pair of Aero socks can save you that much watts.
That is true. Yeah. It's a lot of watts. I mean, obviously, because it's a limb, right? And it's quite a clean air that attacks your
your calf, your shin. But obviously, there's a UCR limit of how high the socks would be. But if you have it just halfway through your calf, that's a good in most cases that would be a legal height.
Okay.
And also considering that the legs is a cylindrical shape, not very aero shape. So you produce quite a big amount of turbulence behind the legs. So making it aero delays the turbulence formation behind your calf muscles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also considering that when the foot is trying to go at twice as the speed of the bike on top of the stroke heading towards the 6 o'clock, so that makes it more prominent.
Okay. But why does the aero socks makes it? How is it different from a regular socks versus a aero socks, and why does the aero socks is more aero?
Okay, so I think it's called aero sock because it does not, obviously when you say something aero, normally you took at aerofoil shape, a little bit more, like how do I say, teardrop shape, I suppose. When you look at the frame, it's aero because it's like a deeper tubing, a more thicker tubing. It has a pointy end and that sort of stuff. But when it comes to aero socks, what it does is that it reduces the vacuum formation behind your calf by delaying the air separation. When you look at your calf, by right, when the air attacks your calf, it separates immediately by the sides. But by wearing aero socks, by changing the texture of the socks, making the air separates a little bit later, so you reduce the formation of drag behind your calf, meaning that there's less of a drag pulling you back, so that way you can go a little bit faster forward. Yeah.
So it is the fabric texture of the socks of the fabric texture, right?
That makes it aero.
That prevent the air from sticking, so-called quote unquote sticking to your skin and create a vacuum drag. It's like a little spoiler, like a
one way to say it. It's
like
a bit of a spoiler.
On the socks itself, the texture has a little bit of a line, trip lines, and on it, some kind of texture on it to create it, to prevent the air from sticking to your leg and skin. And obviously, the regular socks you typically wear, those are like knitted, and then they create a lot of air resistance, friction, because they're not smooth. So generally, yes, a smooth surface definitely create a bit more, less drag, less resistance to the air. So here's a shot of the Malaysia Pro Cycling team.
Yep.
And they're just chugging along. Surprisingly, I would have expected to be more active in the breakaway. You would think that the other blue should be them, but then maybe they're saving their powder for the later stages.
That's right. Yeah, I think they do have quite a good rider that suits the climb. For example, they have Muhammad Shawal from the Malaysian Pro Cycling that could potentially, obviously not fight among the big guns, but potentially get a better position and potentially score some points at the King of the Mountain classification. They I think judging from the kind of rider that they bring into this year's PETRONAS Sri Lankawi, I think stage 3 and stage 4 is what they're looking at to get a little bit more visibility there.
Okay. Yeah. Here's a shot of the team car for the Terengganu cycling team, Saiful. Shout out to Saiful. And our sponsor, iSports. He's helping the teams and is helping the team for today's stage. He's passing on waters, getting the water, getting the support, helping for Saiful. Saiful was he was a very good rider. He was riding for Terengganu cycling team for many years, and then when he retired, he became the DS. And he's also doing a bit of the coaching work for the team as well, for the riders on the team. So, meanwhile, back on the front of the breakaway, the 4 riders are really working well, carrying the speed, not overexerting again, just keeping such a long, relatively long stage. It's just keeping their energy. As they're riding along under the beautiful hot sun. So at least there's no more rain. And I'm seeing the temperature right now is soaring up to 33, 32 degrees, 33 degrees Celsius. So it's the hydration and the heat regulation is crucial now. So they go from really cold, not really cold, but rainy weather in the wet to sunny, hot weather. So we're getting approach to Sunapatani. Let's see, that's Sunapatani. It's in Kedah, but it's very close to Penang Island already.
That's true, yeah. So Sungai Petani is a lot closer to Penang Island compared to, for example, the...
Langkawi?
Yeah, obviously compared to Langkawi, even compared to the capital city of state of Kedah, which is Alor. So Sungai Petani is actually, it's easier for you to access to Penang.
Very much south tip of the Kedah. State.
Yeah, so if you're trying to get a good place to start your ride, probably Sungai Petani is a good place to start. It's a little bit, I guess, the second biggest town in Kedah. In the state of Kedah, obviously you have the biggest one is Alor, and then you have Sungai Petani as second state, and you can have good access. For example, you ride it from Sungai Petani, you can get to Gunung Jerai for about less than an hour of riding. Gunung Jerai is a good climb, about 10-12 kilometers.
It's getting ready. I saw Unibet was having a chat with TSG Terengganu rider Vadi. So they think they may be saying it's getting a little bit too slow, and he maybe wants to push on the pace a little bit more. And it looked like. It looked like there was an attack, and then immediately there was reacted. So I don't know if they want to keep it going. So they're in water for, here goes counterattack from Vadim. And
followed by, he had to look back, see if anyone's reacting. It looks like the responsibility goes to him. He needs to close the gap. Looks like a little bit of allegiance has been formed between the Rockets and also Terengganu cycling team.
I saw them did have a little quick meeting to decide.
Backdoor meeting.
Backdoor meeting, and before deciding what they want to do. So maybe Vadim want to make sure that he's trying to get the next intermediate sprints without sprinting. Trying to get the maximum points.
So which is about just under 20 kilometers away. Yes. But the Thai rider, Chaya Sombat, is not giving up. He's still trying to chase Vadim Pronsky, doing a little bit of a zigzag just to make sure it's forcing the other rider, Christopherson, and also Tabaru to do some work. But Vadim Pronsky is keeping pressure on the pedal in front, trying to get away from these other three riders.
And Christopherson just literally sitting on the wheel of the Thai rider, and Isan rider is literally just here we go. Here's talk about the attack, and
no reaction from Chaya Sombat. Although he's trying to, but he's soft pedaling it. Doesn't look like he's pretty aggressively trying to chase.
Ayato is really
Tabaru,
is hiding. Was very small rider, and is hiding well behind the tall Christopherson from Norway, riding for Unibet.
So I think they were sort of having a bit of a mutual agreement to get rid of the Thai rider.
Well, the Thai rider is the fastest sprinter, so let's ditch the sprinter. So now 4 becomes 3, but although he's not giving up just yet, he's trying to reel himself. I mean, that's probably the best way to do it. If you're being attacked, instead of trying to react, trying to jump to across every move, in some cases it's better just to ride your own pace than trying to recover a little bit and trying to ride back to the wheels. And hopefully the front guys start playing cat mouth again, so he may able to make it back. So a lot of time, you've seen that even in the bigger races. So that's probably the best way to get yourself, instead of blow up. It's very easy when you have the repeated attack. It's very easy to blow up, and then you lose the momentum completely. So it is. It will be. It's funny that they're obviously playing the game a little bit early. This is still 40K to go to the finish line.
Yeah.
But I think they're trying to get to the intermediate sprint number 3.
Right.
And with minimum passenger. So
yeah, interesting. Yeah, considering also it's about 20 kilometers away from the third intermediate sprint point in Sungai Petani. But yeah, we'll see how this thing plays out. What they have in mind, maybe a little bit of a collision with Vadim Pronsky. Also, maybe once they reach the intermediate sprint, a little bit of a agreement so that Vadim Pronsky scored the maximum points.
I don't know about that. Yeah. So they were fighting earlier at intermediate sprint 2.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's 15 kilometers from the third intermediate sprint, third and last intermediate sprint at Sungai Petani right now. So yeah, it will be interesting to see. This is one thing about bike racing, right? You really don't know, what their discussion is and what their plan is. But the time gap is maintained. It's at 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Yep. Grew a little bit by 15 seconds.
Yeah, it grew a little bit. There were some surges. Obviously, they're trying to drop Thai rider. So maybe that speed did go up a little bit.
Influence a little bit. Yeah, so I think it ranges passes. So normally if you're riding here in Malaysia or some of these Southeast Asian countries, the humidity from the roads, the evaporated air from the roads is really going to bring the humidity up. Wan Abdul Hamdan, Rahman Hamdan from Terengganu Cycling Team.
Having a chat with Shahrul Madamin.
Yeah, Shahrul Madamin,
ex-TSG rider as well.
Yep, a few riders from Kern Pharma. So in the screen now is Bruce Tenga, a rider 51. Here is the newly, I guess one rider dropped from the breakaway, Taya Sombat. Now 3 riders. Had Tobaru in front pulling the breakaway, followed by Christopherson from the Rockets and Vadim Pronsky from Terengganu Cycling Team, maintaining a good pace between themselves. But looking at the gesture of Tobaru, he looks like he's hurting. He looks like he's hurting. He's gritting his teeth when he's about to get back into the pace line. Oh,
definitely. I think Christopherson is definitely pushing. I mean, you can see he's from his body posture. He's definitely pushing. Vadim, it's keeping the pace steady, but yeah, they are. Yeah, you see when you see the head dip, when the head drop, that's where you see the rider is on the edge.
He's hurting. He's not even doing that much of a pull. Probably less than 5 seconds before he flick his elbow.
Yeah, he's here we go. Vadim is attacking him right now. He knows he's on his road, on the limit right now. So that's how they typically leave a little gap, and then they quickly jump across.
That's right.
And here we go. So mission accomplished. The 2 rider. I think now the remaining 2 on the front is gonna keep working a little bit faster. They want to make sure they get to the third and last intermediate sprint, because the Christopherson he didn't get any bonus second.
That's right.
Right on the earlier the 2 sprints. So he has to make sure it gets to the finish line. And it gets to the third intermediate sprint, and he wouldn't want to do it alone. That's still 15K. And then he asked Vadim to come along, and I wonder if Vadim is gonna give that opportunity, give that the maximum points to him, or he's gonna fight it out to the for the first or not. I'm not sure.
But that's the thing, right? Like you have to be a little bit careful with these kind of things. So obviously you make the collisions, or maybe we don't know what was the chat about. It could be, for example, I'm saying to Chris Vincent, okay, let's do this thing together. Drop these other 2 riders and score. I'm gonna allow you to score maximum points. But then again, if you play the card, for example, I'm going to let you get the maximum points, but then you attack him. That's not good as well, right? That's going to break the trust and then set the tone for the next whatever races that they may end up riding together, right?
So we just see Taburo just he's slowing down, and he's done. Taburo here is putting in the maximum effort already. So well done. At least he got in the break. So that was important. He did get second on the second on the second intermediate sprint.
That's a bit of a
So that's 2 second, 2 second time, bonus time for them. It's important, if you're watching, you're wondering like, why did they fight for the? I mean, the race is so many days left, and why do they fight for just a few second bonus? What is actually really to help them move up the general classification, because your team car order after day one is arranged based on your general classification, your rider on the general classification ranking. So if you have riders that's there are 20 plus teams. So if your best ranking rider is number 10. So you're let's just say, assuming the 9 other riders are all on different teams, so your team car order, it goes to number 9 instead of course goes to number 10. So it's a lot of times riders do this because to help their and if they improve their best riders in the team's general classification, your team car also move up forward. So that way it gets easier to feed your rider in case there's a mechanical issues. And also yesterday we talked about often the DS have their own little racing going on.
Yeah.
So
That is true.
a lot of times they're actually fighting to get to the front of the convoy.
Yeah, that's
come
right.
back the convoy, not Peloton, but the convoy.
Yeah.
So that could be potential the issue, but also main thing. But all seriousness, it's also to get their sponsor known. So we just talk about the camera was showing probably like 80% time was on the breakaway. We have seen we mentioned the Team Isun multiple times, and as well as the Thailand continental team multiple times. So that is the reason they're doing it, because they know, I mean, it's literally you're killing yourself, you're suffering, but the chances of succeeding is so minimal. But that's what the rider do. They still push themselves and getting themselves to the front.
That's right.
So now we're just looking at 2 riders on the front, and the time gap is 1 minute and 35 according to the screen, but 30K to go. So they're only about 7 kilometers to the intermediate sprint.
That's right.
So that's in order to grab the maximum time bonus. So let's see. They're able to carry the. I mean, I think they're still riding at a pretty decent pace, but although you start seeing some of the shoulder rocking a bit
from Christopherson.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's Vadim looks still okay. So but sometimes some riders rocking a bit more, moving a bit more. Some riders are sitting perfectly still on the bike. So it's difficult to judge, but I do think that they are probably getting a little bit tired. But the task right now is to get to the 3rd and the last intermediate sprint at Sungai
Yes.
which is only only just a few kilometers away right now. It's only less than 6 kilometers.
That is right. Yeah. So we can see now they just passed a Simmerling Bridge, which crosses the Merbok River. And now, if you're riding from Sungai Petani, if you're riding your bike and you want to head to Gunung Jerai, that's the bridge that you have to pass through, right?
Okay.
So so yes, they are heading towards Sungai Petani. Judging from the distance at the moment, the head of the race will reach in about less than 3 or 4 kilometers away into the final. About 5 kilometers away, and before they reach the 3rd sprint at Sungai Petani.
Yeah. The sun is out.
Yeah,
you can see.
You can feel the heat is on now. The heat is definitely on now. If you're from the north, if you're familiar about riding in the north, when the sun is up, the heat and the temperature is really up. It's almost like how do I say, like a summer in Australia kind of feel, like that burning sensation on your skin kind of feel. So it's really important for these riders to keep themselves cool, to keep themselves hydrated, and you can see some of the team car actually hands out some ice bags and stuff. Yeah, just to keep the riders' core body temperature a little bit lower.
Yeah, we're seeing bike racing in hotter and hotter temperature. Especially even in Europe, and even in the classic, early in the season, it's supposed to be warm. I mean, it used to be with Pyrenees, they had race in the snow, but
oh yeah, that's right, that's right.
But now we're seeing hotter and hotter temperature, especially in the Bauda, down in Australia, and I think they're easily reaching well over 40 degrees Celsius. So now the next big thing in cycling is talking more about heat regulation, so how to keep yourself cool, and body regulation. So we're just past, there was note of less than 4K to the intermediate sprint, and it'll be really interesting to see if the two rider is going to contest it out for the bonus second. I think Vadin is going to go for the maximum points, and I'm wondering if that will break the alliance or not, to be honest. So it will be interesting to see. So that's one thing about bike racing. It is always changing. It's always allies become rivals, and the rivals become allies.
Yeah.
It can not even just happen in one day of racing. Even just within a few kilometers of racing, they can become allies versus rivals.
That is true.
So right now they're still allies. So let's see when are they going to become rivals.
Yeah. That's true.
In less than, I think it's approaching 3 kilometers to the last intermediate sprint.
Yep.
At Sonabotani.
Yeah, so it should be at kilometer 142.9, which is about 23.2 kilometer until the finish of the race. With the sprint, the third sprint point will be at Petronas Taman Nilam again by the Petronas gas station.
Okay.
All right. So you can see there's a few cars that actually stop by. So they are passing through what we call as a feed zone. Okay. So Team Car can stop at the roadside and actually hands out some called musettes, some just hand bottles. So musettes would be like a sling bag full of their lunches, I suppose.
Yeah. Or there'll be
bottles,
some gels, some water, and drinks, some isotonic drinks, some carb drinks, and also some teams, the riders prefer, instead of just keep on eating sugars, of sugar-based, sweet-based gels and bread, and then they actually make like small little sandwich.
Oh, okay.
Like you could either little cheese sandwiches and something like that.
Just ease off the taste palate fatigue. I suppose.
Exactly. So you can imagine just keep on dumping sugars in your body for, especially like 120 grams of sugar. 120 grams of carb every hour. So yeah, sometimes the body just craving for a little bit of diversity and for the taste palate. So it's you see Uno X in the front on the front chasing pretty hard right now.
Oh yeah. They have to bring it down. So the gap has significantly closed down. So now it's 55 seconds. I think they need to keep the gap in bay in check because they are not far off until the race finish. Is about 25.1 kilometer left. And yeah, just keeping it just roughly around a kilometer so that they can have a good room to bring back the breakaway. Although there's only 2 riders, but they've been working good so far, heading towards the third intermediate sprint, which is about 3 kilometers away.
Yeah, we're just seeing the 2 breakaway just cross the river. It's a pretty big river with a lot of fishing boat on the side. And in the meantime, we still see the Thai team on the front. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm wondering where are the 2 other breakaway companions are. They been absorbed
looks
by
like Jaya Sumbat is back in there. You can see the shoe covers.
Yeah, there you go.
You can see the shoe covers. Look like he's back in there.
There you go. Yeah. But they're still
in front, so it just begs the question: what's next? I suppose.
Yeah. They probably want to have their sprinter a chance. Yeah, so 35 seconds now. So the time has come down significantly. We kind of expected they wanted to bring them back in after the third and last intermediate sprint. So whether or not the 2 can survive, so 1 kilometer. So that should be 1 kilometer to the we saw the Petronas sign. So that's where the sprint line is. So it's 1 kilometer to the last intermediate sprint, and but they should have enough time to make it there.
Yeah, just enough time before job done for the day kind of thing.
Yeah. 500 meter. Vadim is looking pretty cautiously. He's constantly looking back just to make sure that they have enough gap to take the sprint. And look like both riders' hands are in the drop. They're ready for the sprint. We're gonna see two non-sprint, two
non-sprinters
non-peer
going ahead.
sprinters.
There you go.
There you go. But
who's going to get it? Christophersen. Looks like Vadim Pronsky already got the better of Christophersen. They're fighting with one another. Really all-out sprint to see who got the maximum point. Looks like Christophersen got the better of Vadim Pronsky. Right.
Have they give a maximum push there? Yeah. Here's a tie right here. Tie. Yeah. They maybe he's going for that one more intermediate sprint. There it goes. Here's it goes. Yeah, so there are still 1 point left in the intermediate sprints. So it looks like Total Energy is leading out their sprinter. And I see Ironman Rossley also want to get in the mix of the sprinting. But it looks like it's going to be Uno X. Why? It's a throw to the line. Uno X and Total Energy, I'm sorry, Team Tudor was fighting out for the last intermediate points and the seconds. So I think they are just trying to prevent each other team from taking the points classification, taking the additional 1 point. It is back to the front. Look like solo leader from Unibet is still pushing on and continue the effort. I think Vadim decided probably the job done. He earned some bonus second. He maybe gonna get absorbed. Gonna sit up. Yeah, it looks like he's sitting up and waiting to be absorbed by the Peloton. But the Peloton is still chasing. There shows 42 seconds. I'm not sure how accurate that is. And that's solo rider, Christopher.
So Christophersen still in front. So that's the replay of the final intermediate sprint at Sungai Petani. Christophersen just sprinted off the front and got the maximum point ahead of Vadim Pronsky. So 3 points or 3 time bonus for Christophersen and 2 points and 2 second time bonus for Vadim Pronsky.
So both are getting 3 seconds from today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sort of evens out.
Yeah, I guess it's it's job well done. That's their intention, is to get to the. I think there's the intention to get to at least the 3rd intermediate sprint.
Yep.
But Christophersen
is still in front.
Still in front. Yeah. He needs to keep going. Yeah. So meanwhile, on the back Tudor team, so just Chanzizi, right? Chanzizi. Taking the 3rd and the last points. I think they just want to prevent the Uno X from taking the intermediate sprint points. Yeah, Vadim decided to set up. Job done. Time to get reabsorbed, because his goal is really going for the Asian classification or the general classification as well. So there's no need to keep pushing on.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the Unibet rocket is still sending their rocket up the road.
That's right. Yeah. So they've been doing it stage 1, then doing it as well in stage 2. So yeah, not bad for a first timer being in Langkawi. So I'm not sure if they've done any Southeast Asian racing before that. We can double check as well. But yeah, it's definitely a different kind of racing here compared to for the likes of China or even any other Asian racing. Yeah, it's the different kind of climate, different kind of road and weather, which I think a lot of European racers find one of the toughest bit about racing in Langkawi is the humidity, racing in the humidity, the heat, and also the constant occasional changes, like getting wet and then dry and then
Tebus macam-macam dan tebus minyak di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Make their way up into the peloton, trying to get behind the lead-out train, I suppose.
Yeah.
At this point in time.
Maybe they're talking about deciding who should take the win today.
Oh yeah, maybe. All right, I give you this stage, you give me the other stage.
That was just our joke aside.
Yeah.
Christopherson is still chugging along. I mean, he's not sitting up just yet.
Yeah.
He's definitely gonna. Well, I think he's gonna get the most combative rider again. The team yesterday they had the most combative award. So today they're gonna get that again. Yesterday, Adrian Mayer had the most competitive award. So today it's going to be Christopherson.
Okay.
So yeah, 2 days in a row on the podium.
No, didn't think of that. Yeah. That's a good day though.
Yeah.
Good 2 days for Unibets. The main thing I think for a new team, getting on the podium, get themselves known, always a plus, right?
Yeah. Especially, it's like in the Grand Tours, so smaller teams had absolutely no chance for a podium result or victory. So it's super important to send their rider into the break. And in those big races, even just getting them. I mean, even in this races, we saw at the beginning how difficult it was for any rider to get in the break, and it literally took well over 55 kilometers because until after the first intermediate sprint, it was action from the gun, and for the next 1 hour plus, and it was full-on chase, counter-attack, and attack until the breakaway goes, and that's how difficult it actually is, right? You can imagine amateur racing, you have like 5 guys go and that's it, bye-bye, and see you later. So here, guys everybody want to get in the break, and it takes literally the full effort. So and full team, so many teams was involved from the very beginning. So there you go. Now finally it's time for him to Christopher set up, and the peloton is going to get absorbed by the peloton.
That's right.
And the teams are getting organized for the finale. I mean, we're talking about. And meanwhile, one rider from
had a different idea.
7-Eleven. Here we go. 7-Eleven.
Let's see which rider is that. I have a feeling yesterday another 7-Eleven rider did the same thing. It was Edouard Bonnefoy. Edouard Bonnefoy, rider from 7-Eleven. I'm not sure if this is the same guy as well. Let's see if we can have a glimpse of the number. This is from 7-Eleven Click.
So obviously Christopherson was absorbed and another rider went ahead, and it's interesting to see that the peloton is not kicking up the pace by any means. You know, we talked about that yesterday. It's about maintaining a smooth build up speed instead of, you know, ramping up the speed as quick as possible. You want to build it slowly so that the sprinters are not having to surge. You know, if you understand sprinters looking at from the yeah, so sorry about that. So yeah, these are the site of the finishing sprint. A wide and straight finishing line, no funny barricades on the sides of the road, and it should be a super fast one. So if you are still around, don't forget to make your way into the finishing line, which would be not far from the Advanced Medical and Dental Institute, University Science Malaysia. I think you just Google Map there, you can probably find it. So this is rider number 153.
153?
Yeah, Mate Drinovic. From, I don't know, it says maybe Slovakia. Yeah.
Okay.
There you go, it is, yeah.
Slovakia rider.
Mate Drinovic, Slovakia.
From riding for the 7-Eleven Philippine team.
That's right.
That's good. That's good to see.
Give it another crack at it.
Yeah, well, it's good to see the international rider racing for the teams, local or regional teams.
Yep.
And
he rides Lapierre.
That's a Lapierre bag.
Yeah, Lapierre bag. That's his trademark with that crisscross seat tube and top tube.
Okay.
Yeah. That special triangle there. That's a Lapierre trademark.
Yeah. Very nice.
Yeah, still there.
Yeah, fresh legs. Definitely, he's been sitting there for the last 150k. So now the 15 kilometer, he needs to. Depending, we don't know how good his time trial is, and right now basically he's gonna have to try time trial his way to the finish line. Mateo?
Yeah, Mate Drinovic is a rider riding for a 7-Eleven Click, a Philippine-based team.
Yeah.
So they just arrived, 15 kilometer, just arrived at the town of Tikam Batu, which is about 15 kilometers away until the finishing sprint. And if we look at the breakaway, the peloton, we're going to see that the peloton is actually slowly ramping up the pace to deliver their sprinter. Says Tikam Batu, another town in the state of Kedah.
And that's we're really getting close to the southern border of the Kedah state. And meanwhile, in the back of the peloton, Ayman Rosli, all smile.
Yeah.
He's certainly done his job and being aggressive. And he should be able to still be maintaining his. He's just doing a little bit of sprint.
Stretching out, maybe a lay down duty afterwards.
But he should have maintained his best Asian jersey, a white Asian jersey.
Yep.
And while his teammate Vadim Prosky move up, I think just behind him.
Yeah.
Right. So he's Vadim got 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Yeah. Versus the. Oh yeah, the Thai rider also he got 3 seconds as well by winning the second intermediate sprint.
All right.
So it will be counting. It goes back to a countdown. Count back to the. I should go back to the count back for the intermediate sprint result or finishing result.
Yeah. I guess the finishing. I guess where he sits in the podium, does it play a part in terms of where one person sits in the classification?
Yeah. So if it's a bunch sprint, you're gonna have a 30-40 rider going across the line at the same time.
Yeah.
And then the finish. So if you're assuming all your other results are the same, you're sitting on the same time, and then the stage finishing result dictate where do you rank on the general classification. Okay. So yeah. So even though the top sprinter on the front are sprinting out for stage honors, but meanwhile the lower ranked riders are actually sprinting out for their individual general classification rankings. So yeah, I mean all these rankings does play a point. So yeah, it's by no means it's not easy. Even just sitting in, it's not like cruising into the finish line.
Well, just looking at the back of the peloton here, no sprinters are to be seen at the back of the peloton. I assume, everyone have moved up the peloton just to secure a better position coming into the sprint with 13.5 kilometer, which is less than 20 minutes away. So 20 minutes away before they reach the finishing line, judging from the speed that they're going. I think easily they're going at the 46, 47, even 48 kilometer per hour is not that far to stretch in terms of how fast these are going. This rider, Matej Drenovic, is still in front here with only 6 seconds gap between him and the main peloton. So at the moment, it's about 13.2 kilometer. So for those of you that are still watching, make your way to the finishing line and spectate what would be a very fast sprint finish and experience the thrill and the exhilaration of how fast these professional cyclists will go beneath the banner of the finishing line at at Kepala Batas.
I'm wondering how long the peloton is gonna, how long it's gonna take for peloton to bring them back in. And probably they want to, they're working on the front. You can see Poti, Vizik, Malta. I see Tudor on the front. Definitely Alvin de Klein want to get his second chance for winning, second chance to win the sprint. Yesterday he was very close, third. But we talk about he hasn't raced much. This year he had a crash, I think very early in the year, and then his first race was in August. So he obviously got fresh legs. So today maybe you're looking at longer stages, so fresher legs, maybe that will suit him better. And also the weather become extremely hot, and some riders tend to do well, prefer the hotter weather. Some riders prefer the cooler weather. So today with the hotter weather, so whether or not he can do well, he can finally win a stage again. So we shall see. It will be exciting, and it's getting. Here's a policeman getting a little bit stretching, so he's riding on the front for multiple hours.
That's right. Here it is, the Merdeka Bridge. Merdeka Bridge, as we can see on the live feed at the moment, with 11.4 kilometers to go in front here. Driving the pace in the peloton is Tudor Pro Cycling, followed by XDS Astana, and we don't see Uno X in the mix.
They're not. They probably just. We're going to try to see if we can spot the orange jersey. Still
just a little bit
back.
further back. A little bit further back. I'm not sure what they have planned with 11 kilometers to go. Matej Drenovic is still in front here, riding solo. Looks like a bit of a tailwind, looking at the way the flag is going. It's a fast one for this 10.8 kilometer. It's just going to happen in a split second. We will see who's going to get the win for this stage 2 from Padang Besar to Kepala Batas.
Drenovic looks pretty good on the bike. Staying aero and putting good steady speed. I mean, definitely he's turning 90 RPM, and you don't see so much shoulder rocking. He's trying to stay as aero as possible. You don't need to look back. This is if you want to keep going, you're just gonna have to put your maximum effort and trying to stay there, stay out as long as you can. But the straight road certainly doesn't help. He's so exposed to both the wind, so we're just going across the 10-kilometer marker, last 10 kilometer to the finish. So the road surface is good. One thing about the Malaysia, riding the Malaysia roads, they are great. If you ever get a chance.
Like I personally, I think these are hopefully it's not newly resurfaced road, because newly resurfaced road can feel like a bit of a slog to ride into, because you feel like it's empty. Because I remember some of the teams in the World Tour, what they do is that they point out, they teach their riders on which part of the road surface they should ride in. Because like newly surfaced road, they haven't compacted it yet, so it actually feels that there's a bit of a resistance riding through it. Whereas a little bit more compacted road, like the ones they're riding now, a little bit like a less darker color, so there's a lot more compacted road. So yeah, that gives you a little bit more speed. Yeah. With 9.5 kilometer, looks like Matej Drinovec has been brought back into the peloton. In front of the main peloton now is the XDS Astana driving the pace. We've got 9.3 kilometers to go, Danny. Yeah, it's going to be a fast one.
Yeah, XDS is driving the pace now, and followed by Tudor. But Uno X, I think they are being very smart. They're saving their powder, and I think the last 5 kilometers, you probably see them, bringing their like Alexander Kristoff to the front. So a lot of some teams like to be staying in the front all the way to the last 10 kilometers, but some teams prefer to bring their sprinter in very late. So that way, instead of staying in the front and fighting and shoulder bumping, some prefer to wait till the end and then bring their rider. So it's really depending on individual sprinter, what their preference is. Different sprinter has different preferences. And in this case, I think Uno X is definitely waiting out, but it seems to be fairly far away. But they have a very strong team, and I think they have no problem just bringing him over up in the last 5 kilometers to the front. So.
Looks like we can see a little bit as well of the HKA side from the Hong Kong cycling team is sort of getting organized as well. Like I was made understood that a lot of them are actually from track cycling background.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so track cycling are known for having a good kick for the sprint finish. So yeah, they did the same as well in first stage. We saw them a little bit getting in the mix, but obviously those listening, watching from the live commentary, who's your pick for the sprint finish? Is it Malucelli, Ava Decline, Harif Saleh, Manuel Peñalve? Who is your pick? So let us know in the comments section. We've got 7.8 kilometers to go. We've got few sprint trains line up. We've got Polti visit Malta there, setting it up for Manuel Peñalve. Tudor Cycling setting it up for Ava Decline. We also see Picnic Post and I'll get in the mix as well. Unibet getting organized as well. A lot of sprint trains is trying to get organized, but we will see. 7.5 kilometers to go, but we are yet to see Uno X making his way up. We can see a glimpse of that that orange street protection coming from the left side of the road, moving up.
Yeah, I see Alvin Decline just sitting really comfortably behind. I think it's about 10 bike down, just hiding behind his teammate, looking super comfortable and confident. I would say that's my pick for today.
Okay. Yeah, let us know. Yeah, some TSG fans as well. Someone vouched for Kristoff. Yeah, we would like to see Alexander Kristoff win as well. Get his 99th stage win, pro stage wins. Obviously, some Arvid fan as well. Ava Decline, yeah, we've got 2 Ava Decline fans in here.
Okay, all right. Are they from Holland?
I don't know. Yeah, the name's Jake, so I don't know. So probably. Yeah. TSG fan as well. Yeah, there's a couple of TSG fans as well in here.
Yeah, the front again is still Tudor, followed by XDS, but it looks like Tudor is. Together with Picnic Post and NL. Yeah, we didn't see them getting involved so much. So wondering if today they want to have a shot. They only have 5 riders, so it will be difficult for if they want to commit too early. So they're very well placed just behind the train of Tudor. So that maybe they will wait a little bit, but we see Confirmer also moving to the right side of the peloton, left side of your screen, with Poti, Visit Malda flanking the left side.
Yeah.
And well, the pace has definitely gone up. So we're 6 kilometers to the finishing line, and then there is a turn. About
now?
About right now.
About right now.
Yeah, right now.
And then from this point, Danny, I think it's just a straight into the finishing line. It's a straight, dead straight into the finishing line.
Yeah.
So they can really create some significant speed with this kind of road.
Yeah. And the rider on the back that will be impossible to move forward. But we also see the Hong Kong team. That's surprising.
On the right side of the road, they're in the mix. Picnic Post NL as well on the right side of the road. We are yet to see Uno X making themselves visible, but we can see Manuel Peñalves train. The Polti team is on the left side of the road. So the couple, there's a few. Sprint lead-out trains available there. Hiding away still, the Uno X train, looking like it's going to be a fast one, Danny. Looking at the flag up on the lamppost, it's going to be a fast one. It's a tailwind straight into the finishing straight here.
Yeah, it's a tailwind. Yeah, absolutely correct.
They just officially arrive in the Penang from that. That arch up there.
Yeah, okay. They just cross over to the Penang, state of the Penang.
Yes, the state of Penang.
And then the peloton is led by Poti, Visit Malda, and but nobody is committing just yet, right? The pace is still not fast. It's not strung out, because they know it's going to be a long dead straight road to the finishing. So if you're committing too early, and they still have a lot of work to do. So, but right now, looks like the pace are, surprisingly calm right now. And that's everybody saving their firepower just to the finishing line. And I suppose in another 1 kilometer, the pace is going to ramp up significantly. And but right now it's still led by Poti, Visit Malda. Next to them are Total Energy and Picnic Post NL are waiting. I think Sprinter right now are waiting to pound. I would say.
So no big teams in front. XDS Astana is not in front. Tudor is also not in front alongside with Uno X. These three giants are not in front. Only Polti, Total Energies, and also Picnic Post NL. So Energies is going for, Total Energies is going for Jason, Tessin, Peñalve for Polti, and a Sprinter as well available to go and finish it off for Picnic Post NL. We see Fantini, Vinny Fantini as well getting organized on the slightly middle of the road. A few attempts from the left side of the road of riders trying to make their way up into the peloton. Maybe some sprinters that was left behind.
Yeah, and I was just going across the 3 kilometer to the finish already. So now the pace is gonna increase, and it's gonna keep increasing to the finish. So we are gonna be treated with a fast and furious finish. I see Tudor still trying to move up. They got to move up their cover decline, move up to their better position, because right now it's seems like Uno X. I cannot see Uno X at all.
I mean, we can see the sort of middle way into the peloton. XDS Astana as well, not far off from there. 2 trains at the moment, Picnic Post NL and also Total Energies are dominating the train lead out, organized train lead out. We can see Uno X is yet to be visible. XDS Astana nowhere there as well. Judo Pro Cycling is finally come up on the left side of the road, carrying the Sprinter alongside with Fantini. Uno X as well, just behind Fantini train. It's 2.2 kilometers to go, Danny. It's getting exciting. It's getting thrilling. It's getting a little bit more out of what we thought it's going to be. So where are these giant teams, Danny?
Oh, I think they've been blocked temporarily right now. They haven't taken up the front, and they're a bit of block out of position. But I think they either be super confident in their rider. I see Tudor is start moving up right now, so they're saving their sprinter lead out just until the very end. I think I think I see still Total Energy and Picnic Post now is leading on the front. Now, did the sprinter team, did the bigger team left it too late? Now, 1.4.
Yeah, 1.4 kilometer to go. Then we just don't know. Like it's strung out, we can see that Jason Tessen's train is the dominant train at the moment. Uno X is in the mix as well. Tudor Pro Cycling, Manuel, Jason Tessen is
Uno
there.
X is moving up right
Uno
now.
X is moving up at the moment. You've mentioned it correct. Tudor Pro Cycling. Denny, 900 meters to go, Denny.
900 meter. Who is it going to be today? Is Uno X got to push to the front. They got to lead to the front. It's the last 1 kilometer. They got to take the control of the peloton to take the win. Otherwise, they're going to be missing out. And I think Poti Visit Malta is still leading. Now Uno X take the front right now.
500 meters to go. We see Uno X train is there. Alan Breakaway is just in front there, leading out from Alexander Christoph. We got the Alan Breakaway just behind him. 300 meters to go. Alan Breakaway in the orange jersey, the KBS orange jersey. We can see some sights of Marcelli. Jason Tessen is there as well. Zanoncello is there. Avon Decline just behind Alan Breakaway. Avon Decline down the center of the road. 50 meters to go. Avon Decline in front there, carrying the pace. It is Avon Decline in the victory. Avon Decline in the victory, and second place looks like it is Astana. Third place looks like Zanoncello from Bartiani. But we will get to know what is the final results until we see the official result comes out in front of the screen here. Wow, Denny. We were sort of thinking, like, what's going to happen? Like, we don't see the big teams.
Uno X waited very late to come up, and then, but Alva Decline was hiding perfectly behind the Uno X train, and being a smaller stature, so I think he positioned himself perfectly and launched the attack, launched the final sprint. And what I just said earlier, who's going to be the winner?
Oh, yeah, you did. Yeah, you predicted again.
There you go.
Yeah,
2 out of 2.
Fresh legs. 2 out of 2,
yeah,
man.
Fresh legs.
I'll leave the predicting to you, mate.
166 kilometer hot and Hilbert at first leg, but I think there's a lot of motivation. You can see yesterday on the stage, he was not a happy boy.
Nah, it was not.
And I think, well, they really left it very late. I think I didn't see, you know, as predicted, XDS did a lot of work controlling, but then so that's why we saw Picnic Post NL and Poti Visit Malta, and also did most of the work into the last, and the Total Energy, the three team there, did actually the bulk of the work into the last 5 kilometer. But then Uno X sort of saved it and then came up very, very late into the last 1K. They start moving to the left, on the left side of Peloton. And then that actually resulted, but it was a perfect lead out. But then unfortunately, Christoph couldn't finish it off, and Alvin Decline did not get declined today. He made sure that
he didn't get declined today.
He did not get declined. He made sure that he got. I mean, he won by a pretty good margin.
Yeah, it was quite obvious until that 50 meters to go, and before the finishing line, it was going to be his stage. He was going to win the stage for today. Slightly unconventional, tactical compared to what they used to do back then in the Sri Lankawi, where they would dominate the race and deliver off decline in almost like a textbook manner, and they're pretty good at doing that. But this year, 500 meters to go, there's still nowhere to be seen. And then, somehow they pull it off.
Yeah, they certainly did. And I'm sure we're going to see a big smile on Alvin Decline's face today. And I'm just trying to see who got... did Marcelli got 6 seconds?
Yeah, it looks like he got second.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So there's going to be a fight for the points jersey for sure now. And also will be interesting to see where Trengganu cycling team, a Malaysian rider from Malaysian Pro Cycling and Trengganu cycling team, how did they finish in today's sprint?
That's right.
It was pretty fast and.
So Malucelli congratulating Alva Decline just now.
There you go. Yeah, that's
Arvid, that feeling of winning again after a few months, after a difficult time.
Yeah, it's a great feeling. You know, it's hard to win here. I know from last year, and then it's nice to to end this difficult period, with a win. It gives me confidence, and I know I'm fast enough to win, but then you need to show it. And today I think I showed it, so I'm super happy.
Take us through the last kilometer. How did you do it?
We waited. We were really calm, and then Fabian Lienhard and Sebastian Cengisi put me in good position, and then from then on it was perfect. I could just follow the wheel and come out on the right moment. So yeah, I think it was a perfect sprint.
What does it mean to win, even if you don't have your favorite lead-out man, Michael Zeilert, here with you this year?
It's harder, but yeah, let's do something else. I'm also great, and it's also because of the boys put me in good position. So yeah, I'm just happy.
Your third year in a row, third year in a row, winning at least one stage.
Yeah.
Is this your favorite race?
Yeah, that's hard to say, but
is it your favorite race in Asia?
I need to say, of course. Sure. I said to the team, I really want to give to the, and it's not. It's a special for me, so that's also why.
It's a sprinter's race. People here seem to love your nickname, Little Gorilla. How much do you like racing in Malaysia?
I just really like it. Days. And I go to all see this.
Thank you very much.
Not far off as well. We see Rajovic as well just there. Yeah, and that's Confama. Yeah.
And Confama actually launches the
Confama
tag.
launches the sprint, but obviously from far back we see Jason Tesson. Izzat Hilmi is actually in the mix. Malucelli had to bump shoulder with Confama. Oh, that was a pretty hectic sprint, but yes, the Klein had the best of everyone.
There you go. He won by a half a bike length. But so it was Berkler who was actually doing the final sprint.
Yeah, Berkler, yeah.
Yeah, Berkler was not Christoph. And I think Christoph did the lead out. And
that's right, yeah. Christoph did the lead out because we saw the orange jersey.
Yeah.
So that has to be Berkler.
Yeah, 100 meters to go. He's
at Hilmi is there. Yep, in the mix with the big guys from Malaysia Pro Cycling. What would it be? Yeah, I know. Top 10 probably.
Oh, right. Well done.
Yeah.
Good job. There you go, but no question, who is the winner?
Okey, baiklah. Barulah kita dapat melihat senyum di wajah David Decline. Akhirnya dia berjaya untuk memenangi peringkat seawal di peringkat yang kedua selepas kecewa semalam di tangan Matthew Malucelli yang berada betul-betul bersebelahan dengan beliau tadi menuju ke garis penamat, dan satu kejutan yang sangat gemilang daripada David Decline untuk dia berada di kedudukan tempat yang pertama, menamatkan peringkat yang kedua sejauh 166.1 km, meninggalkan Malucelli. Saya kira mungkin Malucelli tempat yang kedua ataupun tempat yang ketiga, dan belum dapat dipastikan siapakah yang akan dapat mengekal, apakah Malucelli akan dapat mengekalkan jersey hijau Petronas itu ataupun bagaimana, nanti kita akan dapatkan pengesahannya. Tetapi dalam kelompok yang menamatkan perlumbaan itu tadi, kita dapat lihat ada kelibat pengayuh ataupun pelumba daripada negara kita. Nampak seolah ada Cik, pelumba daripada TSG yang berada di kedudukan dalam kelompok 5 dan mungkin 6 ataupun 7. Adik Usai ni 4 jam awak ada 4 jam mengulas.
Lebih kurang bang, lebih kurang
4 jam. Okey. Flat race, hujan, panas. Lepas tu tak ada bukit. 3 zon pecutan. Okey, macam mana tadi race peringkat 2?
Kalau kita lihat hari ini perlombaan memang begitu orang cakap macam-macam lah boleh dikatakan Nizam. Kerana sudah pasti hari ini perlombaan hari ini daripada awal lagi pagi tadi hujan lebat. Lepas tu ada 3 zon pecutan yang ditawarkan. Setiap zon pecutan tu bertukar tangan, bukan orang yang sama.
Betul.
Okey. Antaranya yang paling menarik untuk dikatakan adalah zon pecutan yang ketiga. Apabila kita lihat Vadim cuba untuk membuat pemecahan meninggalkan style pelumba daripada Thailand iaitu
Cahaya Sombat. Tanakan Cahaya Sombat.
Ya, betul. Untuk mengurangkan defisit timing antara rakan sepasukan beliau iaitu Aiman Rosli dan juga Sambayat kepada 1.
Betul.
Jadi Vadim pandai mengambil peluang dan terus meninggalkan pelumba daripada Thailand ini dan berjaya mengundi tempat kedua. Apa yang menarik juga hari ini, Akbar? Acik Wan Abdul Rahman.
Acik.
Nombor 6 hari ini.
Nombor 6
Secara unofficial.
Okey, unofficial.
Dan
Wan Abdul Rahman.
Ya, daripada pasukan CAG. Dan sudah pasti dia akan mengungguli terbaik ASEAN untuk peringkat yang kedua hari ini. Dan harus diberi tumpuan juga, Akbar. Izzat Hilmi daripada pasukan NPC berjaya mengungguli tempat ke-7 hari ini, peringkat yang kedua. Jadi 2 pelumba tempatan kita sekarang ni secara unofficial berada di kedudukan 10 yang terbaik.
Baik, fokus kita sekarang ini, talking point kita yang pertama ni nak cerita pasal zon pecutan. Kalau semalam 2-3 pelumba yang sama akan berada di zon pecutan 1, 2 dan juga 3. Termasuklah Aiman Rusli dan sebagainya. Hari ini, zon pecutan 1, dia ada Ivan Kobokayan, ada D-Boy, ada Aaron Gate. Zon pecutan yang kedua orang lain. 100% bertukar. Jadi apa yang boleh dikongsikan tentang keadaan ini, adik?
Baik, sudah pasti kita lihat untuk zon pecutan pertama tadi, Ivan Kobo daripada pasukan Total Energy cuba untuk mengungguli dan melepasi garisan dan masa sama dia ingin mencuri time bonus yang ditawarkan. Dan kita boleh lihat juga Aiman Rosli memang berusaha untuk sekurang-kurangnya mendapat 1 extra time bonus, tetapi gagal di saat-saat akhir apabila Aaron Gate berjaya memotong Aiman Rosli di saat-saat akhir. Dan selepas itu, Akbar, zon pecutan yang kedua kita boleh lihat pelumba daripada pasukan Thailand.
Tanakan Cahaya Sombat.
Betul, dia pandai untuk membuat pergerakan sebelum pecutan dan saya pun memang jangka pelumba daripada Thailand ini memang ada kelebihan untuk membuat pecutan berbanding 3 pelumba yang lain termasuk Vadim. Jadi dia berjaya mengungguli di tempat yang pertama dan selepas itu kita boleh lihat Akbar, keadaan perlombaan memang begitu orang cakap sedikit kucak-kacir dan selepas kita boleh lihat Vadim cuba untuk membuat pemecahan dan ditangkap di saat-saat akhir.
Okey, baik. Ini adalah zon pecutan yang kedua. Kita dapat lihat bagaimana tanakan Cahaya Sombat. Dia melakukan pecutan di bahagian tepi laluan dan kemudian diekori oleh Hayatu Tobaru dan juga Vadim Promski. Tetapi seperti yang adik kongsikan tadi, kayuhan memang kuat, memang padu kayuhan daripada pelumba Thailand Cahaya Sombat ni dan akhirnya dia berjaya untuk mengungguli zon pecutan yang kedua. Okey, dia mendapat satu lagi mata. Tapi itulah bezanya untuk zon pecutan yang kedua dengan zon pecutan yang pertama. 3 individu yang berbeza.
Betul.
3 individu yang berbeza. Kemudian di zon pecutan yang terakhir, zon pecutan yang ketiga, tinggal 2 orang je. Dia tinggal 2 orang je. Cahaya Sombat dan juga ini Cedric Christopherson. Namanya memang siapa ni kan? Betul tak? Tapi dia daripada Norway, muda lagi, 23 tahun. Dan akhirnya satu poin yang saya nak cakap pasal dia ni. Dia daripada start di zon pecutan yang pertama, walaupun dia tak menang kat situ, tapi dia antara macam calon kompetitif rider lah untuk rider daripada Norway.
Betul Akbar, sudah pasti Cedric mempunyai misi dia sendiri. Dia cuba untuk mengungguli pecutan yang ketiga yang terakhir dan masa yang sama dia terus bergerak solo, Akbar. menuju ke garisan penamat. Jadi kita boleh lihat, saya pun rasa kemungkinan besar ataupun saya mesti akan pastikan juri akan menobatkan Cedric sebagai most competitive rider untuk peringkat kedua hari ini. Kerana dia seperti memang orang cakap memang begitu agresif di dalam perlombaan pada hari ini.
Betul, kita dapat itu memang jelas dapat kelihatan, dapat kita saksikan bagaimana Cedric ini bermula daripada zon pecutan yang pertama tu sampailah di, walaupun di zon pecutan yang ketiga tu dia dicabar oleh Pronsky, tapi dia berjaya untuk berada di kedudukan tempat yang pertama, mendapat 3 mata di depan pada zon pecutan yang ketiga. Jadi itu bicara kita mengenai 3 zon pecutan hari ini, di mana ketiga zon pecutan ni lain-lain rider yang menang.
Betul.
Jadi kita nampak, tapi itulah sayang Aiman Rosli kan, selepas dia tidak mampu untuk memperolehi mata di zon pertama, dah tak nampaklah kelibat dia untuk merebut zon pecutan 2 dan 3.
Baik, Akbar, dia cuba sedaya upaya. Kita rasa memang dia dah cuba yang terbaik. Tetapi seperti pasukan daripada Astana, dia tidak mahu membiarkan Aiman ini cuba untuk menrapatkan jurang beliau dengan Matteo Malaccioli, kerana Akbar sendiri pun tahu jarak defisit timing Aiman dan juga Matteo Malaccioli cuma 4 saat saja.
4 saat, okey.
Jadi jika Aiman mengungguli ke semua, kemungkinan besar Matteo Malaccioli hilang dia punya jersey hijau, jersey keseluruhan untuk peringkat yang kedua hari ini.
Jadi secara unofficialnya mungkin ada senarainya kedudukan Aiman Rosli, iaitu pelumba negara kita yang menangi jersey putih rakan muda. Okey, bab itu yang mungkin kita tertanya-tanya, apakah Aiman Rosli dapat kekalkan jersey putih itu? Sebab kita tengok tadi macam Cahaya Sombat dan sebagainya, ada Tobaru juga agak pantas di depan.
Alright, sudah pasti Aiman Rosli hari ini masih mengungguli jersey tajaan rakan muda, jersey putih terbaik Asia untuk peringkat kedua. Ben Carmen pun masih mengungguli,
betul, ya.
Kerana dia menghabiskan perlombaan di kelompok yang hadapan dan juga berjaya menghabiskan perlombaan. Dan sudah pasti Matteo Malaccioli masih mengekal jersey oranye tajaan KBS dan juga jersey keseluruhan Petronas, kerana dia mengungguli tempat yang kedua hari ini, ada time bonus 6 saat. Jadi dia masih boleh melepasi Arvid Decline, kerana Arvid Decline dengan Matteo Malaccioli hanya perbezaan 4 saat saja. Tetapi hari ini Matteo Malaccioli tempat yang kedua, jadi dia jauh meninggalkan Arvid Decline yang tempat kedua.
Sudah pasti Arvid Decline akan berada di posisi yang ketiga untuk keseluruhannya. Tetapi memasuki peringkat yang ketiga nanti sudah pasti kita akan dapat lihat bila sekarang ni dia dah mendahului Malaccioli daripada segi menang peringkat. Dah 5 dah sekarang untuk Arvid Decline, dan esok sudah pasti akan lebih menarik kerana 3 zon pecutan dan juga 3 zon pendakian. Baik, penamat tadi di Kepala Batas. Kita sebenarnya nak tengok dekat mana Arvid Decline, dekat mana Matteo Malaccioli dan juga dekat mana Alexander Kristoff. Saya tak nampak Kristoff kat situ tadi, sebab yang saya nampak adalah persaingan antara Arvid Decline dan juga Malaccioli.
Baik, jika kita lihat tadi seperti Kristoff yang lead out Breakaway, iaitu jersey oranye di saat-saat akhir tadi, tetapi seperti Breakaway tidak dapat menyempurnakan 100% pecutan yang berakhir di Kepala Batas tadi. Dan sudah pasti peluang yang diambil oleh Arvid Decline, seperti awal pagi tadi Akbar, Arvid Decline semasa temu bual, dia ingin cuba menggunakan lead up untuk basikal Uno Mobility ini sebagai dia punya
dia gunakan rider tim lain.
Ya, betul. Kerana dia tidak mempunyai lead up yang bagus untuk pasukan Tudor. Jadi hari ini dia berjaya. Dan sudah pasti nanti kita tengok muka dia kat podium.
Senyum lah.
Senyum punya lah.
Jadi bermakna strategi itu memang ada rider yang akan menggunakan rider tim lain sebagai lead out untuk menuju ke garis penyelamat.
Betul, kerana sudah pasti pakar-pakar pecut ni mereka tidak semestinya menggunakan 100% lead out mereka. Mereka juga boleh menggunakan lead out pasukan yang lain dalam masa sama mengambil ruang yang ada. Kita boleh lihat Arvid Diklan pandai berada di belakang pelumba daripada Norway ini iaitu Ellen Breakaway sebelum membuat pecutan yang terakhir tadi.
Itulah kebijaksanaan yang dimiliki oleh Arvid Diklan, pelumba berusia 31 tahun daripada Belanda yang sudah pasti berpuas hati apabila dapat membalas dendam kekecewaan pada peringkat yang pertama. Baik. Seterusnya, siapa lagi kalau bukan Matteo Malucelli yang menduduki tempat yang kedua secara tak rasmi dalam perlumbaan peringkat yang kedua. Jadi kita ada temu bual bersama dengan Malucelli. Terus saja kita ke Kepala Batas untuk ikuti temu bual bersama dengan beliau.
Matteo, yesterday, second today. What has been the difference between the two spots?
But yesterday in perfect position, last 5 under, but today I was too much back. I tried to like 300 meters to the fish and try to come out from inside the bunch. I needed to stop.
Okey, kami mohon maaf kepada anda dengan kualiti audio yang agak kurang baik. Jadi nanti kalau dah dapat yang lebih baik, kami akan sekali lagi bawakan kepada anda temu bual bersama dengan Malucelli. Tapi kita juga nak dengar temu bual bersama dengan Arvid Diklan. Saya perasan tadi, saya sempat melihat temu bual beliau. Memang tersenyum lebar dia dengan kejayaan ini dan dia juga berterima kasih kepada rakan-rakan yang menyokongnya untuk mengejar kedudukan kelompok hadapan pada perlumbaan peringkat yang kedua ini. Okey, secara keseluruhannya kita belum dapat lagi official result. Tapi untuk rider-rider Malaysia, tadi kita dah tengok ada Acik, Aiman Rosli, Harif Saleh nampak macam sedikit terperangkap di kelompok pertengahan.
Baik, sudah pasti hari ini seperti yang kita katakan sebelum ni, daripada awal lagi team presentation, pengenalan tim. Harif cakap antara Acik lead out dia ataupun dia lead out Acik. Jadi hari ini kemungkinan besar dia yang lead out Acik untuk berada di kedudukan 6 terbaik tadi secara unofficial. Tapi kita lihat Acik memang menggunakan kelebihan yang dia ada untuk membuat henjutan dan sudah pasti Akbar, Acik akan dinobatkan sebagai Asian Rider, Asia Tenggara Rider ya untuk stage yang kedua hari ini dan mampu menjejaki podium untuk kali kedua untuk pasukan CAG untuk hari ini Akbar.
Okey, baik. Adik, saya nak tanyalah untuk pengetahuan penonton-penonton, peranan lead out ni, masa bila lead out ni akan slow down, buka laluan, bagi kepada sprinter dia untuk ke depan?
Kebiasaannya lead out ni akan mengambil peranan di last 500 meter yang terakhir. Jadi kita lihat tadi last 500 meter yang terakhir Alexander Kristoff cuba untuk memastikan Ellen Bilka berada di belakang beliau sebelum Alexander Kristoff pergi ke belah kiri memberi laluan kepada Ellen Bilka untuk membuat pecutan. Tetapi kemungkinan besar di situ Kristoff membuka terlalu awal dan mengambil masa yang lama untuk Elbrika untuk menghenjut pecutan. Kerana biasaannya mereka mempunyai pecutan di anggaran 150 meter hingga 200 meter saja menuju ke penamat.
Okey, baik. Hari ini tidak ada zon pendakian. Hanya ada 3 zon pecutan. Apa disadvantage bila tak ada zon pendakian ni? Of course advantage-nya kepada pemenang JC berkandut semalam. Tapi disadvantage untuk rider-rider bila tak ada zon pendakian.
Okey, hari ini boleh dikatakan apa? Hari rest day untuk semua pendaki-pendaki. Betul.
Okey.
Kerana
rest day lah.
Rest day. Kerana Akbar tahu esok memang
great lah.
Laluan yang betul-betul epic lah.
Ya, betul.
Cakap
elevation tinggi.
Betul, bukan saja dia ada climb yang jauh di Gerik nanti, tetapi ada Com 1, Com 2 dan juga Com 3 yang ditawarkan esok untuk peringkat ketiga. Manakala ada laluan esok memang betul-betul jauh sepanjang 198 km.
Okey. Dan nampaknya Kepala Batas dah pun bersedia untuk upacara penyampaian hadiah. Terus saja bersama dengan Izzuan Makno untuk upacara penyampaian hadiah peringkat yang kedua Petronas Letup Langkawi.
A tight sprint just now, a touch of shoulders, a shoulder bumping. It was definitely an intense one.
He's a pretty small rider, small stature. For a sprinter. So he probably get over the climb pretty well tomorrow.
Well, we shouldn't rule him out. He looks, he's fit for the climb.
Yeah.
Enrico Donatello. Yeah, he was here last year as well. Tour Langkawi. No stage wins for him, and not even on the podium.
It's amazing. Yeah, he's like a mini rocket.
A pocket rocket from Italy. I think he is Italian. I'm just assuming he's Italian. He's Italian. Okay, thank you.
So he would be potentially a rider do well tomorrow. Should get over the climb fairly easily based on the stature. I mean, obviously the bigger rider, some of the bigger rider, Christoph can still climb very well.
Yeah.
Big rider, big engine. Certainly there's opportunity. I can next to his compatriot.
Another Italian. Matteo Malucelli from XTS Astana. Second today, after a good opening to his Tour Langkawi yesterday, but it's okay. They've been trading places a little bit. But I mean, on the high side, he's still retained his position in general classification as well as the KBS points jersey classification.
Yep, absolutely. So now we are waiting for the winner of today's stage. There's no one else other than Albert de Klein.
That's right.
And the little gorilla got his win back. I think that's really important, right? He's confident. He hasn't been racing much. He hasn't won all year. He did, when they asked whether or not his favorite race, he did hesitate to say yes. I'm sure he has other targets, but it certainly is one of his favorite races, and he liked Malaysia very much.
Yeah.
And it's a very beautiful country. Keep on saying that.
Yeah. We appreciate that, I appreciate for these riders, and it's good that even the locals are giving great hospitalities to these professional riders that are coming. Good treatment. Yeah. And I don't know why they keep asking riders to move.
No, I think they want him to take it center, so when the photo comes out, so he'll be centered.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. Albert de Klein, the winner of stage 2. The 29th edition of Petronas Tour Langkawi.
Top 3 finisher of today.
Yep.
Of Tour de Langkawi for today, stage 2. I see a smile.
That's
I see Albert de Klein smiling right now.
Yeah, finally he smiles.
Yeah.
He wasn't so happy. He's definitely happy. Yeah, he's a happy man today. Yeah.
That's great.
Not a grumpy man. Yesterday he wasn't so happy to get on the podium.
Yeah, he was there.
I think if he got second, he'd be more unhappy because he's the first loser. He's the first loser of the day. At least it wasn't yesterday.
Yeah. It's he's the winner today. There's no doubt about that today.
Yeah.
And he won't be denied of a victory. So we're happy that three consecutive time coming to Tour Langkawi and 3 consecutive stage victory already.
He keeps his. I think he comes 2 years ago, 2023, obviously with his other teammates. Simon Pilot, who actually got the King of the Mountain jersey. He got the points classification jersey. Last year was no luck. It was a battle towards the end. We lost interest in the general classification last year. Because it's pretty much max pools. But it was the points classification that was a battle towards the end. Very tight finish. 2 points away.
Yeah, in the interview he mentioned that he didn't have his favorite lead-out man.
Michael Zaylat.
So he's still able to finish the job to get a win. That's a competitive rider. Here we go.
Again, rockets.
And rockets sending their rocket out.
Punch through the atmosphere, no matter what the resistance is. We're punching it out just like a rocket would.
€200 right there.
There you go. 200 euro. They got it yesterday and today. Yeah, it was so 400 euros now.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if they're going to try to get that every day. That would be funny if they try to get that every day. Most competitive rider.
I don't know. We got to watch their YouTube channel. Maybe that's what they've been talking about from the start. Most combative rider every day.
They've sent one different rider every day to get that prize. So that would be really cool. I'm sure on social media will be popular. The most combative team. And but they're here fighting for they're going to fight for the GC. So tomorrow will be a first test, really, to get over the mountain test, climbing test. It will be really interesting to see who will be the winner of tomorrow's stage.
Yeah, there you go. Christopherson for the most combative rider in stage 2. So let's see, what's the next prize giving? I think it's the best Asian rider, I suppose, or maybe the King of the Mountain. We'll see.
Probably the best Asian stage finisher, ASEAN stage finisher, so it should be Hamdan. Nickname Achik.
Nickname Achik, yeah.
So really good to see 2 different Malaysian rider on the stage. Yeah. There you go.
There he is. Wan Abdul Rahman Hamdan, or locally he's more famously known as Achi.
And it's his first participation in Tour Langkawi.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. Yeah. Well done.
Yep.
Well done by the rider from Terengganu cycling team.
Yes. Best ASEAN rider. So they have this thing going on in this year's Tour Langkawi that we forgot to mention. They do award every single stage Best Southeast Asian rider, or ASEAN they call it, right? So yeah, every day they will have this award, and it's not a cumulative award like your jersey classification.
Right.
They will be, I guess, awarded for every stage. Yeah.
Very nice.
I guess to help support and raise the level of Southeast Asian cycling. I guess that's what the Tour of Langkawi has been for the past 29th edition.
Yep. Well done.
Yeah, so this is Rakan Muda, Best Asian Rider classification.
Okay, and that will be another TSG rider.
Another Terengganu rider, Aiman Rosli. Yeah.
He did get involved in the early breakaway.
Oh,
and, almost succeeded in getting another 1 second bonus.
I think you can see from his body gestures, he's just not having it today.
Yeah, he definitely seemed a little bit tired from the way he's pedaling.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
There he is.
Yeah.
Still in the white jersey. Yep. Yep. That's it. Got it right away around.
Well done. Sustain, keeping the jersey.
Yeah, let's hope he keeps the jersey tomorrow, because it's going to be a fair bit of climbing tomorrow. So it's really crucial, because I think last year there was a Cameron Highland stage that actually become the determinant for who won the Asian classification. Obviously, Manabu Ishibashi was in the front group from Ukiyo. Yeah, so that's still the deal for him pretty much.
Yeah, it was. So this year, Ukiyo team is not here. So, but you can see the Thailand, obviously, hey, they had the intention to get in some time bonuses. So I think they will definitely put up a good fight, and they have some good climbers in their team. So it would be good to see how the battle take place later in the Cameron Highland.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, in the Fraser.
Fraser Hills. Yeah. Last year's was Cameron Highland.
Yeah.
So I guess two climbs this year. Is the Titi Wangsa, they call it.
Yep.
Climbing up the Titi Wangsa range, and also the Fraser's Hill.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but first, before they get to Fraser Hill, they're gonna get 3 climb tomorrow.
Oh yes.
Before
3 categorized. Oh,
3 categorized.
3 categorized.
It was 3, 2, 1. So basically, category 3, a little warm up.
Yeah.
Then you're gonna go for a harder one.
Yeah.
And then
a bit of a descent.
And then go back up in the last kilometer, category 1 climb.
Yeah. So here's Ben Carmen. Well, he's pretty much just have to sit it today.
Yeah, he didn't have to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, he planned it well. You know, he knows his stuff. You know, I had a chat with him on Instagram, Ben Carmen. You know, he spoke in team meeting. All he needs to do was 10 minutes of work for 2 days of fame.
Well done by Ben.
Yeah, he predicted that, you know, the breakaway is going to die after the final intermediate sprint, which it did happen.
Yeah.
And then all he has to do, you know, just go for a break. 10 minutes is all he needs to secure the King of the Mountain jersey, and yeah, that played out well.
You make it sound easy.
Yeah, he made it sound easy. I know. Like, I listened to it, I was like, nah, that's not easy. But yeah, it is for him, of course.
Yeah. But you know, I hope tomorrow he goes on a break. You know, he can pick up quite a bit of points. You get category 3, category 2.
Yes.
You could
at least 3 and 2. He could probably score some significant point there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I hope he try to
defend the jersey. Yeah. Because after that, there isn't, let's see, let's just have a quick glimpse at stage 4. I don't think there is any King of the Mountains 4. Oh, there is one, actually, category 4 on stage 4, which is not it was only 2 points maximum over there. So if he can get like at least a few points in at least category 3 and category 2, you know, that would put him in a good spot, because his only contender is another rider from Malaysia Pro Cycling, Shawar Mazrin, with only 1 point.
Right.
Yeah, be interesting to see, you know.
So yeah, it will be interesting.
Yeah, and we haven't seen like the riders from Burgos to actually make any significant impact in the race. So hopefully tomorrow we're gonna see a little bit of action.
Yeah, we have missing out on the Burgos. If they're listening, they're missing out. So here's the KBS points. So Marichelli is still leading the point. The overall points classification and the jersey by KBS, the orange color. So tomorrow he'll still be wearing the leader, the green jersey. Yeah. So, but Alvin Decline obviously closed that gap. So close that orange gap. Orange gap. close that gap to the orange jersey.
Oh, we get you.
Yeah. You understand? You understand?
Yeah. We understand.
It's been a long day.
Oh yeah, it's been a long day. I think I've been live for like over. Let's see how many hours we've been live for. Yeah, I can't see, but yeah. Yeah, no idea. Yeah, quite a while. Yeah. Yes, there you go. Matteo Malucelli. Yeah. I still don't know what his nickname. We gotta find him a nickname, Danny.
Oh.
Yeah.
M&M.
Yeah. We gotta find him. Everyone keeps calling. I know on Instagram everyone's just called Malu.
Malu, yeah. It's Malu.
Malu. But in Malaysian language it means shy. Malu means shy. So I don't think he is.
I don't think he's shy. Yeah. It's certainly not shy about winning. That's
for sure.
That's a trait of a winner, definitely. Yeah. But it's good. This is a good nickname, Malu.
Yeah, Malu.
Malu.
All right, we gotta find something more fun, like Little Gorilla. You know, Little Gorilla. Okay, so for those of you that are still viewing on our live chat, if you have a nickname for Matteo Malucelli, we have Little Gorilla for Arvid Klein. If you have a nickname for Malucelli, please leave your suggestion in the comment section. We would like to know.
Here we go, Malu again for the leader jersey. The green Petronas jersey.
Yep.
Now I'm wondering if you are a Total Energy rider, you win the leader jersey.
Oh yeah. Is that allowed?
You shouldn't be putting. Would you put your?
I mean, it's the same category, right?
Same category competitors. Oh, I'm sure they are They
understand.
understand.
I'm sure they understand. Yeah.
But that would be really funny, right? You have Petronas jersey on top, and then you have Total Energies bib, and that would be interesting.
Yeah. Same with like go to like Tour Down Under, the Santos.
Okay.
Yeah, Santos is like an all gas company. It's a little bit like Petronas.
Competitor. Yeah. I'm sure they're a healthy competitor, healthy rival. Yeah. It's good. It's great to see. Yeah, Martelli again.
Yeah, Malucelli again. Oh, we got one suggestion by Shamizan Mimi, Speedy Malu.
Speedy Malu.
That's a good one.
I like that.
That's a good one.
Speedy Malu.
Keep them coming. Yeah, we'll put that into consideration. Thank you. Shamizan Mimi.
Yeah.
Thank you. Speedy Malu. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Okay. Definitely better than M&M.
Velolu. Okay.
All right. Here's the overall leader jersey as now. Ben from St. George, Ayman Rosley from Tringano Cycling Team, and Maricelli from the XDS Astana, holding both the overall leader jersey and the orange KBS leader jersey.
All right, yeah. Okay, so yeah, Malucelli, I think signaling everyone, we gotta stay here.
He's doing the leadership, showing leadership right now in the race. He's definitely a fantastic rider to watch, and he certainly showed leadership to his team as well. I think he's done very well, and definitely see a maturity from him.
Farid Hamza recommended Malu Tapi Mahu. I mean, if you understand Malay, it's kind of funny. It means shy but wants.
Oh, okay. Okay. There you go.
Shy about it but wants it.
Okay. Nice. Okay.
Oh, that's a good one, Farid Hamza. Yeah.
Well done. Thank you for all the
suggestions. Keep them coming. I will give one more room for tomorrow as well. So we want suggestions.
All right. So we're gonna wrap up today.
Yep.
Thank you for all of you joining us for today's stage 2 of the Tour de Langkawi. And I am Danny Fang.
Yep, and myself is Izzat Roslan. This is the end of stage 2 from Padang Besar to Kepala Batas, stage 2. So tomorrow we will have stage from Greek to Pasir Putih, where we will climb up the Banjaran Titi Wangsa. And until that, that's all for today. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.
Okey. Baik, terima kasih kepada penaja-penaja yang hari ini sama-sama untuk menyampaikan hadiah kepada pemenang-pemenang di peringkat yang kedua untuk peluang PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi 2025. Okey. Wah. Nampaknya pertukaran jersey tak banyak sangat ini, Dik. Okey. Untuk yang bertukar hanyalah untuk most combative.
Yep.
Dan pelumba terbaik Asia Tenggara.
Betul.
Itu saja. Tetapi untuk jersey utama yang lain itu masih lagi kekal. Nur Aiman Rosli. Jadi mungkin ramai yang tertanya-tanya. Tadi ini sebagai maklumat untuk penonton-penonton lah.
Yep.
Aiman Rosli tidak berada di 3 zon pecutan. Tetapi hari ini dia masih lagi kekalkan jersey putih. Jadi mungkin ada yang tertanya-tanya tu. Mungkin adik boleh explain lah pada penonton.
Okay.
Macam mana Aiman masih lagi kekal jersey putih?
Alright. Aiman hari ni dia kelebihan 7 saat berbanding pelumba Asia yang lain di kedudukan kedua dan ketiga untuk permulaan peringkat yang kedua hari ni, Akbar. Jadi hari ni kita boleh lihat Aiman cuba untuk menjarakkan diri beliau dengan zon pecutan yang pertama. Tadi kita boleh lihat dia cuba untuk mencuri satu poin dan juga masa kelebihan, tetapi gagal. Jadi kat situlah orang cakap banyak strategi yang berlaku, Akbar, ketika 3 zon pecutan yang ditawarkan hari ini, antaranya Vadim Prosky dan juga Tanakat Sombayat daripada pasukan Thai Continental Team yang cuba untuk merapatkan jurang time antara mereka dan juga Aiman.
Jadi maknanya boleh kita katakan sekarang ini poin Aiman Rosli dan juga Pronsky dan juga Sombayat itu sudah semakin hampir
dekat. Betul.
Lebih dekat.
Ya, betul. Sudah pasti esok pendakian stage yang ketiga, saya rasa mungkin sukar untuk Aiman mengekalkan jersey terbaik Asia Tajaan Rakan Muda untuk esok, kerana hari ini dah 4 saat perbezaan antara Reading dan juga Tanakan Surabaya untuk beliau.
Okey, baik. Inilah dia selepas dimuktamadkan, dan ini adalah final result untuk stage ataupun peringkat yang kedua, di mana Avid Decline daripada Tudor Pro Cycling telah berjaya menamatkan perlombaan di tempat yang pertama dengan masa lebih daripada 3 jam, diikuti oleh Matteo Maluseri. Dan ini pula secara keseluruhannya untuk GC General Classification, Matteo Maluseri masih lagi kekal dengan JC hijau tajaan Petronas selaku pendahulu keseluruhan, diikuti Avid Decline yang sudah pun berjaya untuk berada di kedudukan tempat yang kedua. Dan untuk Beraja Pecut masih lagi kekal menjadi milik Matteo Malucelli, tetapi Avid Decline sudah semakin menghampirinya dengan hanya 3 mata saja ketinggalan di belakang Malucelli. Jadi esok dia akan pakai jersey oranye lah.
Ya, betul.
Sebab Malucelli akan menggunakan jersey hijau. Okey, baik. Ini tak usah cerita lah. Bukit tak ada. Tak ada bukit hari ini. Jadi dia senyum je. Dengan misai wajah klasik itu. Jadi Ben Garman daripada Australia ini. Itu pasukan St. George kekal dengan JC Polka. Jadi besok jaga. Besok ada 3 bukit. Baik. Dan baik, untuk pelumba terbaik Asia, Muhammad Nur Aiman Rosli, TSD 5 jam 30.14, masih lagi kekal dengan jersey putih rakan mudanya untuk dia kekal. Tetapi rakan sepasukannya, Pronsky, terus mengekor di tempat yang kedua. Okey, baik. Puan Haji, hari ini, okey, starting hujan. Okey, starting hujan lebat. Lepas tu tak tahu, kita tak sure nak jalan ke tak jalan. Akhirnya jalan. Kayuhan dalam hujan, kelabu tak nampak, kemudian panas, kemudian tak ada bukit. So, Avid Decline menang. Okey, macam mana ini keseluruhannya?
Okey, menarik untuk diperkatakan peringkat yang kedua hari ini sejauh 166 km. Daripada awal lagi tadi kita pun dengar daripada pihak juri untuk memperlambatkan ataupun memperlewatkan perlombaan hari ini kepada mungkin 15 ataupun 30 minit, tetapi mereka tetap teruskan perlombaan. Dan apa yang menarik juga hari ini, sepatutnya neutral zone hari ini cuma 7.5, tetapi dianjak kepada lebih 11 km sebelum dilepaskan ke semua 128 pelumba. Sepanjang perlombaan kita boleh lihat ada few pelumba daripada Itali dan juga daripada pasukan 7-Eleven tarik diri ketika perlombaan
dengan kereta pasukan.
Ya, betul. Kemungkinan besar atas faktor kesihatan, Akbar. Dan di situlah kita lihat hujan yang lebat pada awal perlombaan memang sukar untuk para pelumba ini untuk melakukan attack, dan kita boleh lihat untuk first 70 km yang pertama itu mengambil masa hanya lebih kurang 1 jam 15 minit saja.
55 lebih kurang.
Ya, betul.
60, 55.
More to 60 km sejam untuk first 70 km
tadi. Honda.
Ya, betul. Dan selepas tu kita boleh lihat selepas sprint pertama di Jitra ada pecahan yang berlaku, dan di situlah bermulanya pemecahan-pemecahan yang terjadi di setiap zon pecutan yang ditawarkan hari ini.
Dan akhirnya menyaksikan Avid Decline berjaya untuk memenangi peringkat yang kedua. Okey, baik. Menyebut tentang Avid Decline ini, senyum lebar selepas berjaya untuk merealisasikan impian memintas kemenangan. Matteo Maluseri dengan 5 kemenangan di LTDL berbanding dengan Matteo Maluseri. Jadi kita ada tebal bersama dengan Avid Decline.
Avid, that feeling of winning again after a few months, after a difficult time.
Yeah, it's a great feeling. You know, it's hard to win here. I know from last year, and then it's nice to end this difficult period, you know, with a win. It gives me confidence, and I know I'm fast enough to win, but then you need to show it. And today I think I showed it, so I'm super happy.
Take us through the last kilometer. How did you do it?
We waited. We were really calm, and then Fabian Lienert and Sebastian Cengisi put me in good position, and then from then on it was perfect. I could just follow the wheel and come out on the right moment. So yeah, I think it was perfect sprint.
What does it mean to win, even if you don't have your favorite lead-out man, Michael Zeilert, here with you this year?
You know, it's harder, but it's also nice to work with other guys and get used to something else. So I'm also grateful for that, and this victory is also because of the boys put me in good position. So yeah, I'm just super happy.
Your third year in a row coming to Todalankawi, third year in a row winning at least one stage.
Yep.
Is this your favorite race?
That's hard to say, but
is it your favorite race in Asia?
I need to. No, yeah, of course. In Asia, for sure. No, it's not. It's obvious that I really like the race because I said to the team I really want to come here, and they gave me the opportunity to come again to this race. And it's not. It's really special. It's a special race to me, so that's also why I'm here.
It's a sprinter's race. People here seem to love you, to love your nickname, Little Gorilla. How much do you like racing in Malaysia?
I just really like it. I hope the weather will be a little bit better the coming days, but you know, I did it twice already, and it's a beautiful country. Langkawi is a nice island to go to for holidays. We race there, but it's super nice to see the beaches and everything. And then, Malaysia itself, super beautiful, riding through the jungle. We don't have that in Holland.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, mungkinkah LTDL akan membeli sebuah rumah di Pulau Langkawi? Dia seronok ada kat Langkawi, beaches yang sangat menarik. Terima kasih LTDL dengan pujian itu. Ini semua untuk orang Langkawi tahu. LTDL dah puji Langkawi best. Okey, baik. Banyak lagi kita nak ceritakan tentang LTDL, tapi kita nak sekali lagi ke Kepala Batas bersama dengan Lila Hamzah yang akan menemu bual wakil daripada Bubbles O2 antara tulang belakang penganjuran dan juga penajaan untuk perlombaan PETRONAS LTDL 2025. Ke Kepala Batas, Lila Hamzah.
Alright, ketika ini Lily bersama dengan Encik Abdul Aziz Harifin yang merupakan CEO Bubbles O2. Hi, how are you?
Bagus, very good today.
Alright, kita nak tanyalah untuk Bubbles O2 punya part kan. Apa yang mendorong Bubbles O2 ni untuk sekali lagi menjadi penaja kepada saingan PETRONAS untuk Langkawi 2025 ni?
Right, so Bubbles O2 kami dah menaja LTDL for the past 2 years, and we've gotten very good returns for the past 2 years, and in terms of branding and our international presence kan. So we think that this year is finally the time that Bubbles O2 kita upgradekan kita punya sponsorship to King of the Mountain, because we think that the King of the Mountain jersey is selari dengan apa yang kita percaya dengan Bubbles O2, which is our product is ready to compete the energy of the competitiveness of the King of the Mountain, because it's not easy to be the King of the Mountain, the hardest part of the race, and I think it aligns well with our company punya projection and our vision.
Alright, itu keunikan ataupun perbezaan yang dibawakan kali ini. Bubbles O2 ada kelainan lah, maksudnya polka dot jersey kan. Alright, next one, message utama yang ingin disampaikan Bubbles O2 melalui kerjasama dengan acara berprestige seperti ini.
Our main message from Bubbles O2 here for our presence here dengan PETRONAS LTDL Langkawi is that because kita nampak event macam PETRONAS LTDL Langkawi ni is something that can put your brand whatever you bring towards the international stage, because memang this is when you see the crowd today memang very energetic, and this is only the local crowd, tak kira lagi penonton-penonton di rumah, penonton-penonton antarabangsa juga. So for us from Bubbles O2 kita nak katakan our product is ready for the whole of Malaysia and hopefully soon for international markets as well.
Alright, short one, macam mana orang dekat luar sana nak dapatkan Bubbles O2?
Bubbles O2 we are at 5,000 outlets all throughout Malaysia. Kamu boleh dapatkan kami di Petronas Mesra, di 7-Eleven, Aeon Big, Siumai, IMA24, kami dah di merata-rata tempat. Kalau tak ada, boleh je minta dengan saya sendiri.
Alright, thank you so much.
Okey, saya memang hari-hari minum bubble O2. Sebab tu saya nampak sihat. Okey, adik usai ni. Tadi kan, LTDL, kita nak tengok balik apa yang dikatakan tadi. Dia tak kisah pun, walaupun tim dia tak ada yang lead out dia, tapi dia akan menggunakan rider-rider yang lain. Jadi, okey, saya nak tanya, bila kita tak ada lead out maknanya the whole week tu, event tu, dia tak ada yang lead out. Jadi dia macam mana? Dia akan curi rider tim-tim lain tu secara senyap-senyap ataupun ada perbincangan sebenarnya ni?
Okey, alright. Kepala, sudah pasti kita pun tahu sendiri Harvick decline datang di Tol Langkawi ni atas faktor last minute punya pertukaran. Okey. Sebenarnya nama dia tak ada untuk datang sini. That's why dia tak boleh bawa dia punya lead up dia tu, Michael Zilak adalah lead up kepada Harvick decline tahun lepas kalau kita ingat.
Dan tinggi tu.
Ya betul, yang Michael Zilak tu selalu jika Harvick menang nombor 1 dia nombor 3 ataupun dia nombor 1
sama lah sprinter yang hebat juga lah.
Ya betul. That's why tahun ni dia menggunakan kelebihan yang dia ada Harvick untuk menumpang mana-mana lead up
boleh
tim
tumpang-tumpang
lain. Tetapi harus diingat juga kredit harus diberi kepada 5 pelomba yang lain iaitu kawan-kawan kepada Harvick decline.
Ya betul.
Kerana mereka juga daripada awal perlombaan cuba untuk protect Harvick decline daripada mengalami sebarang mechanical problem ataupun yalah of course kalau kita lihat tadi Tudor menghantar 2 rider mereka berada di depan untuk memastikan jarak antara leader dan juga peloton itu tidak berada dalam keadaan yang jauh.
Okey. Jadi maknanya Harvick decline dia kena bijak lah sebab kalau tim sendiri tu ada lead out, malam tu boleh bincang. Sembang-sembang kat kafe ke apa esok buat macam ni. Tapi dia nak sembang macam ni pasal rider tu tim lain kan. Mana dia bijak lah, dia cari mana yang boleh lead out dia untuk sampai ke penyelamat.
Betul. Dan satu lagi Akbar, harus diingat esok perlombaan pendakian. Jadi kawan-kawan kepada Harvick decline ni 5 orang ni akan pastikan Harvick decline menghabiskan perlombaan esok. Kerana jika dia habis di dalam kelompok yang belakang, kemungkinan besar Akbar akan berlakunya overtime limit ataupun kesukaran untuk Harvick decline menghabiskan perlombaan di Pasir Putih esok.
Besok Astana lah, tak tahu kalau dia tak jaga-jaga. Okey, menyebut tentang Astana ini, tadi kita dah cuba dapatkan temu bual yang bersama dengan Matteo Malucelli, tapi kita ada masalah audio. Jadi sekarang ni masalah tu semua dah 100% okey dah. Jadi kita boleh dengar komen daripada Matteo Malucelli.
Matteo, winner yesterday, second today. What has been the difference between the two sprints?
But yesterday I was in perfect position last 500 meter, but today I was too much back. I tried to start like 300 meters to the finish and try to come out from inside the bunch. I needed to stop to spin one moment 150 meters to finish, and I lost a little speed, but I think that Harvick today was really strong, and maybe it was difficult win, but okay, it's only second stage. I have 1 first and 1 second place. We have for sure another 4 sprint, so we will continue to fight for the victory.
What about the road conditions? It was very wet at the start. You got a lot of rain, but then it was dry for the finish. Was it a surprise for you guys to sprint on a dry road?
Yes, we knew that K by K the weather condition was better. Here in Malaysia it's normal, the rain also in this season. So I like dry, I like hot, but it's not always possible do the race, do competition in my favorite weather. But I am happy that the finish was dry because also it's more safety.
Tomorrow, a more difficult stage, 3 climbs to start with. Are you a bit afraid of that?
I did already this stage in 2018. I did already this climb, so I know it. I know it's long, it's not too steep, but okay, for sure it's like 50 minutes, 1 hour of effort. I will try to survive, or because after the climb there are more of 100k to the finish. So okay, for me I think it will be another opportunity, not 100%, but 50-50. So we start with the head to do the sprint, and we will see what happens during the climb. Grazie.
Okey, Matteo Malucelli nampaknya dia dah bersedia untuk mengharungi peringkat yang ketiga. Saya dah laluinya pada 2018 kata dia. Maknanya dia tak kisah walaupun ada berbukit-bukit, Starting adalah bukit, 2 bukit, tapi Malu Charlie akan cuba yang terbaik lah, kerana dia akan cuba untuk mengangkat nama tim Astana. Astana ni world team kan. Jadi kenalah buktikan world team ni sebagai satu pasukan yang mampu untuk berada pada kelas mereka yang tersendiri. Tapi sebelum kita nak bicara mengenai peringkat yang ketiga, piknik post NL ni, mana dia pergi? World team tu.
Mungkin Akbar.
Ya.
Macam semalam kita boleh lihat 3 pelumba mereka berada di kedudukan top 20 yang terbaik. Kita pun ambil maklum bahawa pos piknik mereka tidak mempunyai pakar pecut yang betul-betul pure seperti Alric Decline dan juga Matthew Malucheli, tetapi mereka mempunyai climber-climber, pendaki-pendaki yang hebat untuk perlombaan edisi kali ini. Jadi sudah pasti mungkin semalam dengan hari ini mereka cuma just warm up dan kita tengok esok kemungkinan besar mungkin akan terjadi apa-apa seperti edisi yang lepas. Max Paul pada peringkat Cameron Highland memenangi peringkat di Cameron Highland pada edisi yang lepas dan terus mengungguli ke jersey keseluruhan daripada pasukan pos piknik ini.
Baik, itulah yang kita harapkan, kerana pasukan ini hanya ada 2 saja pasukan bertaraf World Tour, World Team, iaitu pasukan Astana dan juga Piknik Post NL daripada Belanda. Tapi Piknik Post NL masih lagi sunyi dan juga sepi. Okey. Semalam Harif Saleh naik ke podium selaku pelumba terbaik Asia Tenggara, satu kategori baru diperkenalkan. Dan hari ini ia bertukar tangan juga kepada pasukan yang sama tetapi menjadi milik Acik, iaitu Wan Abdul Rahman Hamdan. Okey. Wan Abdul Rahman Hamdan. Ini junior awak ni?
Betul.
Super ke Super Junior?
Super Junior.
Super Junior lah kan. Okey, bagaimana anda melihat kemampuan pengganti kepada Harif Saleh nanti ni, Adik?
Baik, first debut untuk Acik untuk LTDL. Dan juga first podium untuk beliau juga hari ini. Semalam berada di kedudukan ke-12. Hari ini berada di kedudukan ke-6 terbaik untuk peringkat. Saya rasa Akbar, lagi-lagi peringkat nanti habis dekat area-area Terengganu. Mungkin ada chance untuk Acik berada di kedudukan podium top 3 yang terbaik. Kerana daripada segi daripada segi tengok dia punya posisi tu memang tengok macam cantik je tersusun. Semalam 12, hari 6.
Oh, dia ada peningkatan tu kan?
Betul, esok pendakian mungkin dia easy day macam pendaki hari ni. Hari ni pendakian, geng-geng pendaki semua easy day. Esok geng-geng sprinter pula.
Hari ni dia rehat betul lah.
Hari yang keempat nanti berakhir di Kemaman, kemungkinan besar Acik akan berada di kedudukan yang terbaik. Itu
yang kita harapkan. Semalam 12, hari ni 6. Esok mungkin masih lagi berada dalam kelompok itu, kerana besok ada 3 bukit.
Ya, betul.
Bercerita tentang bukit ni, okey, kita nak cerita sikitlah pasal esok peringkat yang ketiga. Lagi jauh 198.2 km bermula dari Greek di Perak dan akan berakhir di Pasir Putih, Kelantan. Okey. Yang menariknya, ada 3 zon pejutan dan juga 3 zon pendakian. Namun starting saja terus ada 2 zon pendakian, Adik Usaini. Ini memang kejam ni sebenarnya.
Baik, berbalik kepada tahun 2015, saya pernah beraksi di edisi 2015 ketika itu. Start di Gerik, habis di Tanah Merah. Tapi dia punya distance tu dekat je. Tetapi kali ni dia anjak kepada Pasir Putih. Lebih daripada 30 km daripada yang dia habis di Tanah Merah. Jadi apa yang saya lihat, Akbar, perlombaan esok memang betul-betul mencabar untuk semua pendaki. Dalam masa sama, Akbar, harus diingat, kesemua raja-raja pecut ni harus menghabiskan perlombaan dalam persen yang ditetapkan oleh judge ataupun juri. Kerana jika tidak habis di dalam kelompok timing yang ditetapkan, kemungkinan besar mereka tidak dapat meneruskan perlombaan di peringkat keempat nanti.
Oh, okey. Baik. Bermakna besok memang mencabar sebab kalau kita tengok tadi map tu tadi, dia akan bermula dengan zon pendakian pertama kategori 3, zon pendakian kedua kategori 2, zon pendakian ketiga kategori 1. 3, 2, 1. Makin lama makin tinggi, makin lama makin tinggi, makin lama makin tinggi. Ini sangat menarik. Makin lama makin susah dan band common, besok tak boleh nak rehat dah. Jaga misai tu. Okey. Baik, esok jangan lupa kepada anda semua, kami akan bawakan peringkat yang ketiga perlumbaan PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi 2025 kepada anda semua yang akan menemui anda bermula. Live coverage akan bermula pada 10.30 pagi dan perlumbaan akan dilepaskan pada jam 11 pagi. Dan secara langsung akan dibawakan di Astro Arena 2 dan juga di Sports Plus. Dan kita juga ada secara langsung di Facebook dan juga di YouTube Majlis Sukan Negara dan juga LTDL. Okey, baik. So hari ini puas hati, besok lagi best. Besok.
Kalau ikutkan ni baru warm up. Baru warm up.
Besok baru betul-betul lah.
Baru betul-betul sebab hari ni dengan semalam
easy
kan?
Easy peasy.
Esok baru best. Kita nak ulas dan kita nak tengok.
Awak seronok besok tak apa. Besok silakan mengulas untuk race yang sangat hebat. Terima kasih untuk hari yang kedua ini adik Husaini Osman. Dan terima kasih juga kepada anda yang bersama dengan kami sejak jam 10.30 pagi tadi sehingga ke saat ini kurang-kurang dekat pukul 4 petang. Okey. Dan saya harap anda semua berpuas hati dengan perlumbaan hari ini, peringkat yang kedua PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi 2025. Dengan menghasilkan Ivy Declan berjaya mengungguli perjalanan jarak perlumbaan sejauh 166.1 km dari Padang Besar hingga ke Kepala Batas di Pulau Penang. Kita jumpa lagi esok. Temu janji kita pada waktu yang sama. Secara langsung kami bawakan kepada anda PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi 2025 Beat the Hit. Assalamualaikum. Jumpa lagi.
people. Always makes Mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my Papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points. Redeem all kinds of rewards. And easy to win hearts too. Senangnya. Ini baru Mr. Rewards.
Hah? Buat apa tu?
Hey, free barang ke pulang rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas.
Petronas, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards. Mata ganjaran tanpa kad di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mesra Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points. Redeem all kinds of rewards. And easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.